Don't Leave Me. A Chapel Cove Romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2021 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2023 by Alexa Verde. To my wonderful editor and friend, Dee, who makes my work shine and me smile, with love and gratitude. Chapter 1. Lara Margulis had a few things on her Christmas wish list. Being stuck in a small coastal town in Oregon wasn't one of them. Suppressing a sigh, she breathed in crisp late November air and put her hands into the pockets of her indigo-hued coat to keep them warm. She needed to find a cafe for coffee before braving a closer look at the disaster she'd impulsively bought. Downtown Chapel Cove, with red garlands and forest green fir tree cutouts decorating its streets, and its charming business facades with glittery silver snowflakes and grinning snowmen on their shop windows, could be what many people called lovely. It reminded her of the small town where she'd grown up, just an hour away. However, she preferred a humming city. Not that she'd often stayed in one place for a long time, and she didn't intend to stay long here either, no matter the charm or the loveliness. She winced from the shouts still ringing in her ears, but a promise was a promise. The sense of loss slammed into her, chilling her worse than the wind. And a lonely part of her felt it was past time to uncover the secret hidden from her for decades. The secret that led her to Chapel Cove. A few passers-by gave her curious glances. No surprise there. It wasn't exactly tourist season, and she was a newcomer. Her nose followed the scent of pumpkin spice macchiato, and she spotted a store promising Eileen's pastries. Perking up, she huddled against the unforgiving wind, pulled the white hand-knit scarf tighter, and marched toward the shop. A nice slice of pecan pie wouldn't hurt either. She smiled, thinking her clients would gasp at the place where she headed. Since she was an elite personal fitness trainer, her clients probably thought she lived on celery sticks and air. In reality, she'd never met a cookie she didn't like, though she didn't introduce every one of them to her admittedly flat stomach. Her inner turmoil contrasted the postcard-perfect picture. A family of 3 bubbled with laughter as the father hoisted a blonde girl onto his shoulders. A plump woman in a cheery marmalade-hued coat hurried by, carrying 5 shopping bags in each hand. Cold squeezed Lara's heart. This year, she had one less gift to buy. She shivered and increased her pace. Being aware of her surroundings was an acquired habit. But that's what getting shot while jogging in the park with a client could teach you. Lara resisted the urge to rub her leg where the bullet had lodged. Who knew her first celebrity client could have a jealous stalker? Fortunately for the up-and-coming actor, the shooter didn't have great skills and missed him. Unfortunately for Lara, she'd gotten the bullet instead. It had turned out to be a surface wound, and what could have ended her career had started it. The ridiculously handsome actor had gotten lots of media attention, and a new role kicked his career into the stratosphere. Riddled with guilt, he'd recommended her skills to his many celebrity friends. While Lara didn't feel she'd earned it, once she'd recovered, she'd lapped up the perks. Then she'd discovered she missed her calling as a drill sergeant and started whipping people into shape fast indeed. She'd used encouragement and award tactics as well, but there was something satisfactory in yelling at people, plus getting paid ridiculously well for it. When she was close enough to the store and could practically taste the pecan pie, a warning tightened her gut. Something wasn't right. A split second later, she spotted a wooden plank supporting some of the Christmas lights coming loose on the store nearby. Her gaze swept over the space underneath. Sure enough, a man was standing right in the plank's path. "Oh no. Get out of the way," she shouted and waved. "Are you talking to me?" He gave her a quizzical look. What did it look like? A crazy woman yelling at herself? A ripping sound warned her of what was about to happen. Well, there was only one thing left to do. Thankfully, some snow had piled up near the sidewalk, so the landing shouldn't be so bad. Aware she was going to get an audience, she charged at the man. They both landed in the snow. He was tall and must weigh twice what she did, but she hadn't spent most of her life training for nothing. What? Why? What's going on here? The guy looked up at her. Huh. Up close, his eyes were cerulean blue. like the ocean on a sunny day. With tiny navy blue dots in them. Probably around his mid-30s or close to his 40s, her age, he smelled Christmassy. Like pine needles and that pumpkin macchiato she apparently wasn't about to get in the next few minutes. He could use a shave, but still, he was good-looking in an understated way. He could give her first celebrity client a run for his money. And from her position, his broad chest seemed made of steel. The wooden plank was nowhere to be seen. Nowhere on the ground, that was. She cringed. She'd made a fool out of herself for nothing. Smack. The plank landed nearby. Now she was justified. There, she sang out a bit too cheerfully. I was trying to prevent that thing from landing on you. Oh. Thank you. I appreciate that. His voice sounded rich like coffee with lots of cream. Her stomach growled. She shouldn't have skipped breakfast. People started gathering around them. Do you mind if we get up? He asked. Oh. Right. How embarrassing. Heat tingled through her, prickling the back of her neck. Of course. That turned out to be problematic. While landing, the Christmas light support had taken the lights with it, and when Lara tried to roll off, she got tangled in them. At least it was morning, and the lights weren't on. Getting an electric shock wasn't on her list of things to do for Christmas either. The guy tried to help her, but only managed to tangle the lights more, including over himself. People on the sidewalk started giving helpful advice that so far didn't help much. More heat spread through her body. Arg. We might as well introduce ourselves. Laughter gleamed in his eyes. I'm Jason Carrington. I'm Lara Margulis. I hope you don't think I did this on purpose. She grunted. I don't go around knocking down handsome strangers in order to meet them. He smiled. He had a beautiful smile, really. So you think I'm handsome? With the prickles of heat moving to her cheeks, she must be the color of the garlands around the lamppost. Bright red. Talk about putting a foot in her mouth. Though, by the way things were going, she was going to have one of the tiny multicolored bulbs in her mouth instead. Jason, do you need a hand? An attractive petite woman with dark hair, a shade darker than Lara's chestnut-hued hair, over a cream-colored coat pulled a string of lights back. Thank you, Christina, he answered. Finally free, Lara rolled to the side. On his feet first, he extended a hand to her. Still, she hesitated before taking it. Once she was on her feet, the small crowd started to dissipate. The petite brunette shook snow from Jason's back, so clearly there was some familiarity between them. They said that in small towns everyone knew everyone. Or was there something between these two? A jolt of jealousy surprised Lara as she brushed the snow from her indigo-colored coat, refusing to let passers-by help. It shouldn't matter whether Jason was unattached. It shouldn't matter at all. She stole a glance at his ring finger and breathed a little better, which didn't make sense either. She didn't come here for romance. After being stood up at the altar by a man who couldn't seem to handle her career choice, she didn't look for romance, period. I'll get my brother to fix the lights, the brunette said. Thanks. Then Jason slapped himself on the forehead. Where are my manners? This is Christina, my cousin. This is Lara Margulis. Cousin. That bubbly relief was unjustified. Lara shook Christina's small hand. Great to meet you. I am, well, I might be staying in town for a few weeks. Curiosity seemed to flash in Jason's eyes, but he didn't ask questions. I hope your stay will be pleasant and without further incidents. Considering the state of the house she'd foolishly bought, she wasn't so sure about the latter. Was this love at first sight? Lara Margulis prided herself on being practical. With an upbringing like hers, one had to be, and she didn't believe in love at first sight. Yet she couldn't deny the feelings. An enormous joy such as she'd never experienced expanded her lungs. She breathed in air that smelled of wood with a hint of mustiness and ached to open the window to let the frosty freshness in. But as practical as she was, she restrained herself. It would make the house too cold, and the insulation might leave a lot to be desired as it was. She didn't want the house to shiver. Buying this particular place didn't make much sense. There was some water damage from a time the pipes burst, which didn't inspire confidence in the said pipes, did it? The railing to the second floor looked rickety. Spiders eyed her suspiciously from cobwebs as she intruded on their kingdom. With the stove and other appliances gutted out, the oak kitchen cabinets hung crookedly as if someone tried to rip them away, too. And what color was the tile originally? Gray, beige, maybe even white. Wallpaper in the living room peeled off the walls and drooped like dirty seafoam on the shore. But the moment she peered from the floor-to-ceiling windows, dirty with streaks, at the spectacular bay with its endless sky, she knew this was it. She could fix it up and sell it, as if that could also help fix what was broken in her life. Fine, there was a nostalgic reason for her spontaneous purchase. Chapel Cove was similar to her hometown, and this house reminded her so much of the home she'd grown up in, though the latter was in much better shape. Reminded her of Grandma. A powerful longing unraveled inside Lara. This couldn't replace her loss, but maybe it could make the pain duller. Right now, the landscape was grayish, and only seagulls seemed to appreciate it. But in her mind's eye, she could see the turquoise ocean, smell the salty air, feel the warm water enveloping her body. She could hear the waves' calming murmur as she woke up in the morning. She didn't see unreliable pipes, dirty floors, or a falling down staircase. She saw oak hardwood floors that would soon glow for her. She saw mismatched furniture that could be sanded and painted over. And once again, that view. It was like when Grandma had seen Grandpa for the first time. She'd taken one look at the man and known he was the one. Grandpa was a lanky youth with unkempt hair and hadn't had the best reputation at the time, but Grandma said she'd seen the potential. She'd painted a pretty picture in her mind, and somehow Grandpa had shaped up to fill that frame. Lara's throat constricted, and the sense of loss, endless like the ocean, overwhelmed her. She squared her shoulders. She'd never been one to lollygag for long. The previous owner, Mrs. Paulson, had moved to a retirement home years ago. Lara suspected at the insistent nudge of her distant relatives, so no wonder she couldn't have cared for the place. But Mrs. Paulson had hesitated to sell it, resulting in a long period of neglect. "Don't you worry," Lara whispered to the house. "We'll have a great time together." The house perked up. Grandma would have loved it here. Tears prickled behind Lara's eyelids. Her first Christmas without her grandmother was going to be gut-wrenching. Enough. Lara made a run to the store for the cleaning supplies, then donned yellow rubber gloves and worn overalls with an old sweater Grandma had knit for her, Lara's way of keeping the illusion her grandmother was still with her, and got to work. She started by getting cobwebs from the ceilings, which obviously irritated the spiders, then gave the kitchen and bathroom tile an energetic rub. The scent of pine oil cleaning solution brought back the image of the stranger she'd gotten tangled with. Huh. Not the best choice of words. Her heart warmed, but she steeled herself against the unexpected spark. Then she pushed his image out of her mind with an effort. She was wrong. The tile was neither gray nor beige, but a buttery yellow. Or maybe it had yellowed with age. To think about it, with the right lighting and lots of mirrors, plus a coat of paint, the largest room would make a great fitness studio. The smaller room right nearby could store all the sports equipment. And if people needed to socialize before the session. She blinked. Why did she think about that? It wouldn't make sense to open a fitness studio. She wasn't going to stay here long. She might be getting as sentimental as her sister, Marlene. Who was really her mother, but Lara had no clue about it until that fateful day when she'd been 9. She scrubbed the floor more furiously as sweat beaded her forehead despite the cool air. Even years later, bile still rose to her throat over the conversation she'd overheard. "While you live under my roof, you should listen to me. Stay home. No dates. It's enough that we have to deal with what happened." The woman Lara had then considered her mother spoke so quietly Lara had barely heard her when she'd come home from school too early. "Do I have to pay for one mistake my entire life?" Marlene screamed. To feel the shame? What were they talking about? Lara was taught eavesdropping was wrong, but her curiosity was piqued too much. As the conversation progressed, hot tears filled her eyes, and everything went dark in front of her. They were talking about her. Now she understood why eavesdropping was wrong. One never learned anything nice about oneself. Apparently, she was the family's shame, which her sister, no, Mom, had upgraded to a mistake, as well. That was what Lara was. Her childhood ended in that moment. She continued listening not because she wanted to know more, but because she couldn't move, as if her limbs belonged to someone else. As if she pressed her nose into a pillow, she could barely breathe. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. She might as well not exist, which her real mother had surely wished. Lara wanted to run away to the ocean and swim until she couldn't do it any longer. Let the salty water wash away all the dirt she'd felt that moment. Dirty as if she'd rolled in it like a pig. Everything inside her trembled. Then the woman who truly was her grandmother walked into the hall. You heard? Compassion and no, shame filled her grandmother's eyes. Lara tried to say yes, but only a pitiful squeak came out. Her sister-mother looked relieved, as if she'd been nauseous for days, and now was finally able to throw up. Lara knew how Marlene felt. Lara felt sick to her stomach, but couldn't vomit. She was the vomit, at least in her sister's, mother's, eyes. Grandma had sat Lara down on the familiar plush sofa and told the story. Marlene had gotten pregnant at 15, and the boy's parents had moved away with him before Marlene could break the news. How convenient, Lara had thought. Due to their Christian beliefs, abortion wasn't an option, and Grandma and Grandpa couldn't bear the thought of their granddaughter being raised by strangers. So ever-practical Grandpa came up with the idea of going away for a year and announcing an unexpected late-life blessing to their friends and family. A bitter smile touched Lara's lips as she moved to the second bathroom and rage-cleaned the tile there. Grandma had no idea how to pay the bills or fix a leaking faucet, and Grandpa had said he didn't want her to trouble herself. Lara didn't approve of that kind of attitude, but while she could have some kind of influence on her mother, it was too late to be raising Grandma. Even when Lara was little, she could see Grandma and Marlene had their heads in the clouds. So, suspecting it would be up to her to become the head of the household if something happened to Grandpa, Lara had trailed him and learned as much as she could. And for a while, he was the person she could relate to the most. With chestnut-hued hair and hazel eyes, she even looked more like Grandpa, or at least Grandpa before his hair turned white. Grandma and Mom were blue-eyed blondes, and as more white intruded in her hair, Grandma diligently colored it its original color. Ever since that overheard conversation, Lara had wondered whether she'd taken after her father, both in character and in appearance. She must, because she was so different from Grandma and Mom. Unlike them, Lara had never had a passion for art, chick flick movies, shopping, or pretty music and frilly dresses. She was an outsider in her own family, and the reason for it had stuck in her heart like a splinter. But it was Lara's differences and her practical mind that had helped the family survive. When it became just Grandma, Lara, and Marlene, it was Lara who'd written the checks and had Grandma sign them. It was Lara who'd mowed the yard and replaced broken porch boards on their old beachfront house. It was Lara who'd made sure they had enough to pay the bills. She'd started earning early on from a lemonade stand, babysitting, and mowing neighbors' lawns. As Marlene was beautiful and sociable and Lara not so much, Lara had dragged Marlene to man the lemonade stand with her. It also made Lara less resentful when she'd had to share the profits. Yet some resentment still tasted like the tangy cold drink to her, and she'd avoided drinking lemonade ever since. Now Lara glanced up and let the distant sun warm her cold insides through the window. Sometimes during the long evenings on the bay window seat, looking at the ocean, she'd long for her father to come back and take all the responsibilities off her little shoulders. He'd hug her and say he'd just found out about her and they'd be a real family from now on. She could become a regular teenager. Lara stripped off the faded and dusty living room curtains. She'd replace them, but frugality was ingrained in her. Besides, something about the cerulean blue spoke to her. It was the color of her grandmother's eyes, though sadly not her own. Her heart skipped a beat. The stranger near the pastry shop had that color eyes, as well. Stop. She'd already had a washer and dryer delivered and hooked up, so she loaded the washer, wishing she could just as easily wash the dust from her memories. Okay, no more distractions, it was time to make the hardwood floors shine again. To keep memories and pain at bay, she plugged headphones in her ears, connected them to her phone, and found pop music from the 80s, another connection to Grandma. With time, Lara's longing for her father had faded like the curtain fabric. If her dad was as irresponsible as her mother, then it was best he wasn't with them. With Grandpa gone, Lara had her hands full. She really didn't want to be raising the second parent, too. Her promise to her grandmother 2 weeks before Lara lost her had upended life as Lara knew it. An uneasy feeling in her stomach told her taking a DNA test and posting on the Ancestry website, hoping to find a match, was a mistake. Not because she didn't find a match, but because she did. Chapter 2. Was it love at first sight? No. Jason didn't believe in romantic love any longer. But from the moment he'd gotten tangled up with that fascinating stranger yesterday, tangled up in Christmas lights, he felt something. Well, besides the heat of embarrassment. A tightening in his chest and a flickering of hope. The fact that he'd spotted her walking to the house right next door seemed like a sign. Wasn't it? Lord, are you trying to tell me something? Since returning to Chapel Cove and discovering Mrs. Paulson had left for the retirement home and the neighboring house was in disarray, he'd wondered who his new neighbor was going to be. Somehow, he didn't imagine a tall brunette with sad hazel eyes and unexpected spunk to be it. Falling into the snow and united by Christmas lights made an unusual introduction. Warmth rose within him at the memory of having her close, so close he could see the golden specks in her eyes and the tiny birthmark near her delicate ear. He sensed strength in her, both physical and inner, but some kind of brokenness, too, and he could relate to the latter easily. Based on her white scarf and matching low-heeled white boots, she favored light colors. The lack of a ring on her ring finger had given him a sense of relief, though it didn't mean she was unattached. But it wasn't because of Lara's lovely looks or the way she'd made his heart beat faster. Hey, a woman knocking him down could do that to a man, now he was on her front porch. It was because he'd promised Mrs. Paulson he'd look after the house. He knocked, but nobody answered. Alarm rising, he knocked again. Maybe Lara wasn't up to seeing visitors. Or she was busy. Or maybe something happened. He shivered at all the hazards he'd found in the house after his return. He'd offered to fix them, but Mrs. Paulson told him not to bother. A guilty twinge made him wince. If he hadn't left, Mrs. Paulson wouldn't have had to go to the retirement home, and the house would be in much better condition. While being away, he'd missed his cousins falling in love, their weddings, the birth of Christina's youngest child. He'd lost so much, even more than he'd realized. But after what had happened, he couldn't stay in Chapel Cove. A knife turned in his chest. Enough of the memories. He tried the door handle, and it gave in easily. He stepped inside. Wow. He'd never seen this place so aglow, even when Mrs. Paulson lived here, though then the place had smelled of pies and hope. Hardwood floors gleamed. Streak-free windows without curtains flooded the room with sunshine, and the brilliant light seemed to bounce off pale yellow wallpaper where cabbage roses lifted their heads as if soaking in the sun. It even smelled different. Like pine oil. But there wasn't a soul inside. His heart shifted as he called out, "Lara. Up here." With her voice muffled, he rather guessed than understood her words. She appeared from the second floor and made it down a few steps. Without her long coat on, it was clear that she was slender, with shapely and strong legs enclosed in faded overalls. Was she a runner? The azure and emerald green silk scarf now hiding her long brown hair made her appearance surprisingly vibrant. Yellow rubber gloves reached her elbows, which was a wise choice, but nails in her mouth, not so much. Even if the hammer in her right hand somewhat explained their presence. She leaned on the railing. That railing isn't reliable, he said. Huh? She raised an eyebrow as if she didn't understand him, which was strange, considering she was the one whose speech was affected by nails. Didn't she have pockets in those overalls? He was about to repeat his statement, but it was of no use. She was already flying down the stairs, shrieking, her hands flailing for support but only taking down the railing with her. Heart beating fast, he rushed to catch her. And he did. Sort of. She landed on him, knocking him down again. Heat rushed through him as he thudded onto the freshly scrubbed floor. Well, if nothing else, he cushioned her fall. Then embarrassment flooded him in an even hotter wave. Are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere? Just my pride a little. You? She rolled off to the side. Was that? That was giggles he heard. Same here. A chuckle burst from his throat. I've never been knocked down twice by the same woman in one day. In fact, I've never been knocked down like this. He thought a moment. But then, you're a knockout. The line was corny, and he knew it, but more giggles bubbled past her lips. We've got more giggles. We've got to stop meeting like this. I don't mind, he said, though his imagination pictured him catching her in his arms one day instead of just being a human pillow. It looked so easy in romantic movies. Then it registered. She was speaking clearly. Which meant. Did you swallow any of those nails? She stopped laughing as she scrambled to her feet. I don't think so. Hope not. I mean, I would have felt it, right? His heart slammed his rib cage. Maybe you should get an X-ray. The technician would have a field day with this. She hiccuped. Let's see whether we can find all the nails first. I had 5 in my mouth. She dropped on all fours. Oh, okay. This was another first for him as he followed her example. He sent up a prayer and saw a nail sparkling in the sunlight right after that. Got 1. Got 2, she squealed. Got 3. He picked up one more. They spotted number 4 at the same time, and both of them went for it and bumped heads. He rubbed his forehead. Sorry. I'm usually not this accident-prone. Neither am I. You must think I'm such a disaster. Twinkles glittered in her hazel eyes. He looked in them longer than necessary. His pulse quickened. I think you're fun and lovely. Uh-oh. Was that too straightforward? He covered his faux pas by looking everywhere besides her eyes. Where is that 5th nail? Hopefully, not on its way to her stomach. How much damage could a sharp nail do if swallowed? He didn't ever want to know the answer. He took a closer look. No-nonsense worn-out overalls didn't usually accompany a silky colorful scarf, and he sensed a hurt behind all the laughter in her eyes. She was well-shaped, and obvious muscles hinted she worked out regularly. Yet, at the same time, he sensed a fragility about her. Her words and smiles were friendly, but a hint of wariness in her eyes suggested she didn't let people get close easily. Even people she'd knocked down. She consisted of contrasts, just like the winter day today. Despite the fragile sunshine, hints of ice glazed the ocean. Her smiles were sunshine, but he suspected that sunshine gleamed on a sheen of ice. Usually, he minded his own business, even became a hermit after the tragedy, but curiosity stirred him. He wanted not only to know her story but also to participate in the next pages. His inner voice told him to stop, just as when he'd once entered icy waters as a child. She could cause him heartache, and he'd had enough to last a lifetime. But just like then, when icy needles poked in his feet, it was the moment he felt most alive. Being numb was worse. Being numb came later. I'm your neighbor. Being neighborly and considering I'm not great at making pies, how about I fix that railing? No need to scare her away with his attraction. There'd be lots of time for it later. She sent the stairwell a worried glance. Yeah, I don't want to knock down someone again. He smiled sheepishly. I didn't mind. If he were a different man, he'd imagine saying to his children, the day I met your mom, she fell for me not once but twice. She'd laugh and say, I didn't fall for you, I fell on you. And their children would roll their eyes and say, "Too much information." Hold on. What was he thinking? A man with a past like his shouldn't be thinking that far into the future with a stranger he'd just met. A few more giggles escaped before she sobered up. I could likely do some repairs myself, but I do need help. I need someone to fix up this house and make it wheelchair friendly. I have a week to do it. Your husband won't be here to help you? He cringed. Real smooth. Her expression hardened. I'm single. There was some story there, but he didn't have the right to ask. I'm unattached, too. Not that she'd asked. He squared his shoulders. Then I'm your man. What a cheesy line. He cleared his throat. Repairman, I mean. Never mind that it wasn't his profession. He owned a bunch of tools thanks to his own fixer-upper, and whatever he hadn't learned while putting his home into shape, he could find online. Do you have references? Great. He searched for an answer. Do my relatives count? Well, if it helps any in your decision, I can give you the information for a man who owns a repair company here. Roman is my cousin, actually. But he's probably booked. I'd appreciate it. Her nose scrunched. Maybe I should have rented a regular apartment. His heart sank a little. You look like a woman who knows what she wants. And it doesn't look like you want an ordinary apartment. Because you're extraordinary yourself. He didn't say those words. Better leave her thinking he needed a job than to have her thinking he was hitting on her. Thank you for the offer. I'll think about it. Then her eyes widened. I see it. He looked around. What? The fifth nail. She picked it up from the corner. Great. She beamed at him. Those eyes? He could get lost in them too quickly if he wasn't careful. He felt not by the fifth but by the sixth sense that his life was about to change. For better or for worse, he didn't know. But a feeling in his gut, something between panic and exhilaration like when one jumped into icy water, warned that his new life was about to start. Lara had second thoughts about buying this place. Then she had third, fourth, and even 10th thoughts. She was a practical person. She didn't make irrational decisions. It would be more like Grandma or Marlene to fall for the coastal charm. Maybe that was it. Lara missed Grandma so much she'd moved into a place that could remind her of the woman who'd raised her. Now divorced with teen children, Marlene had gotten their childhood home and nearly everything in it because she'd needed it more, and Lara had to chew her way through more resentment. Well, Lara had this house now, and she'd have to hire the kind neighbor, who clearly didn't have any references as a repairman. Another impractical decision. But Jason turned out to be right. His brother or cousin or uncle, whatever he'd said the guy was booked for this month and the next month, too. The scope of this task was too big for her to do herself. She stilled as she looked at samples of the paint she was going to pick up tomorrow. Michelotti, the match to her DNA result, had yelled that he didn't need her help. Never mind that he was in bad shape and no one else was stepping up to the plate to help him. She could still leave it all and go back to her work. She had multiple inquiries about her services sitting in her inbox, waiting for her to pick one. She had the right to, didn't she? One press on the enter button led to this. But she'd promised her grandmother. And deep inside, she'd wanted to know more about her other parent, craved to learn about a part of herself that had been ripped away from her before she was born. She'd suppressed it for a long time. All her life, she'd taken the most logical, practical approach to nearly everything. She wasn't a dreamer like Grandma and Mom. Surely, she'd taken after Grandpa. But she needed to fill the rest of the empty space inside, the empty pages of her life journey, to connect with the man who was part of her. Mom had once blurted out that Lara had her father's eyes, but she'd said it in a strange way, like it wasn't a good thing, and clammed up afterward. Why such secrecy about a boy Marlene had once loved? Why hadn't she ever tried to find him, tell him about the child? And then after making that promise to Grandma, Lara felt a nudge. Was it from God? She glanced out the window and caught Jason doing something in the yard. Putting bird feed in a wooden feeder he'd probably made himself. With an easy, open smile and sincere blue eyes, he seemed like the kind of man who'd help out a neighbor, feed birds, or take in strays. She shifted back before he could catch her watching him. She wasn't a stray any longer or someone's shame. Someone's mistake. She was a successful fitness trainer, sought out by celebrities. So, what was she doing in this small town 2 weeks before Christmas? Maybe going for a run would be a good idea. Exercising always helped clear her head, and boy, did her head need clearing. She chose the paint, then closed her laptop, leaving the emails unanswered. She put on her white sneakers and running gear and jogged outside, welcoming the nippy air. And the view. She gasped. Running here should be an out-of-this-world experience. Her sneakers pounded against the sand as her lungs took in the fresh air with its salty tinge. Seagulls greeted her as if she were one of the regulars here, even one of their own, and that made her smile. Was it a fun coincidence that her name meant a seagull? Apparently, Grandma named her since Marlene couldn't, or didn't want to, come up with a name. Grandma at the time had been fond of the movie Dr. Zhivago, watched it many times, and named Lara after one of the heroines, the blonde one, ahem. Lara wasn't sure that was the best choice as the heroine had a tragic destiny and wasn't entirely a positive character. However, Lara had kept it to herself. She'd traveled for her work a lot, and the pay had been worth it. She'd rented a tiny apartment with barely any furniture 15 minutes away from Grandma's place, but hardly spent any time in it. It was more a storage space than a place to live, and she had no sentimental ties to it. Her heart squeezed painfully. She neared 40. Wasn't it time to find a place to stay permanently? Her friends had told her she'd be crazy too. She was in such high demand. If she stopped going, people would forget about her. Which made it even more ridiculous to take 3 weeks off for someone resentful and grouchy, someone who didn't appreciate her efforts. But even as in her head she listed the reasons she should leave, she already knew she was going to stay for those 3 weeks. And that handsome next-door neighbor had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Hours later, Lara fished out the measuring tape and went around the house. One thing, fine, one of many things, she liked about this place was the large, open spaces. Micah's wheelchair should move easily around here, but she needed to make sure. Her eyes narrowed when she entered the master bath, which thankfully, and unusually, was on the first floor. The bathroom, as one of the smallest rooms, could be worrisome, so she took measurements twice. Air whooshed out of her lungs. It should be enough. Of course, safety rails would be needed here. Plus a bench and a walk-in shower. Even though Micah's condition was temporary, she couldn't leave anything to chance. The scratched-up and cracked sink needed a replacement, and she'd have to buy a vanity. Maybe a pedestal sink would work best for the wheelchair to move around easier. The tile was in good condition, and she nodded to herself, then looked up. The ceiling was dingy gray, but she could paint it herself. With a satisfied nod, she walked out of the bathroom. That left a wheelchair ramp to the porch. Hopefully, her kind neighbor could do that one. Thinking about Jason made her smile as she stroked the banister's smooth and weathered wood. The small grooves on it told about a life well lived, like her grandmother's laugh lines. Then Lara frowned. It was best not to get attached to this place, and fine, to the handsome man next door. She had her reasons. Well, she had abandonment issues, too, which made all her work trips perfect for her. Lara grimaced at the list of the things needing to be done here she'd typed into her phone. With parents like hers, who wouldn't have abandonment issues? Being jilted at the altar didn't help either. Her throat closed up at the memory, the humiliation, the despair, but she tucked it away with a familiar effort. She wasn't here to reminiscence on her heartache or fall in love, but to learn more about her father. She didn't like secrets. After all, she'd grown up being one. Chapter 3. The next morning, a bark at the front door made Jason look up from researching internet videos on how to build a wheelchair ramp. He got up from his chair and walked to the door. What's going on, Rocco Choco? His chocolate lab, whom he'd found at the bus station, gave out a joyful yelp. After taking the dog to the veterinarian and discovering the fella didn't have a chip, Jason had put an ad in the newspaper and half-heartedly put up posters about the found dog. When nobody had claimed him, Jason decided he could use a furry buddy. The dog didn't have any objections whatsoever. "Do we have a visitor?" Jason glanced in the peephole, but no one was on the porch. He leaned down and rubbed the smooth back. "You want to go outside, right?" Rocco Choco gave another joyful yelp, then brought the leash to make sure Jason didn't have any doubts in his response. Jason finished his cup of coffee, put on a blazer and sensible boots, then hesitated before he wrapped the gray scarf Danae had knitted for him around his neck. Sometimes the wool surface felt like a tender memory and sometimes like a noose around his neck. He loved her so much. Lord, will the pain ever go away? It was much more difficult to pray after her death, but he'd owed it to her. Young, beautiful, and a devoted Christian, she'd been taken away too early. Why, Lord? Why her and not me? Jason would have traded places in a heartbeat. Rocco Choco nudged Jason's leg as if saying to hurry up. Fresh cold air greeted him outside. Since the beach seemed deserted, he took Rocco Choco off the leash to let him run and explore. Rocco Choco didn't need to be asked twice. Despite the cold, this was Jason's favorite time of the year. In summer, tourists would flood the cove. Well, he should be grateful for tourists since they boosted the local economy. But deep inside, he preferred solitude. Still preferred solitude. Which made this draw his new neighbor had on him all the more surprising. You'd like her, he told Rocco Choco. Yes, he talked to his dog. But unlike a lot of people Jason knew, Rocco Choco always listened attentively. Okay, fine, except for a few times like now when he needed to chase some seagulls who were clearly amused that a dog thought he could catch them. As Rocco Choco returned with a disappointed whine, Jason petted him. You can't fly after them. Just like when some people left, others had to stay. He stared at the sky shadowed by a few clouds, pain in his chest making each breath difficult. His gaze moved over the shore, and he frowned at a lonely figure running. So much for solitude. Then his heart skipped a beat. Was it Lara? As she made it closer in a few minutes, he knew his answer. He'd been right before. She was a runner, the reason for those strong calves. Not that he should be paying attention to her calves. He'd become a hermit after losing Danae, avoided people for a long time. So why was he so drawn to this woman? It was probably best to leave before she thought he was stalking her. But Rocco Choco had other ideas. With his usual exuberance, he took off toward Lara, barking. Rocco Choco, wait. That only seemed to spur the dog on. Lara stopped running and, based on her widening eyes, recognized him. Despite Jason's effort, by the time he reached her, Rocco Choco had already placed his front paws on her shoulders and begun slobbering her face. Just great. Jason suppressed a grimace. Sorry about that. He can be over-friendly sometimes. To his surprise, Lara laughed. Well, I almost got a taste of my own medicine. At his raised eyebrow, she explained, your dog nearly knocked me down. Rocco Choco seemed rather proud of that, and Lara didn't seem bothered by the dog's excessive affection, so Jason shouldn't be mortified either. He did drag Rocco Choco away from her, though, and place him on the leash. Sit, he ordered. Rocco Choco plopped his behind onto the sand and panted, his pink tongue lolling to one side. Jason couldn't help smiling. He's one big goofball. But I'm grateful for his presence in my life. She nodded and bent to her knees to pet Rocco Choco, and the lab responded with his usual enthusiasm. I see. Was he a stray? Jason nodded, surprised by her guess. So you saved Rocco Choco. Her eyes glowed as they met his gaze. No, he saved me. Not wanting to elaborate, he exhaled when she didn't ask him to explain. He gestured to the beach. Would you like to take a walk with us? He'd join her in a jog, but talking and running would be difficult. And he was curious to know more about this woman, something that hadn't happened since. Best not to think about it. Okay. Just that simple word made his heart leap. As they strolled, Rocco Chaco running forward impatiently, then circling back, Jason wondered what she thought about their neighborhood. Christmas lights flashed from the gingerbread trim on quirky Victorians and softened the regal colonials while lit-up reindeer herds grazed on a few yards. If one didn't count her house, which was excusable, his house was the only one on the block without Christmas decorations. Such a big difference from when Danae was still here. He'd gone all out for Christmas then. A lump formed in his throat. Lara kept silent for a few minutes. So he blurted out, "What do you do for a living?" He coughed a little. He'd never been great at small talk. Rocco Chaco would probably be better at starting a conversation. She shrugged. "I'm a celebrity fitness trainer. I mean, I'm not a celebrity. I just train them." Gathering her brown ponytail over one shoulder, she told him how it all started. Sharing a charming self-deprecating sense of humor, she somehow found so much positive even in being shot. With her smile so contagious, he smiled, too, which was unusual for him. Even Rocco Chaco was smiling, though for him it was more usual. She flipped her long hair back, giving him a sudden urge to run his hands through it. "Not to brag, but now, I have more offers than I can dedicate time to. It's a good problem to have, isn't it? I'm here on a vacation, sort of, but my job does require a lot of travel." She chuckled. "I like traveling, though. Besides, it's difficult to complain when you get to live in mansions with jacuzzis, indoor swimming pools, and personal chefs." His heart sank into the sand. So she wouldn't stay here long. Not that he could hope for more than a few conversations. Thankfully, Rocco Chaco saved the day as he ran to them again, and Lara dropped onto a bleached piece of driftwood to pet him. Then she looked up at Jason, her gaze going from tender to serious. "I talked to Roman, then a few repair companies, and so far, no result. Whoever isn't booked is taking time off for Christmas. Do you think you can handle the scope of work I need?" Was this the reason she'd agreed to walk with him? He did his best to ignore the disappointment as he settled beside her to look at the list she showed him on her phone. "I can do most of it. And if I can't, I can rope my cousin into helping me." He hoped. She brightened. "Great. I'll help with whatever I can." "Thank you. I'll work out a contract and email it to you. May I have your email address?" Her gratitude warmed something frozen inside him for years. Even if he didn't deserve it. He rattled off his email address and his phone number for good measure, for professional reasons, of course. "Thanks. I sent you a text, so now you have my phone number as well." She looked up at him, and those tiny golden specks in her eyes mesmerized him. The wind picked up, and its stingy kiss brought a blush to her cheeks. Without running, she might be cold. Her light sweater couldn't give her much warmth. He couldn't either. But still. "Here." He shrugged out of his blazer and draped it over her shoulders. There was no need for that. She seemed to see the disappointment in his eyes because hers softened. "Thank you." For some time, they talked about their favorite food, movies, and books. She was so easy to talk to, and his tension dissolved like salt in water. Talking to a stranger, to someone who didn't know what had happened, proved to be much easier than talking to the people in Chapel Cove. He'd been grateful for all the compassion, the numerous casseroles from friends and family, the hugs from his cousins, and the offers to help. But all the pity had sliced his insides like shards of ice. Meeting this woman was like starting from a clean slate, which he didn't deserve but craved so badly. The issue was, he couldn't start from a clean slate. Could never erase what had taken Danae away from him. "I have to go back." Lara slapped her thighs and pushed to her feet, her running shoes sinking in the soft sand as she resumed walking. "I need to prep walls for painting. Early tomorrow morning, I'm driving to Portland to buy paint, brushes, trays, and so on." He had an idea. "I'll need to buy building materials for the ramp and such. And my truck would be more convenient to bring all the supplies in than your sedan." Why don't I drive you there? He held his breath. Was this too much? On one condition. She shrugged out of his blazer as they reached her porch, making him pause. What's that? That we stop for coffee at Eileen's Pastries first. He nodded. Deal. My cousin's wife makes great coffee and the best pastries in town. Your cousin's wife, huh? She cocked her head to one side, something in her eyes dimming. Is everyone known to everyone here or somehow related? Was this a minus in her book? She seemed like a private person. He searched for the best answer and didn't find it. Well, not everyone, but it's a small town, after all. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Rocco Choco. She waved, then ran up the porch in clear need of painting. For a while, Jason looked at the closed faded emerald green door, the hue of Danae's eyes, that could use a coat of paint as well. Then he and Rocco Choco walked back to their place. Jason liked many things about Chapel Cove. This was his hometown, the place where his cousins still lived, where they'd found love at 40 and were raising children now. His heart warmed at the image of his toddler niece, with whom Christina and her husband were so rightfully besotted. But nursing one's wounds alone here was difficult. Even years after the tragedy, sometimes he still felt like a dissected frog where everyone could see his aching heart. While the truck's motor hummed, Lara breathed in the enticing coffee aroma and looked out at fields shivering under a thin white blanket. Traveling alone all the time, she wasn't used to being in the passenger seat of a car. Planes didn't count, but something could be said about relaxing and enjoying her coffee to the fullest. She'd munched on oatmeal at home, so she'd declined Jason's offer to buy her pastries. While she had a sweet tooth, nobody wanted to hire a fat fitness trainer, much less people who paid an astonishingly high price for it. A thought niggled at her. As if she could do something else in her life. Maybe because she was so close to 40. Her friends were settled in their careers, in their homes, and/or families with a husband and children. Well, no matter. So she'd said no to pastries. But coffee she needed. She'd stayed way too late yesterday prepping those walls for paint, checking and fixing pipes, and cleaning everything in sight. She had trained arms, or they'd be aching far more today. She took another sip of coffee flavored with a macchiato creamer and another breath of air. Besides the coffee aroma, the scent of leather and Jason's signature scent tinged the air. Pine oil. Thanks for picking me up. She sent a glance at his handsome profile. His lips curved up. My pleasure. He said it as if he weren't just polite, as if he meant it and enjoyed her company. That gave her a pleasant jolt. The last time someone had taken care of her. Well, she could hardly remember. Grandpa and Grandma had certainly tried, but Grandpa had been busy providing for them, and Marlene had stolen most of Grandma's attention, which had been scattered on the best of days. Early on, Lara had realized she'd have to take care of herself and often others. Her current situation being a case in point. Having Jason helping her felt liberating. My fiancé was in the construction business, she volunteered, though she didn't understand why. Maybe she wanted to have a new man's perspective on the situation. The head of a large company, actually. Did she sound like she was bragging? Because she wasn't. But most likely Jason wasn't interested in her sorry romantic life. What happened? He sent her a glance before returning his attention to the road. Did he really want to know? It sounded like he did. But maybe he just wanted to fill the long drive with something. Well, apparently, something about waiting for the bride at the altar makes a groom realize he's in love with a bridesmaid. Despite lingering bitterness, she kept her tone light. What an idiot. You're better off without him. His fingers wrapped tighter around the steering wheel. My mother didn't think that way. Well, to be fair, my fiancé and I fought before the wedding. Turned out, he was under the impression I was going to quit my job when he proposed, though I told him no such thing. He said he didn't need a traveling wife. He needed a normal wife. A lump in her throat grew. She couldn't be a normal daughter, a normal child, or even a normal wife. She'd never fit into the mold. She raised her chin partly in defiance and partly out of habit. Nonsense. It's the 21st century, he said. She breathed easier. Well, it might be fine to judge someone else's situation. Jason likely wouldn't want a traveling wife either. After all, her ex's friends had agreed with him. Had they also agreed with him when he dated her best friend while engaged to Lara? They'd covered for him, so that ought to answer her question. He wasn't worthy of you. Jason said it like he meant it. He slowed down around a curve. Interestingly enough, he left her, too. For his secretary. Lara did her best to keep satisfaction out of her voice. At least, he had the decency to do it before the wedding. He and the secretary almost got married. Except the wedding planner was younger and more attractive. I guess, it was just a habit I didn't realize he had. Wow. You dodged a bullet there, didn't you? He stumbled. I didn't mean. I understand. She didn't feel the same bitterness she usually did while talking about her ex. Maybe she wasn't as much in love with him as with the idea of having a family of her own. A normal family, not a pretend one where the sister was really the mother. Where the child had to keep up the pretense and could only dream of meeting her real dad. What would Jason think of her story? The man beside her intrigued Lara, and his keen interest in her flattered her. Granted, she didn't have a great record with men, and two of her latest dates, who'd only tried to gain her trust to get the scoop on her famous clients, had proved it. Jason didn't give her the paparazzi vibe, though. Then who exactly was he? She was direct about the things she wanted to know and grateful he seemed to be the same way. I told you about my profession. What about yours? He winced. Why? Was it a painful subject? His fingers tightened around the steering wheel. I work from home as a software developer now. The rest of the time I clean the beach. Clean the beach, she echoed. She didn't expect that, but why not? It was a much-needed job, especially in the summer season. It's something we used to do when Danae was alive. It was the kind of person she was. With such raw pain and pride all tangled together like they'd been in those Christmas lights, Danae must be someone he'd loved deeply, probably still loved. Lara closed her eyes. She wanted to reach for his hand but stopped herself. She loved animals, too. He continued, his voice low, subdued. She had a chocolate lab just like Rocco Choco. We had it specially trained to be allowed into the hospitals to comfort patients. This time she didn't stop herself. She touched his hand, then withdrew hers fast in case he found it obtrusive. She sounds like an amazing person. A lump grew in her throat just listening to this. She could only imagine how he felt. She was. The lump clogged her throat now. There was no doubt. He still loved Danae, deeply and hopelessly, no matter how much pain it brought him. For a while, neither of them spoke. Then he slowed, and in a few seconds, she understood the reason. A brown sedan was on the side of the road, its bumper smashed like an accordion. Her gut twisted, but she did her best to assess the situation. No other cars on the side of the road, except the damaged one. We must be the first responders. No fire. Yet. No broken glass either, that I can see. No down power lines, which is a good sign. Call 911, he told her as he threw the truck into park, then turned on his emergency flashers to alert other drivers. Chapter 4. By the time she pulled her phone from her coat pocket and punched in the numbers, he was running to the vehicle. Her heart thudded in tempo with the beeps. What's your emergency? The female voice answered. Lara explained the situation as she got out of the truck and gave the nearest landmarks. Her insides trembled, and she took a deep breath, sprinting to the damaged car. It wouldn't do anyone any good if she panicked, only frighten the victims. After providing the information, she disconnected the call to have her hands free, in case he needed her help. Thankfully, no fluid was coming out of the vehicle. Jason smashed the window. Lara gasped. What in the world? The doors were locked. The driver's inside, and he appears to be unconscious. As she reached Jason, he sounded surprisingly calm, considering the situation. Now the question is, to move or not to move him? She glanced inside. The person in question was large, nearly 6 feet tall, dressed in a navy blue trench coat, and built like a linebacker. Moving him would be about as easy as lifting Jason's truck. Bright pink and blue gift boxes in the back of the car mocked the grim situation. Her rib cage constricted. A family must be waiting for this guy at home, preparing for Christmas, having no clue they might not see him alive again. Just like when she'd left for another one of her lucrative assignments, she'd had no clue it would be the last time she'd see Grandma. Stop such thoughts. Jason pulled his spine to its full capacity. It's usually best not to move the person because we don't know what injuries he might have. But what if the car explodes?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the same. Besides, if the guy isn't breathing, we need to start CPR. He threw her his keys. Take my keys and drive away. She snorted. Right. You're stuck with me, bud. That didn't sound right. Besides, no man had ever been stuck with her, not even her own father. And, other than her wedding fiasco, she always walked away first. His gaze flickered to her, but he didn't say anything. He opened the door from the inside and shook the man gently. Can you hear me? Will you allow us to help you? No response. His expression grave, Jason held a hand before the man's nose and mouth. I don't think he's breathing. I should start CPR as soon as I can. If you carry the upper body, I'll carry the legs. She volunteered and thanked all her weight training. You sure? Positive. He unclicked the seatbelt that had prevented the guy from flying into the windshield, then took several attempts to wiggle the man out of the seat. Meanwhile, she shrugged out of her coat and threw it on the ground a safe distance from the damaged car. Cold air penetrated her white sweater, but she didn't care. Adrenaline pumped through her veins, and worry pulsated in her temples. 1, 2, 3. Go. When she picked up the man's legs in heavy brown leather boots, her muscles strained. She harumphed but held on strong. Jason sent her a concerned glance. Too heavy? She shook her head vigorously. No, it's fine. Let's do this. Together, Jason and Lara lifted the guy and placed him on her coat. He leaned close to the stranger's face and frowned. She got the message. I'll do the breathing while you do the chest pumps. His eyes widened. You know how to do CPR? I have to. Other first aid, too. A few clients fainted during their training sessions. I'll start the count. Her insides trembled, but her voice somehow didn't. They worked in tandem, and moments stretched like her strung nerves. A vein pulsed in Jason's neck, and he whispered something. A prayer. Her relationship with God was complicated, especially after losing her grandmother, but she managed to say a prayer of her own. Every second seemed to last a lifetime, and her pulse became a staccato against the background of roaring motors from vehicles passing by. Tension smelled like car fumes now as she did her best to put oxygen into the man's lungs. It was oh so wrong timing to notice how amazingly bright blue Jason's eyes became. When the stranger started coughing and sputtering and then, yes, breathing, she thought her own heart was about to stop. A siren wailed in the distance, and by then, more cars had stopped nearby, though she hadn't noticed until now. Her muscles ached as if she'd run 5 miles, and relief flushed over her when she could let paramedics take over. The police car showed up at the same time, and Jason and Lara gave their statements, whatever little they'd seen. When they made it back to his truck, his face was ashen. Her own insides were in turmoil. He turned on the engine but waited several heartbeats as if trying to gather his bearings. She reached for his hand. You did great there. You really did. Then she mentally scolded herself and moved her hand back. What was with all the touching? Was she looking for tangible proof of a connection between them? Did she desperately need to form a bond with him, especially after the excruciating moments of not knowing whether they were going to save a life? It used to be my profession. I was a paramedic once upon a time. Obviously, not any longer. I just couldn't. Her eyes widened as his voice trailed off. Oh. Wow. Well, that was eloquent. But she didn't know what else to say, what else to do. The man had more mysteries than she'd realized. Had Danae's death affected him so badly that he'd uprooted his life as he'd known it? Given up things that had mattered to him? Her heart ached for him, but she had no clue how to help. Did she even have it in her to help him heal when, even decades later, she couldn't heal herself? In the afternoon, Lara dipped the roller into the tray with porcelain white ceiling paint and moved it over the surface. She had decent biceps, but holding her arms above her head as she painted still got to them. She forgot to put goggles on, so tiny white dots covered her face now, as well as her arms and the fronts of her t-shirt and faded overalls. Thankfully, she tucked her hair under an old worn-out cap, or she might have to resort to a haircut. She perked up as she balanced her weight on the ladder. Happily, the ceilings in the living room and kitchen were now pristine white, and half of the bedroom ceiling was done, showing a stark contrast to the dingy gray. The house looked cheerier already. Or maybe the hammering outside her house was what put a smile on her face and a song in her heart. Jason was working on the wheelchair ramp, as promised. As if conjured up by her thoughts, the sound of footfalls in the hall made her glance down. Her heart fluttered as he approached. What was it about a man wearing a tool belt that made him instantly more attractive? Not that he needed any help in that department. She wasn't a woman who easily swooned, but seeing him with a crimson-red sweater stretching over his muscular torso and powerful tools gathered around his trim waist, made strange things happen to her heart. He looked up. Care to take a break? I've made turkey sandwiches. Sounds great. Despite being used to the food cooked by celebrities' personal chefs, she decided turkey sandwiches were her favorite food in the world. She took the paint tray as she walked down the ladder. His eyes had been so sad yesterday, but today a twinkle shone there again, like on a tree ornament if the light got in just right. Oh, those baby blues. Her foot missed a rung, and her arm flew to the ladder. Careful! Jason shouted, making her wince. In the process, she dropped the tray. With a flush of heat hitting her, she did her best to catch it. Normally, she would've. She had quick reactions. But this time, she watched the tray tumble down at the same time he rushed to her. She closed her eyes. That was what she'd gotten for losing herself in his ocean blue eyes. Did you catch it? Well, sort of. Are you okay? Yes. She made it the rest of the way down without an accident and studied him, then suppressed a grimace. He didn't catch the tray, but he did catch a lot of paint. Oops. She spread her arms. She'd never been this inattentive before. What was happening to her? Jason. She'd been too distracted by his eyes to pay attention to where she was going. This needed to stop. He grinned. It's okay. Could be worse. I could be wearing hot pink paint right now. His contagious smile was as easy to return as it seemed easy to give. Pink would look good on you. But don't worry. I'd help you get it out of your hair. Her cheeks warmed and probably turned the color she'd mentioned. Hot pink. Did she just offer to shampoo his hair? And why did that idea send pleasant tingles over her skin? I'm going to take a shower and bring those sandwiches. His no-nonsense words interrupted her wayward thoughts. Right. Good. Right. Rather convenient to have the man she liked living next door. More heat flushed her cheeks. What was she thinking? I need a shower. She stumbled. Not because I stink, but the ceiling paint. She cringed. Her flirting skills weren't rusty, they'd corroded through and disintegrated a long time ago. He leaned toward her, making her stare in those baby blues despite her best intentions. Actually, you smell wonderful. Lavender? She mentally patted herself on the back for sprinkling on a little perfume in the morning. It wasn't like one could wear a great dress and high heels on the ladder. Good guess. After closing the door behind him, she sprinted to the shower. She chose the lavender-scented shampoo. Not because he'd seemed to like the scent, but because it was one of only 2 shampoos she had on hand. Besides, Grandma liked it, too. Grandma had often smelled like lavender and apple pies she baked. Considering that Lara had never met a pie she couldn't burn, she'd chosen to carry the scent of lavender with her and sometimes pretended her grandmother had just left the room. Lara blinked fast, and the hot water washed away a lonely tear. Her heart drumming in anticipation of seeing Jason soon, she showered fast and scrubbed away sealing paint from her skin until it looked, well, hot pink. She dried her hair and chose white slacks and a hand-knit lavender-hued sweater Grandma had made, an outfit a bit too fancy for lunch at home. Blessed with a good complexion, she'd rarely used makeup. This time, however, she searched the bottom of her purse for a mascara that had most likely expired and dabbed the wand against her eyelashes, then bit her lips to bring out a brighter color. At the sound of the door opening, she dashed to the hall. Due to her pitiful cooking skills, she found a man who cooked, even if it was just sandwiches, even more alluring than a man with a tool belt. Then she remembered. Oops. I don't have a dining table. Another thing on her mile-long to-do list. It's okay. We'll come up with something. And they did. They used paint buckets and the door someone removed from the office entrance to create a makeshift table. 2 more buckets served as chairs. Her clients with their luxurious mansions would likely faint if they saw her now. You don't mind, do you? She waved at the humble accommodations. Not at all. I lived in much worse conditions for a few years. He didn't say anything else, but the words made her wonder. He said grace, and she contributed a half-hearted amen. Her faith was like sea foam, just on the surface, never too deep, and she had a sudden longing to know God like Jason did. Or maybe it was a selfish wish to finally rely on someone other than herself. Besides turkey, the sandwiches included some kind of a yummy paste that consisted of olives, tiny pieces of cucumbers, and she wasn't sure what else. Eating from napkins and drinking orange juice from disposable cups wasn't ideal, but he didn't seem to mind. After a few delicious bites, she asked, "So you left your hometown for a while?" It might be straightforward, but then she was a straightforward kind of person. He looked away, then met her gaze. His eyes darkened and clouded, and a storm raged in them now. Yes. After Danae's death, I became unhinged. I couldn't stay where everything reminded me of her. So I drove without a destination. For days, I often skipped meals, and, well, showers. I overnighted in motels that didn't look safe. I just stopped caring. Her heart twisted with an aching. I'm so sorry. But you're better now. You came back. You care about life again, right? His mirthless chuckle rasped against her ears. I came back, but not voluntarily. I ended up living on the streets. Eventually, I caught pneumonia from sleeping on the cold ground, and some kind soul took me to the hospital. Christina found me there. My cousins had been searching for me for a while. They wanted me back in their lives, even if I didn't want to be in theirs. Lara tried to find the right words. She was so not good at this. She took a sip of her orange juice. It's good to have family that cares. With Grandpa and Grandma gone, Lara felt alone in the world. Marlene had her own family now that kept her busy, and their relationship wasn't super close to start with. But it wasn't about Lara. They do. Once the fever subsided and I started feeling better, Christina brought a mirror to help me shave. I couldn't recognize the man I'd become. My cousins told me everything that happened while I was away. They were happily married now. They had kids I'd never met. He visibly swallowed, then drained his paper cup as if to wash away a bitter taste in his mouth. You were grieving. She reached for his hand when he put his cup down and let her fingers linger on his. He stared at their intertwined hands. Yes. But I was wasting my life. Danae wouldn't have been proud of the person I turned out to be. So I returned here to get to know my cousin's kids, my nieces and a nephew, I guess technically cousins once removed, or whatever you call those relations, to spend time with the people who loved me even when I didn't deserve it. I'm a long way away from healing, but I'm trying. That's all we can do. That was all she could do, too. I know I'm not your family, but I'm here for you, too. Did she say too much? Well, while I'm here. Talk about awkward. His gaze softened. I understand. And thank you. Few things could bring people closer than shared pain, and she felt closer to Jason than to the people she'd known for years. After they disposed of the paper cups and napkins, he returned to building the ramp, and she changed into her overalls and a long-sleeved t-shirt and continued painting the ceiling. As white covered the gray, it reminded her about a scene in the past. White as snow. White as a wedding dress. She'd donated hers. It was a simple silk sleeveless gown with not a swatch of lace or decoration. The food in her stomach soured with the acidic memories flooding her. Chapter 5. The embarrassed best man, avoiding her gaze, had read a text message from the guy she thought she'd spend the rest of her life with, the guy who'd walked out the side door as his bride walked down the aisle. A collective gasp resounded through the church. Her first thought was like a punch in the gut. She was someone's mistake again, the mistake that needed to be corrected. Only the shame now was her own. Her gaze traveled over her friends and family, reading pity on many of their faces. Everything inside her shook, and she craved invisibility. Something broke in her, something irreplaceable. Air left her lungs and didn't want to return. The dress felt tight, suffocating, constricting her, the wrong dress on the wrong body because she wasn't a bride any longer. Her arms moved helplessly, but no sound came out of her mouth as if she were the rag doll she'd played dress-up with as a child. She wanted to be a rag doll because then she wouldn't have a heart and it wouldn't be hurting right now. She needed to run out of the church and keep running, as far as possible. Marlene was gaping, and Lara knew she couldn't lean on her mother. But neither could she dissolve into a puddle of tears, no matter how much she wanted to. Murmurs started, growing louder, deafening her. Her gaze stopped on Grandma, who was trying to get up from the front pew, leaning heavily on her cane. Concern for Grandma overcame the stupor, and Lara rushed to her. Please be careful. It's going to be all right, dear. Her grandmother patted Lara's hand. Lara wasn't sure whether Grandma meant the wedding, Lara's life, or herself, but it became possible to draw in a breath again. The lavender scent emanating from Grandma somewhat soothed Lara's raw nerves. Then Grandma stood in front of the altar, and everyone quieted. Though her posture wasn't ramrod straight, her voice was clear. We're inviting everyone to the reception to celebrate the happy event. More gasps. People must have thought Grandma was senile. To celebrate the day that prevented my beautiful granddaughter from making the biggest mistake of her life. Lara's eyes widened. Was Grandma so upset that she'd let the family secret, carefully guarded for years, slip? Did she just say? You mean your daughter, someone shouted. Grandma wrapped her arm around Lara and raised her chin. Marlene stepped forward, determination such as Lara had never seen, raising her chin as well and stiffening her jaw. She meant what she said. Lara is my daughter. And just like that, Lara reclaimed a part of herself, reclaimed a relationship with the woman who'd given birth to her. She wasn't whole and complete yet, and more pain would come after the numbing shock wore off. But at the same time her heart was destroyed, she'd been given a precious gift of being acknowledged for who she was. She took in the stunned people and found her voice, which turned out stronger than she'd expected. Thank you for coming today. Please join us, and I hope everyone will have a great time. At the restaurant, painstakingly decorated with white bows, paper bells, and fresh fragrant hydrangeas, she floated among guests. All the white reminded her of winter and frozen feelings. She held her head high and glided along, elegant and smooth like a swan. Smiling didn't take as much effort as she'd expected. Maybe because Grandma's encouraging gaze kept Lara above the surface of despair. After a while, the strangest thing happened. She went light with relief, as if she were ready to take off from the ground. As if she wasn't as much in love as she'd thought she was. Betrayal still cut deep and would for a long time, and humiliation burned her insides, but not the loss. Not the loss. After Marlene married, when Lara was in her early 20s, she'd told Lara every time they met that she needed to settle down, get married, have children. Eventually, it imprinted on Lara's mind. Lara was 36 then, after all. Marlene's voice in her head had become her own. When a successful marriage candidate had come along and seemed to fall head over heels over her, Lara had tried the bridegroom's tuxedo on him in her imagination and figured he'd fit well enough. Eventually, she'd convinced herself she was in love. The reception was a success. Okay, she might have smudged the cake somewhat when she ripped out the bridegroom figurine. But the guests seemed to enjoy themselves, and the live band, the famous singer was one of her former clients, filled the room with delightful music and dancing guests. Grandma even managed to get a refund for the honeymoon trip. She may have or may have not mentioned possibly having a heart attack to the travel agent. Lara whirled in several dances and laughed at silly jokes made by her partners who tried to alleviate her mood. She was going to be okay, really, as she danced at the edge of regret and hurt. Many glorious toasts were said in her honor as if she were celebrating. What did she celebrate? Herself? When she brought a slice of wedding cake to Grandma, Lara studied the familiar face, every wrinkle a road to love. Would you like me to take you home? A half-smile etched the dear face. No. I'm enjoying myself. You've done great. No, you've done great. Thank you for the gift of you. Lara hesitated, then added, for the gift of truth, too. I'm sorry it took me this long. Grandma's pale gaze darted away, then found Lara's again. You'll find love again, true love. Lara sighed. She wasn't sure she believed it any longer. How do you know? How will I know? She'd dated plenty of wrong for her guys before and had nearly married one. Her judgment about men must be skewed, a lot. Grandma took a tiny bite of the cake. When you meet him, you'll know. Would she, though? Who was the man God had chosen for her? Her true north to whom she was supposed to be traveling? It couldn't be a handsome neighbor with sad eyes and a kind but broken heart, could it? Of course not. In less than 3 weeks, she was going to leave, and that was that. Lara was one of those few people who loved thunderstorms. When she woke up the next morning and stretched, she felt it, even with closed windows. A shift in the air. The feeling. The diminishing light. And a nagging in the rib that had once been broken. Okay, maybe she didn't love thunderstorms as much after all. She got out of the makeshift bed and slipped her feet into fuzzy white slippers, then walked to the window and opened the freshly washed curtains. Wow. Awed by God's beauty, she braced a hand on the windowsill, breathing in the glory spreading out before her. She'd never tire of this spectacular view, of the waves caressing the shore, of the depth of mystery and the promise of eternity. Then gray clouds confirmed her suspicions. A little groggy, she needed a kick of energy. She pressed the button on the coffee pot in the kitchen and hurried to the office where she powered up her laptop. She stole a glance at the cerulean blue house opposite her. Was Jason up already? Should she invite him for breakfast? A jolt of her heart told her it wouldn't be a good idea. After her engagement fiasco, she'd kept her relationships short and simple, concentrating on her career. Not many men could survive her nomadic lifestyle, and she'd accepted it. Besides, she didn't want to make another mistake or, worse, be someone's mistake again. She'd had enough of that in her life. Jason was different. Despite the connection between them, despite the attraction, she felt he couldn't just be a guy to spend time with and leave behind when the time came. He was nursing a wound already. She didn't need to inflict another one. Yesterday, she'd told him she wasn't looking for romance, watched his eyes become duller, and ignored her own pain. So no breakfast offer. Her heart danced at the edge of regret, but she squared her shoulders and marched back to the kitchen. As she drank aromatic coffee and munched on oatmeal with peaches and fat-free plain yogurt with blueberries, She sent a few emails to her clients with her personal recommendations and videos that were astonishingly becoming popular. Maybe it was her warped sense of humor or the attempts to make workouts as entertaining as possible. Or, most likely, it was simply God's blessing. She'd thought more about God in the last few days than in her lifetime. Could Jason's faith be rubbing off on her? Yes, she liked Jason. And she loved this place, especially now that it was becoming lighter and cleaner, revealing the beauty she'd suspected was there when she'd first seen it. Could she? She shook her head as her fingers flew over the keyboard. She'd found a great career, worked hard for it, literally poured her blood, sweat, and tears into it, though thankfully mostly sweat. She'd be a fool to throw it all away now. So when Jason showed up to install safety bars in the bathroom and repair the stairway, she answered his questions as coldly as she could. She hated seeing light drain away from his eyes. He glanced out the large window. "There's a thunderstorm coming." She nodded. She probably looked like a cloud herself. They worked in silence, him in the bathroom, her painting the walls. She loved the paint texture, smooth like ice cream, but even brightened walls and the promise of rain didn't lift her spirits. As a child, she'd looked forward to thunderstorms like other children looked forward to sunshine. The sound of thunder, the flashes of lightning made her pulse quicken, made her feel truly alive. It was also nearly the only time she'd felt close to Marlene, who didn't like thunderstorms at all. They'd huddle in the room, and Lara would tell Marlene silly stories from the books Grandma had read her. Wincing from thunder, Marlene would listen to her, despite being 15 years older. And for a few glorious moments, Marlene had needed her and maybe even loved her, just a little. Sometimes Grandpa and Grandma would join them to make sure they were all right. During thunderstorms, they were a real, close-knit family. Would she ever experience something like that again? Yesterday, she'd called Micah, who was still recovering in the rehab center after his accident, and he'd barely talked to her. So much for being a newfound family member. Loneliness hit hard, and Lara nearly dropped the roller. She glanced at her watch. Almost 2 hours had passed since they'd started. It wouldn't hurt anyone if she offered Jason some snacks, would it? After he'd shared sandwiches with her yesterday, it was only right for her to offer him some food today. "So are we friends?" she asked as they sat at the makeshift table of buckets and an old door. Then she cringed. From what she knew, no man wanted to be friend-zoned. He nodded. "Okay, then." Part of her was relieved. They were friends. For now. That was safer. But the atmosphere seemed to crackle with tension rather than relax with friendship. She got it. Her change in attitude from yesterday puzzled him. It puzzled her, too. And, she winced, hadn't she offered to be there for him yesterday, reached out for his hand? Now, she was as prickly as a barnacle. He was so close to her, close enough to reach, to touch, and yet he could be on a different continent. And she'd chosen it this way. She munched on cold cuts and an array of vegetables and cheeses without experiencing their taste. Then he started talking about Rocco Chaco's antics, and the corners of her lips lifted, as did her spirits. By the end of the brunch, laughter bubbled to the surface, escaping free, the way she'd once wanted to be. The way running made her feel sometimes. "Thank you for making me laugh," she said as they cleared the so-called table. "I needed it. You looked sad this morning." His gaze was pensive, compassionate. He didn't ask why, just left it at that. He'd been hurting inside, she'd known that. Yet he tried to comfort her in any way he could, despite the invisible barriers she'd placed between them. She marveled at the generosity of that. Once again, she lost herself in the blue pools of his eyes. And this time, she didn't want to be found. She shook her head to break the spell he seemed to have over her. "Care to take some fruit to the sunroom?" she heard herself saying. "Well, it's a misnomer right now as there's no Sunday." "I'd love to." He helped her cut apples and peel oranges. She arranged the slices and segments with grapes on the platter, a fresh, slightly tangy scent claiming the air. He carried it to the faded sofa the previous owner had left and Lara had scrubbed and vacuumed diligently. washed its pillows, too. And as they both looked at the ocean, she had to gaze out the window since looking at his handsome profile made her heart beat too fast. She told him about the day that was supposed to be the happiest day of her life. Her wedding day. In some twisted way, maybe it was. Fine, not the happiest day of her life, but not the disaster it could have been. You have an amazing grandmother. Leaning back against the sofa, he picked up an orange segment from the platter between them. Had, she whispered, a familiar lump forming in her throat. He stilled, the orange segment halfway to his mouth. A drop of juice dripped onto his jeans. Then he lowered the piece of orange back to the platter, wiped his hands on a napkin, and reached as though to hold her hand. Emotion filled his eyes as he jerked his hand back and rubbed it against his thigh. I'm so very sorry. Please accept my sincere condolences. Thank you. She kept silent until she could speak again. Or maybe you're right. I still have Grandma. In my heart. In my memories. In the scarves she left me. In the scent of lavender. And as crazy as it sounds, in this house. Though she'd much rather have Grandma in her life. Lara missed her with every cell in her body. Tears prickled behind her eyes. In a few more moments, she'd start crying, and that wouldn't do. In her chosen path, she couldn't show weakness. Ever. She got up before the floodgates could open. I have to return to work. He rushed to his feet. Me, too. Thanks for listening. Anytime. He paused as if he wanted to say something else but seemed to think better of it. Grandma had once said anyone would be glad to spend time together in the sunshine. It was time in the thunderstorms that counted, that showed the person's character. Would he risk getting soaked? Or would he close the door in your face? One thought pulsated in Lara's mind now. Jason was the man she could shelter with during life's thunderstorms. As she returned to her brushes and paint, she listened for the thunder, but none came yet. Grandma used to say rain was good because it fed the earth, watered soil. Little Lara had misheard it and thought it watered soul. She didn't question the strangeness of that, never questioned anything Grandma had said. Now she wondered whether she'd understood it right, after all. Souls needed rain and thunderstorms to grow. Jason and Lara broke for lunch later, and in the early evening, she shooed him home. Her muscles complained about fatigue, so his must be, too, and they'd accomplished a lot throughout the day. But mainly she didn't want him to walk through the rain. Her heart fluttered at the thought. She had an umbrella and could walk him home, but an umbrella was a tiny island for two, and she couldn't afford to be so close to him. Thunder's distant racket spurred her on. I'll fix the kitchen cabinets and help you with the floors tomorrow. He didn't say it as a question. For a moment, she bristled, then accepted help for what it was. Thank you.
Bye.
She closed the front door behind him. Her resolve didn't last long before she rushed into the office and watched him walk to the house. The heavy rain dropped as soon as he was inside, and lightning split the sky in two. She folded herself onto the window seat, soaking in the sight and the sound that echoed within her, meeting 1,000 mini thunder rumbles of her own. A curtain of water became a downpour fast. Her fingers traveled over the smooth window pane, and if it was in summer, she'd consider running outside to let droplets meet her skin, too. Meet her tears. That was another great advantage of the rain. One could cry then and tell herself it was only the rain. Water for the soul. Then she tensed. That couldn't be Jason, running outside? She leaped from the window seat. It was too cold, too windy, too thunderous to be outside. Why take the risk? She struggled into her raincoat and rubber boots, then picked up her umbrella. She must be trying to match his craziness with her own because she bolted outside and braced herself for the cold and the wind. But she didn't brace enough because both made her flinch, and a part of her wanted to return to warmth and safety. But the rest of her dashed to him. Chapter 6. What are you doing? Lara screamed over the wind. His frantic gaze bounced along the shore, the rollicking waves, the shivering trees, the unfeeling stones. Rocco Chaco escaped. Okay, she understood him now as her gut clenched. The goofy dog meant a lot to him. Hey, Rocco Choco meant a lot to her already, and she just met him. Let's see. I'll go to the left. You go to the right. We'll find him. The wind twisted her umbrella, attempted to jerk it out of her hands that could have used gloves. No, his gaze stilled on her and then sharpened. You go back inside. She nearly groaned. Really? You want to waste time here standing and arguing? He gave her a curt nod. Fine. But if you get pneumonia. Thanks to the not-so-great insulation, she'd worn a warm sweater and pants inside. I won't. I rarely get colds. I have a great immune system. That she'd probably inherited from her father because Marlene and Grandma could get a cold if someone just sneezed nearby. Not something to think about now, though. The wind whipped her hair around her face, and she drew a hood over her head. Her senses went on high alert, and her mind whirled and tumbled like kelp in the churning waves. Now, if she were a scared dog, where would she go? One obvious choice would be home, but that choice wasn't so obvious to Rocco Choco. Fine, considering all her travels, it wasn't so obvious to her either. Regret sliced her, left her bleeding. But one couldn't see blood in the rain either. Only feel it. She jogged, shouting for him, doing her best to spot his brown fur. Her heart sank into the sand at no results so far. There weren't many places to take refuge on the beach. Some driftwood, and she checked it fast. The boats. She sprinted to a row of overturned rental rowboats in the distance. She closed the umbrella and tossed it to the sand underneath one of the boats so it wouldn't fly away. Then her muscles strained as she tried to lift the next boat, scratched and battered. Wet fiberglass slipped in her fingers, probably leaving splinters. Gloves seemed like a better and better idea by the moment, and she grunted. What was the use of all her workouts if she didn't have enough strength when she needed it? What was the use of all her hard work if she wasn't there for the person who'd needed her the most? Well, the idea was silly anyway. If she couldn't lift the boat, Rocco Choco wouldn't be able to either. But he could have crawled under the sandy space beneath it. Could the wind be strong enough to lift it? It was shoving her off her feet, and she hid behind the boat, using it as a shield. Gnashing her teeth, as much from anger as to prevent them from stuttering, she made another attempt. The boat gave in this time, and it took her a second to realize it was because Jason lifted it with her. So much for going in different directions. Yet she shifted toward him, grateful for his presence. They checked all the boats. Then she picked up the umbrella, and they checked underneath the cars parked outside. She prayed harder than she'd ever done in her life. Well, fine, she didn't pray that hard before. Her teeth started stuttering again, and cold seeped into every bone. Worry about Rocco Choco, alone and scared in the storm, twisted her stomach, stole her breath away. No, that must be the wind that kept trying to rip the umbrella from her hands. The wind ripped the umbrella inside out, breaking its fragile arms. Scowling at the now useless thing, she had difficulty remembering why she loved thunderstorms so much. You need to go home. Jason's gaze narrowed on her, growing more concerned. Home. Did she have one? She had a house, not a home. She snorted, unladylike, but the howling wind covered the sound. He rubbed her cold hands, and she didn't remove them, ignoring the ping in her heart. She needed the warmth badly. She needed him. No. Wrong. She pulled her hands back, shoved them in her pockets. Think. Rocco Choco would be hiding, but where? Or was he running somewhere, trying to outrun the storm, not knowing storms always tended to catch up with you? Worse, could he have run out to the road? With visibility this low, a rare driver might not notice him. Her stomach dropped. Hopefully the former. She replayed the neighborhood layout in her mind, paying special attention to the porches. Having a good memory helped. Which porch could have a crawl space underneath? Then she perked up. Actually, let's go to my house. Finally. Jason nodded. They sprinted back to her place as much as soggy sand allowed, and she was grateful he kept up with her. After her lifetime of running, in several senses, not many people did. Once they were close, she didn't rush on the porch, but close to it. Disregarding the dirt, her raincoat was wet and muddy by now anyway, and her pants were soaked, she dropped on her knees. Lord, please help my guess be right. Jason seemed to understand her intentions as he knelt near her and called for Rocco Chaco softly. After a few excruciating moments, she saw the eyes first as Rocco Chaco crawled forward. Her heart swelled, and happy tears rolled down her cheeks, mixing with the rain. Let's get him inside. Her voice sounded a bit hoarse. Let's get you inside. Jason gestured to the front door. And, thank you. He carried the large dog away as if he didn't even trust the leash now, and Lara stumbled into her house. With the adrenaline now gone, fatigue took over the vacated place. Shivering despite the heat she'd turned on earlier, she tried to hang her coat with trembling, numb fingers, but missed the hanger. The raincoat slid to the floor, and she needed to get to the hot shower so badly that she left it there. She peeled off wet clothes and left them behind her like a trail of crumbs, dropping the last ones in the smaller bathroom. Once in the bathroom, she stepped into the brand new tub and turned on the shower faucet, making the water as hot as she could tolerate. Her skin turned pink, the water nearly scalding her, but she couldn't warm up. She'd never be able to warm up. She shuddered as if cold gathered around her heart and didn't want to let go. So much for her great immune system. Eventually, her shivering subsided, and she dragged herself out of the sparkling white bathtub, toweled off, and wrapped up in the white bathrobe. A racket in the kitchen made her wince. Did she have an intruder?
Oh no.
She mustn't have locked the front door in her haste to get to the hot shower. But what thief in their right mind would go rob houses during a thunderstorm? She didn't own a gun, so she picked up a baseball bat. Her heart thudding in her ears, she plastered herself to the wall in the hall, then moved away slightly. It was freshly painted, after all. She crouched to the kitchen. Then she dropped the bat to the floor and laughed, her voice husky. You should be at home, warming up. And how is Rocco Chaco? Jason whirled around from the counter. Dry, fed, happy, and very well secured. I mean, the dog. I figured. She studied him. His dark hair looked wet, but it could be from the shower. He wore drier jeans, with some splattering at the cuffs, and his warm Christmas sweater with a reindeer caused the urge to snuggle against his chest. Arg. What was she thinking? What are you doing here? She asked more gruffly than she'd intended. Making you hot tea. I also brought chicken soup I made. Was this extra care because she still didn't have a stove, it was supposed to arrive tomorrow? Or simply because he cared about her? He'd used the microwave to make her tea. The aroma of mint spread through the room. Something hard inside her softened. Thank you, but you didn't have to. Her throat scratched, and a cough escaped her lungs. Just great. His eyes narrowed, concern or guilt. Obviously, I needed to. She dismissed it with a wave of her hand. She was the one who took care of people, not the other way around. As a child, she'd run from Grandma to Marlene and back when they'd been in beds with flu. Lara had carried cough mixtures, warm blankets and socks, cups with hot tea, mint being Grandma's favorite, too, bowls of chicken soup, and anything else they'd needed. Lara hadn't gotten sick once, and secretly, she'd wanted to a few times. It would have been nice to be the one to be fussed over. Remember, I rarely get colds. It would have sounded more persuasive if it wasn't followed by a cough. Heat rose inside her. He'd already picked up her soggy clothes from the hardwood floors and must have put them in the washing machine, because it was whirring in the background. Do you have a fever? He eyed her slightly flushed face. It was difficult to believe that just minutes ago she'd been shivering because more heat rose inside her. I didn't pack a thermometer. Thankfully, he'd guessed that much, so he handed her the one he'd brought. Soon enough, he read the numbers. She had a small fever, not super alarming, but not super calming either. He brought a pulse oximeter, too, but her oxygen levels were good. He likely had a blood pressure monitor handy at home, too. "Do you miss being a paramedic?" she blurted out. There was something admirable about a man who'd wanted to be there for the people in the worst moments of their lives. He'd probably saved a lot of lives, as well. He looked away. "I do. But I can't go back. I just can't. All my skills were worthless when it counted. I couldn't save Danae." She shouldn't have asked. Her cheeks burned, or maybe her fever was increasing, just like her attraction to him. His suggestion to take her to a doctor was quickly dismissed. They set up the table, and though she didn't have much of an appetite, which didn't happen to her often, and chicken soup wasn't her type of food, she wouldn't refuse his kind offering. "Do you have cold medicine?" he asked. "Cough syrup?" Her hand with the spoon stopped midair. "Why would I have it if I never get colds?" She held in another cough before it could disprove her point. The cough didn't like it and wiggled to get out. He tilted his head. "Right. That was what I thought. So I brought you some." He refilled her mug with tea. "Drink up. You'll need lots of liquids." Warmth spread through her together with the hot liquid as she took more sips. Why did he have to be so nice? He made it difficult to keep him at arm's length. And in her weakened state, she didn't want to. Her earlier desire to snuggle up to him, to find a safe haven in his arms returned. "Are you up to watching a movie?" His eyes searched her face as if she were a movie herself, and a fascinating one at that. Or was this a ploy to make sure she stayed hydrated? "Are you trying to treat me as if I'm a child?" Her chin went up. Even when she'd been little, she'd been the grown-up in the family. A small childish voice told her she'd missed out. What was wrong with her? She'd once longed to matter to someone, to have other people make her tea and chicken soup. No, his eyes darkened with emotion she didn't recognize, or rather didn't dare to. "I just care." Her mouth slackened, and her half-full mug nearly sloshed tea over its edge. Maybe this was the Christmas gift she hadn't asked for, but God had given her anyway. However, it was also a gift she couldn't keep, and longing unraveled her carefully knit-together strength. Against her better judgment, she nodded. "I'd love to watch a movie. A Christmas one, maybe? Spirit of the season and all." They snuggled up on the faded sofa in front of the big screen TV that had arrived earlier today. She'd been right. Snuggling against his broad chest was surprisingly comfortable, and a pleasant wave spread inside her as if her wandering heart finally found a home. The domesticity of it made her shift a little. It was as if she were playing a role in a movie like the actresses she'd helped get in or stay in shape. Yet she stayed close to him, breathing his signature pine oil scent and watching two people find each other and love right before Christmas. True to his word, he kept mugs with hot tea coming, one of them to flush down over-the-counter pills, and she'd become warm. Maybe even a part of her, frozen after the betrayal of several people, thawed out a bit. After her disastrous wedding day, she'd stopped trusting her instincts when it came to men. She'd treated relationships like migrating birds treated small islands, just places to rest on the way to their destination. But the man beside her wasn't an island. He was someone who truly cared, and she had no clue what to do about it. She didn't want to become another wound for him. For now, though, she could drink in his strength just like she drank in the tea and let herself enjoy the new sensations. Worry tightened her gut for a moment that she'd start sweating. She'd never been vain, but it wasn't something she wanted to add to her already swollen nose. Rain pelted outside, but no thunder crackled now. Jason wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and her heartbeat increased. Then calmness overtook her, and a satisfying warmth, or it might be all the tea she drank, loosened her taut muscles. Her eyes fluttered closed. Maybe thunderstorms were her friend, after all. Chapter 7. This was ridiculous. Bad enough that the stranger next door was constantly on his mind, she invaded Jason's dreams, too. "What do you think about it, Rocco Choco?" Jason put his pet on the leash for their morning walk as he recalled his dream. Rocco Choco licked Jason's hands and wagged his tail. Jason gave the labs back a good rub, grateful for the clean bill of health the veterinarian had given Rocco Chaco this morning. Grateful that Lara had helped find him yesterday. Lara. Here we go again. Jason and Rocco Chaco hurried out the door. The humid air was almost too thick to breathe. A few broken branches littered the yard, so he moved them to a pile to pick up later. The ocean had brought more driftwood yesterday, and he added it to the fallen branches. But the sun was shining now, and otherwise, it didn't look like a storm had raged here just a day ago. As they walked, his gaze kept sweeping the shore, but no one jogged today. Not even Lara. His heart constricted. It's probably because of the weather, he muttered. Rocco Chaco glanced back and led Jason to Lara's house. Maybe he loved that spot under the porch. But no, Rocco Chaco kept going to the front door. Jason had recently painted vivid emerald green. Good boy. He petted Rocco Chaco. Now Jason had an extra excuse to ring the bell. Besides the need to check on Lara. She did cough yesterday and had been slightly feverish, and he needed to make sure she was okay, didn't he? Only silence replied to the doorbell ringing. He frowned, an uneasy feeling in his stomach, and he said a prayer for her, like he'd done many times yesterday. When Rocco Chaco whined, Jason pressed the bell button again, and his frown deepened. He tried the handle, but the door was locked. Finally, the door opened. Whoa. Dark smudges spread under her eyes, and an unhealthy flush colored her skin. You look horrible. He cringed. Talk about putting his foot into his mouth again. Wow, thanks. Her voice was hoarse, and a cough interrupted her words. I meant, you look sick. Just great. If not for him and Rocco Chaco, she wouldn't be sick right now. I can take you to a doctor. That's the least I can do to thank you for helping us yesterday. She sniffled. I'll be fine. No need. Please? Fine. Grimacing, she opened the door wider and moved aside to let them in. He walked inside. The house still smelled like mint tea, and it brought the memory of having his arm around her while they watched the movie, warming him. Then worry for her constricted his rib cage. I'll bring a doctor to you. I want to make sure your lungs are clear and you don't need antibiotics. Her flushed face made his eyes narrow. You might need a stronger fever reducer, as well. I can, she covered a sneeze with her elbow, go to the doctor, another sneeze cut in, on my own. 2 more sneezes punctuated the sentence. Rocco Chaco hid behind Jason as if afraid to be sneezed away. Why did she have to be so stubborn? Bless you, he said as he brewed her more tea, adding more mint aroma to the air. Thank, 1 more sneeze, you. Bless you again. At least he didn't add, 100 times. How about I drive you to the clinic? He'd call to make sure that the doctor was in. He'd never been so grateful for Chapel Cove expanding in his absence and more health professionals moving to work here. I can, a few more sneezes. He decided not to count and drive. Jason waited for more sneezes before answering, but he received a moment of silence. Not for long, because she started coughing. He handed her the cup and lifted his hands in surrender. Of course, you can. But it's not a good idea to drive with a fever and after drinking cough medicine. Humor me, okay? Rocco Chaco gave a few barks from a safe distance. See? Rocco Chaco adds his vote. Jason gave her a sheepish grin. Besides, how are you going to finish your house repairs if you're sick? No way was he going to let her paint in this condition. She sank onto the chair and took a few careful sips. Fine. Let me finish this tea. Then I'll get ready. She covered her mouth with her sleeve to cough again. Did you take some cough syrup? He considered making her breakfast, but getting her to a doctor was more urgent. They could stop at Eileen's on the way. Of course, toast wouldn't take much time to make. That was, if she had a toaster. He glanced in the cupboards. Or some pots and pans for an omelette. The absence of cooking utensils gave him a painful twinge. Another reminder she wasn't going to stay. She straightened her spine. Yes. The cough syrup you brought tasted horrible. And it's not working. Jason didn't take it personally. Hopefully, the doctor would be able to prescribe something more efficient and more taste bud pleasing. I'll drop off Rocco Choco and drive up in a few minutes. Or do you need more time? Some women could take hours getting ready, and he should remember that. Give me about 15 minutes. She grimaced. I just want to make sure I won't scare anyone with the way I look. He was grateful she stopped sneezing, and by the look of Rocco Choco stretched on the floor, the dog was grateful, too. He said a few more prayers for her healing in his mind. You're still beautiful, Jason whispered. She scoffed as she drained the cup and got up. That's not what you said when you got here. I meant you looked sick and I worried about you. He said a prayer for her. Her gaze softened. Thank you. You're a great neighbor and friend. Right. The issue was he wanted to be much more. And he meant it when he complimented her. Even with swollen eyes, a red nose, he wisely didn't mention Rudolph the reindeer, or he'd probably get the empty mug thrown at him, matted hair tangling to one side, and prolonged coughs. She made his heart beat faster. Rocco Choco probably regretted voting to take her to the doctor as Jason dropped him at his place, but the dog didn't complain much. Jason gave him his kibble and fresh water, plus a few chew toys as a method of compensation. He called Christina for the clinic's phone number and operational hours, then spent extra minutes persuading his worried cousin that he wasn't the one who was sick. He called the clinic to make sure a walk-in was okay. By the time he drove up to Lara's house, she'd walked down the porch. She moved slower than usual, and her white scarf covered her mouth, but her skin had returned to its healthy color already, lifting his spirits. However, she still coughed and held a handkerchief to her mouth as if her nose was running. She slid inside, and he took off. Thankfully, the visit didn't last too long. Her lungs were clear, and her oxygen levels and blood pressure were excellent. But she did have a fever and a cough, and the doctor wanted to draw labs. He also prescribed some fancy cough medicine and pills and advised her to drink lots of liquids. Well, whether you want it or not, you're stuck with me for a few days. Jason did his best to keep his tone light as he drove to the pharmacy. He suspected she was used to being strong, to standing on her own 2 feet, and what she told him about her childhood and her job confirmed it so far. She coughed a little, then pulled her shoulders back. I don't want to be a burden. You're not. You'd never be. She was a woman who already mattered to him too much. Lara slogged up her porch steps after Jason brought her home and insisted on fetching the things from the store. He returned and supplied her with more endless cups of tea and cans of chicken soup. She didn't have the heart to tell him now that she'd never liked chicken soup. Then he fluffed her pillows and kept tissues coming. As embarrassing as it was to have a runny nose and puffy eyes in front of him, a pleasant feeling spread in her at all his attention. He sat on the edge of her makeshift bed, just a mattress with sheets, a pillow, and a blanket, really. It might not be the best time to ask, but would you like to spend Christmas with me and my family? And by family, I mean my cousins, their significant others and children, and Mrs. Paulson. What? Was this her fever talking? I mean. Never mind. I heard you. Her pulse quickened. She answered before she'd have a chance to change her mind. I'd love to. His face lit up. Great. While she was still feverish, she added, how about my house? As long as I'm not the one cooking. What was she doing? What did they put in that cough syrup? I mean, no offense, but it looks larger than yours. And it has a beautiful view. Well, your house has a beautiful view, too. Thank you. I enjoy cooking, and I'm sure Christina will volunteer to bring mashed potatoes and a green bean casserole. She does it every Christmas. Aileen will definitely bring her famous pastries. Mrs. Paulson already said to put her down for pies, though they'll be store-bought, not homemade. Great. Well, not so great, because Lara went from deciding not to celebrate Christmas to offering to host it. Which meant she'd meet the rest of his family. Maybe it was a good thing she was feverish, medicated, and not thinking straight. Otherwise, she might freak out. If you don't mind, I'd be glad to take you up on this kind offer. Your house's view is better. He studied her. Because yours has you. This was a mistake. Lara repeated it several times as she sat in the rehab center parking lot 3 days later. Her head was clear now, and she didn't feel as if she were swimming inside jello. She wouldn't have gone close to people who might have compromised immune systems if she was still contagious. There wasn't a trace of a cough, which was a blessing. Being able to breathe without blowing her nose and not doubling over from sneezing were additional blessings. How ironic that she'd wanted to get a cold as a child to be fussed over. Yet it counted as many blessings that Jason had stayed by her side all 3 days, bringing her tissues, tea, soup, crackers, cough lozenges, pills, pillows, and a myriad of other things. If she'd asked for the moon from the sky, he'd probably try to get it for her, too. How could one resist getting attached to such a man? But resist she must. And right now, she needed to think about her mission. She didn't come all this way and renovate most of the house just to turn around and leave empty-handed. Then, of course, a promise was a promise. Outside, Christmas lights wrapped around 2 columns at the entrance and trimmed the eaves on an elegant stucco building the color of coffee, with too much milk. She'd been here before, doing her best to persuade Micah to stay with her once he was released. He'd have a separate room with a bathroom, so proprieties would be followed. Despite its cheerful facade, sadness lingered inside the place like the sense of antiseptics mixed with the aroma of stale bread. If the residents' stomachs didn't agree with the latest meal, even less pleasant scents could be added. People with broken bones were supposed to heal here. But from the lack of light in some residents' eyes, a lot of broken spirits also needed mending, and no one seemed to tend those. Even she, who could arrive and leave at her will, had something shrivel inside her during her first visit. She twisted her grip on the steering wheel, preparing herself for Micah's reaction. What was it about her that her closest relatives didn't want her in their lives? Her gut twisted, and she wished for a moment she'd never taken her DNA test, never entered her information on the website. Her grip tightened as if she were about to hoist weights. It was the wrong thing to wish for. Grandma had raised her better than that. Besides, Lara deserved to know about her origins. If this didn't work out, she'd hire a private investigator. Something she should have done ages ago. Finger by finger, she loosened her grip, then let those fingers travel over the smooth silk scarf. She wrapped them around its knot as if wrapping her fingers around Grandma's hand. A little bear winked at Lara from its spot on the rearview mirror, and tears prickled behind her eyes. Besides knitting scarves and sweaters, Grandma loved bears, and even her favorite pastry was bear claws. Lara had a collection of teddy bears while growing up. She still had them. Every single one. She squared her shoulders. It was time. Lord, please help this meeting go well. The previous ones weren't too promising. She stepped out of her car and breathed in fresh air as if she could carry it in her lungs for the entire visit. But she couldn't. Just as she couldn't bring Grandma back. It was the circle of life. Lara should be glad she had her grandmother in her life for as long as she had. Lara marched forward, welcoming the cruel wind rather than hiding from it. It was time to fulfill her promise to Grandma. The receptionist, a young perky redhead with a bright smile so different from the mood of the place, told her Mr. Lottie was in a recreation room, and gave directions. As Lara turned the corner into the room, the sparkling white Christmas tree dominating the far wall captivated her. Golden and silver glass ornaments and beaded garlands gleamed like the giant cutout snowflakes floating over the walls and the festive garlands wrapped around the columns. This place seemed to be big on columns. Round white tables seemed to ring a massive white piano, and all reflected in perfect focus from a big screen TV mounted on the wall but currently shut off. Some residents slumped in their armchairs, nodding off as if in the same state as the TV, just there. 2 of them wore casts, and 1 clutched a cane. A few older ladies played bingo. One of them yelled, "Bingo!" waking up a gentleman with the cane. He blinked, looked at her for some time as if trying to place her, then went right back to sleep. His cane clattered to the floor, but no one gave any notice. The man she'd come to see was staring out the window. Though he looked much younger than the others, his shoulders were hunched forward and his jaw tight set. Even without a DNA match, she could find similarities in their appearance, though he looked older. His hair was the exact chestnut shade as hers, and during the previous visit, she'd seen his eyes were hazel, just like hers. And like hers, his clothes were simple, jeans and an olive green sweater. She surprised herself by wishing for a cheerful Christmas sweater like the ones Jason seemed to favor. If not for his scowl, he might be considered handsome. Micah's grouchiness wasn't a trait she'd want to share. She walked to him, and in silence, they stared at pigeons in the courtyard picking at breadcrumbs someone had left for them. 2 sparrows tried to join the meal, but the pigeons had none of that. Micah didn't move, didn't acknowledge her presence. Finally, she spoke hello, as if to one of the pigeons. Chapter 8. Helping his current neighbor with her house repairs and flu recovery, and fine, enjoying her company, Jason missed out on visiting his previous neighbor for 3 days, and that just wouldn't do. Especially considering that weeks ago she'd broken her hip and been moved from the retirement home to the hospital and then to the local rehab center for recovery. Missing on the visits wasn't in the spirit of Christmas either. So he stopped by Eileen's Pastries for Mrs. Paulson's favorite dessert, bear claws, and then drove to rehab. He knew he'd find Mrs. Paulson at the bingo table. But he didn't expect to see Lara in the room as if conjured up by his thoughts. She stood by the window, her tense posture suggesting she didn't want to be here. A man in a wheelchair nearby grunted something, and her expression tightened further. What was going on? It was none of his business, of course. And Mrs. Paulson already dragged her feet in his direction, leaning heavily on the walker, but she didn't let it stop her. He bent to hug her tiny frame that seemed to be shrinking further, tenderness in his heart. Did you win? You know it. She studied him. Do you know this woman? What woman? He feigned indifference. Lara didn't seem to notice him yet, and he wanted to keep it that way. The one you kept staring at since the moment you came in. Mrs. Paulson swatted his hand and rolled her eyes. If I were 40 years younger, I'd be jealous. She bought your house. Lara Margulis. With all the proceedings done through a real estate agent, the 2 women had never met. He carefully led Mrs. Paulson away. Care to take a small walk outside? Get fresh air? Sure. It's a small world, isn't it? Her gaze became thoughtful. He'd get her a scooter, but the stubborn woman had announced they weren't for her. Besides, wasn't walking after hip surgery critical to improvement? He helped her put a coat on and wrapped a large gray scarf around her neck. It sure is. You must be wondering who she's talking to. Minutes later, Mrs. Paulson lowered herself on the bench overlooking the street. His name is Micah Lottie. He's the biggest grouch here, and this place is filled with them. Not that I blame them. Sparrows flew to her the moment she appeared, and she started throwing seeds to them. She used to feed the seagulls, and now he took on that duty. Do you believe God gives us signs? She asked. She moved slower than usual, and a shiver of worry traveled down his spine. What, like a trail of crumbs? He did his best to keep his tone light. Unlike the birds, his attraction to Lara didn't need any more feed. Maybe. There's a reason she moved to my place. She perked up, her eyes brighter. You know what? Bring her a Christmas tree. I left some boxes in the attic. No space here, and my relatives didn't care for them. You're welcome to use them for decorations. His heart gave a jolt. He loved that idea way too much. Thank you. That's kind of you. But I don't need you to play matchmaker. Lara doesn't intend to stay. Mrs. Paulson shook her head, her short white hair flying. Nonsense. What people intend and what happens are often 2 different things. She probably knew better than others did. Tenderness softening him, he rested a hand on her forearm. Mrs. Paulson, I didn't ask for your help. Angry words traveled out the door, cutting his response short as Lara pushed the man she'd been talking to outside in his wheelchair. The birds took flight despite the food. Believe me, I wouldn't be offering it if I didn't make a promise. For now, let's just enjoy our stroll. Somehow, her tired voice carried to them, the resignation in her bearing speaking louder than she did. I could tell you what to do with that promise, Micah grunted. Mrs. Paulson smiled at Micah as if she'd just seen a long-lost relative. I'm Mrs. Paulson. Let's go inside, and I'll teach you how to play bingo. The guy frowned. I just got out here. And I'm not interested in bingo. The woman's smile didn't waver. Then we'll watch a movie. Come on, or I'll insist on teaching you how to knit. Or would you prefer crocheting? The man blinked as if trying to gauge whether this was a joke or a threat or both, then huffed. Fine. Let's watch a movie. Mrs. Paulson beamed as if she accomplished something. Jason stepped forward. Let me roll you back in. Minutes later, he rushed back to the bench, half hoping he'd find Lara there but not sure he would. His heart stammered, then swelled when Lara looked up at him. He joined her without a word, no matter how much he was dying to know who the man was. A relative? Someone she'd had feelings for? The age difference was obvious, but still. And why did they quarrel? Micah Lottie is the reason I'm in Chapel Cove. The ramp and the rest of the accommodations are for him, she said to the pigeons who returned to pick up the remaining seeds. To help him recover after the accident once he's released from here. That only made more questions were in his mind. Jason kept them to himself. If she wanted to tell him, she'd do so. Any way I can help? You already did. Her gloved hand touched his, then moved back. She was a mystery, but he couldn't skip to the last page. He'd have to be patient. Do you believe God gives us signs? He repeated his former neighbor's question. There must be a reason they kept meeting like this. I guess. I mean, I hope so. Lara's voice was subdued. He prayed to God to lift her up. Then he followed her gaze as birds took flight and noticed longing in her eyes. Do you envy their wings? She turned to him, a profound sadness in her eyes. No. I used to. Until I learned that sometimes wings can be a burden. Was she crazy to do this? Lara sent off another workout video as she worked in the office room, but her thoughts kept returning to Micah. Surely, her grandmother would have released Lara from her promise if she knew how difficult the guy was making it for her. Despite the DNA test showing their shared blood, he was a stranger. He didn't welcome her or her attempts to help. He also refused to answer any of her burning questions. Just like her mother had. Her heart growing heavy, Lara glanced out the window, but she didn't see Jason. Emptiness expanded within her as if a part of her was missing. Well, with a father who had no clue about her and a mother who considered Lara a mistake, parts of Lara's life were missing since the moment she was born. The longing to see Jason surprised her, but it shouldn't. The doorbell made her hurry to the front door. It could be a mailman or, hopefully, Jason. She flung the door open and stared at a giant fir tree as its fresh scent invigorated her. Hello, she said to the tree. Jason's head popped out from around the branches. Hi. I took the liberty to bring you this. Hope you don't mind. She nearly swooned. That was the issue with getting attached to Jason, he was addictive. She craved more and more of that kindness, of that admiration in his blue eyes, of that feeling growing inside her. Thank you. That was nice of you. But I don't have any decorations. She stepped aside to let him in and closed the door once he was. She'd usually spent Christmases in her childhood home with Grandma. Now Marlene had inherited the house and the things inside it, including their Christmas decorations. Lara was fine with it, especially since her mother was on her own with 2 teenage children, legitimate this time. Marlene needed the place and everything it contained more than Lara did. Lara had only taken memories, scarves, and teddy bears, a whole collection of all 3. He shrugged. I can share my Christmas decorations. And Mrs. Paulson said you were welcome to help yourself to the things in the attic and use them as decorations if you'd like. She nodded. Please give her my heartfelt thanks. It was high time to check the attic. He brought the tree further down the hall and looked around. Where would you like me to put it? Good question. Living room, I guess. Lara had resolved to spend Christmas alone this year if Micah still refused to stay with her. Marlene had invited her, but Lara didn't have the emotional strength to be in that house without Grandma. Lara had friends, but her nomadic style had taken a toll on all her friendships. As she looked at Jason settling the tree in the corner, she knew the person she wanted to spend Christmas with. After the tree was standing upright and no longer threatening to fall, she led the way to the attic. She sneezed from dust once she climbed there. Okay, some cobwebs. She made her way through them and sneezed again, scaring a spider away. Correction, lots of cobwebs. And a few boxes, also covered in dust. She glanced back. Do you know which one we should open first? I'd start with the closest one. She nodded. Fair enough. So she bent down, blew away the dust, and opened the first box in front of her. Then she froze. A plush teddy bear with worn-out ears looked back at her with plastic eyes. Jason's earlier question about the signs from God rang in her ears as she touched the soft fabric. Tears prickled behind her eyes, but she kept them at bay. Of course, it wasn't one of her grandmother's teddy bears. It was silly to get sentimental over a toy that was too popular for her to find any hidden meaning in its presence. Are you okay? Jason placed his hand on her forearm. Yes, she answered. She'd learned early on that no one, except her grandparents, had wanted to hear about her issues. Jason and Lara stared at his hand on her skin, and warmth tingled through her. He cleared his throat and removed his hand, and she had the same feeling as before, as if part of her became missing. In her travels, she'd gone to the destinations where her clients were. She didn't look for the missing parts of herself, didn't search for someone to complete her. Or maybe she did and didn't realize it. But while his fingers moved away, his gaze lingered, stirring a thunderstorm of sensations. The attic space, too small for his large frame, made him fold into himself, stand close. More warmth spread through her. A little closer, and she'd feel his breath on her skin. And she wanted it. She wanted the storm of sensations to claim the emptiness inside, wanted his breath on her skin, wanted his lips on hers. She'd stayed on the islands of loneliness for so long, but did she dare cross the ocean to the continent of together? Lara, his voice became husky, brewing more undercurrents of those sensations inside her. Her heartbeat picked up, and she shifted toward him, a wave of anticipation rushing through her while his gaze became heated. I need you. Those were the words she'd learned not to say, ever, but they kept running through her mind as she stared in his eyes. She craved the kiss more than she needed her next breath. The longing in his expression told her he felt the same, fueling her attraction even more. Then a sneeze broke the moment. Just great. She covered her mouth just in time. It was as if someone tickled a feather in her nose. She tried to stop the next sneeze, but it was no use. She sneezed again, raising dust around them. Understandably, he shifted back. His gaze narrowed in on her. Maybe it was too early for you to get out of the house. Nonsense.
Ah.
Chew. Chew. She needed to explain it was dust, not cold. When she got a chance. Let's get these boxes downstairs. He took 2 big boxes, leaving her with a smaller one. She did her best to ignore a stab of disappointment. It was dust. Honest. Well, no matter. Either way, she'd be out of this small town a week after New Year's Day or sooner. No need to form an attachment that could be dangerous to her heart. Downstairs, she stopped sneezing and sent him a triumphant glance. See, it was because of dust, not because the flu came back. She wiped down the boxes and opened a different one than before. Let's see what we have here. A lingering sadness reminded her she was intruding on someone's life, but Jason said it was okay, right? Mrs. Paulson didn't look like Grandma, who'd colored her long hair blonde till the last moment and was bigger boned than the woman on the bench who'd resembled the sparrows she'd been feeding. Lara wouldn't compare Grandma to a peacock, but she had favored those emerald greens and deep azure blues. Lara had scarves as gifts to prove it. On the contrary, Lara would fit among seagulls with her love of white sweaters and scarves and washed-out jeans. And of all the places she'd stayed over, she'd loved the ones near the ocean the best. Even her name. "You're 1,000 miles away from here," Jason's voice interrupted her thoughts. She almost said not yet, then corrected herself, oops. Got distracted. Do you visit Mrs. Paulson often?" She sent him a sidelong glance as she went through empty jewelry boxes, an old watch on a long chain, and pinecone pendulums most likely once a part of a cuckoo clock. "Several times a week. If we get loops attached to those, we can hang them on a tree." "That's kind of you. To visit her, I mean," she said. When she'd been 6, she'd announced at the family dinner that she was going to marry a man as kind as Grandpa. And like Grandpa, he'd know how to fix a toilet. Everyone laughed, except her grandfather. He'd smiled and nodded his approval. She could take care of a leaking toilet herself now, but she still wanted to marry someone kind. That was, if she was the marrying type. Her disastrous wedding had proved men didn't want a wife with a nomadic lifestyle. Marrying her would be like staying a bachelor with the disadvantage of being tied to one woman. Why do something that was doomed from the start? Her heart skipped a beat as they reached for the same thing at the same time and their fingers touched. Blood rushed faster through her veins. Arg. She'd stood close to plenty of handsome, muscular men. After all, them becoming muscular and ripped was often her job, and she took her responsibilities seriously. And there'd been more than a few accidental touches. They'd never made her feel like this. Not even close. She cleared her throat, then remembered he might think she was sick again. What was he talking about? He affected her like the fog above the ocean, making it difficult to see clearly. "Oh yes. I think we can do something like attaching loops to these things. We'll have to make sure to remove them later, though." He nodded. Agreed. Once they did that, they started decorating the tree. She breathed in the scent of fir needles that mixed with his intoxicating cologne and committed it to memory. A dog figurine reminded her about his pet. "How is Rocco Choco?" Jason smiled as he placed the pinecone on one of the upper branches. "Great." Being out in the thunderstorm didn't affect him in the least. "I still feel bad that you..." She lifted her hand. "Don't. I'm fine. Really. And looking for Rocco Choco was my decision, not yours." The last thing she wanted to be for him was an obligation. It was easy to wrap the watch chain around a branch. The same could be said about colorful plastic beads. Her eyes widened when he handed her a seagull figurine. She was so careful not to touch his fingers as she took it that the figurine slipped from their hands. She gasped. He caught it just before it could hit the floor. "I've got it." Yes, and one day he'd have her heart, too. Right before it shattered. Chapter 9. Days later, Jason took Rocco Choco for a morning walk on the beach. And fine, he had a selfish reason for it. From his window, he'd seen Lara return to her morning jogs, though he thought it was too soon for that. Rocco Choco agreed when Jason asked him, but Jason doubted Lara would listen to a dog's opinion again. Jason dressed fast. Rocco Choco waited for him at the door with a leash, since dogs didn't need to get dressed. Or shave, for that matter. Jason ran his palm over his stubble and decided there was no time for that. He put the lab on a leash, and they tumbled down the porch into morning air all crisp and salty while above them swirls of pale pink decorated the sky. He spotted her figure in the distance, barely visible in a morning mist. The fact that she wore a white sweater didn't help, but his heart felt it was her. He definitely needed to gift her one of those red and green Christmas sweaters Mrs. Paulson loved to make. Rocco Choco gave out a cheerful bark as if recognizing, or maybe smelling, her from a distance, and they took off in her direction. Seeming to sense his presence, too, she turned and ran toward him. His heartbeat picked up, but this time, he could attribute it to exertion, not attraction. As they ran toward each other, it wasn't a romantic scene from the movies because one of them wasn't going to stay. Yet he tucked it into a deep pocket of his heart, like an unexpected stash of cash to find later. Something about this mysterious newcomer gave him some peace for the first time in years and, at the same time, stirred his blood. Lara smiled and waved as she approached, and everything was right with the world, at least for now. "Good morning." She stopped near him, then stooped to pet Rocco Choco. Jason's chest heaved, but she didn't seem to have any shortness of breath at all. Probably the same could be said about their romance. Something cold squeezed his heart, and he took a deep breath of crisp air to keep from ruining the moment. She straightened out, her hazel eyes sparkling as if she were glad to see him, giving him a pleasant jolt. Her long brown hair splayed over her shoulders from where she'd tucked it under a gray knit hat, and the paramedic, a former one, in him approved. "I could use a break. Let's take a walk." She gestured along the stretch of sand where patches of snow nestled in the shade of bleached driftwood. Rocco Choco yapped his agreement, and Jason nodded. He let Rocco Choco off the leash, and the dog took off to explore. Seagulls flew above their heads as if greeting them, though moments ago he'd barely seen them. And here he thought Mrs. Paulson was the one to attract birds, mainly because she'd fed them with constant generosity. Lara's gaze traced their flight, her expression unreadable. "Danae loved drawing birds," he blurted out. "The ocean, too." Lara turned toward him, her hazel eyes softening. "You must miss her very much." A lump formed in his throat. "I do. I thought it was going to become easier with time, and it did, but not enough." He stared at the ocean as if it could bring Danae back the way it had taken her. "I'm sorry." Lara touched his forearm, then shoved her hands back in her pockets. "You must miss your grandmother very much, too." "I do, but it's different." She blinked fast as if trying not to cry. "It was to be expected. I was blessed to have her with me for as long as I did." He had a feeling she rarely cried, hadn't allowed herself to. Grief is grief. Yes. It can be endless like the ocean. I have a difficult relationship with the ocean. The lump in his throat grew bigger. "Danae, she drowned." Lara's lips slipped open. She swallowed hard and closed them as she stopped walking. "And you returned here? To live near the ocean?" He breathed slow past the lump in his throat, the weight in his chest, and stopped, as well. "I hope you won't consider me crazy, but here, well, I can still hear Danae whisper." She looked in his eyes, and he got caught in hers. The ocean's roar became louder, or maybe it was his own heartbeat, synced to the pulse of the world. Danae had believed everything was connected. He definitely could feel the connection to Lara, and the urge to take her into his arms was unbearable. But touching her would be an explosion of colors, all the hues that white consisted of. In an alabaster white sweater and knit scarf, and the same color pants, could she be his clean slate, the new beginning God was giving him? Lara consisted of so many unknowns, like a myriad of sand grains where he could draw a heart, write about love if she let him. "I think I'm falling for you." His breath caught in his throat as he waited for her response. Even the seagulls stopped crying as if curious. Her vibrant eyes dimmed. "I can't promise you anything. I'll have to leave eventually. I know men hate being friend-zoned, but it's all I can offer right now." Something inside him chipped off and broke away, then was swept away by the ocean of disappointment. "Thank you for your honesty. Maybe it was for the best." He wasn't ready for a new romance anyway. And if he repeated it to himself enough times, he might even start believing it. Rocco Choco ran back to them as if sensing Jason needed his support. Jason stooped toward his pet and gave him a back rub while trying to recompose himself. Well, if he'd have her company for as long as he could, it was better than nothing. Walking away now would be easier, but he didn't want easier, didn't want to feel dead inside again. We can finish painting the walls before lunch. I was going to visit Mrs. Paulson in the afternoon. I'd love it if you could join me. She'd be thrilled to see you. Her eyebrows rose as she hesitated. Then a firm nod dipped her chin, and strands of hair slithered over her shoulders with the movement. I'd like that. As he walked through her house later, he marveled at all the changes. With Lara's permission, he took photos to show Mrs. Paulson later. She was going to love the changes. Lara had selected white paint for her office and cream for the kitchen, but the rest of the rooms were an explosion of varying blues. The living room was turquoise, the master bedroom and bath robin's egg. The smaller bedroom upstairs ended up arctic and the attached bathroom teal. She'd used the smaller room at first, leaving the bigger room for Micah and his wheelchair. The hues fitted the place near the ocean, fitted the breezy, somewhat mysterious mood. After finishing painting and cleaning brushes and rollers, Jason drove her to the rehab center. Despite how her declaration of zero chance of romance between them still twisted up his gut, they found their easy camaraderie again and discussed their favorite books. They both loved non-fiction about famous travelers, and they talked about Jacques-Yves Cousteau's adventures with a passion, then switched to the books about Marco Polo and Vasco da Gama. She shared more about her grandmother, and he hoped it was a good sign. People who hid their pain could end up drowning in it, and he knew it all too well. He told her more about Danae, the amazing human being she was, and Lara listened with attention and compassion but no pity. Once he pulled up to the rehab center parking lot, he regretted the trip being so short. They found Mrs. Paulson knitting on the sofa. One of those red and green Christmas sweaters again. His rib cage constricted at how fragile she looked, and he sent up a prayer for good health for her. His gaze traveled to the white piano that suddenly beaconed to him like a lighthouse to ships. The calling made his eyes widen. He'd avoided playing for years, had sold his because he didn't have use for it. It was a part of his life when Danae had been in it. He'd been the one who'd taught her to play, and she'd had talent. Even looking at the piano after her death had been painful. So why now? Maybe because something started changing within him. Maybe because he wanted to bring music to this sad place. Maybe because a selfish part of him also wanted to impress Lara, to share something extraordinary that had once been part of his world. But most of all, because he longed now to reclaim an old part of himself, of the person who'd once been whole. Mrs. Paulson caught his gaze and nodded, her eyes kind. Would it be okay? Did he need to ask for permission? She patted his hand. Totally. I got permission for you to play this piano anytime. And I had someone come over to tune it. Of course, she did. Sometimes he wondered whether she knew him better than he knew himself. She was like the grandmother he'd never had, and a guilty twinge reminded him he'd abandoned her for years. Lara stepped closer to him, unusual tenderness in her eyes. I'd love to hear you play. That did it. The room quieted when he sat on the piano bench. A shiver of apprehension traveled down his spine. What if he'd forgotten everything? What if he hadn't, but it was too painful to remember? His fingers found the smooth keys, and the familiar notes floated in the air without any effort, intangible like the salty ocean air or the synchronized heartbeats of two people in love. The pain he carried became more bearable. Apparently, forgotten melodies could hurt as much as shattered dreams, at least for him. He'd learned to play as a little boy, so music was part of his growing up. His mother had often played on Saturdays and Sundays after retiring from a career as a concert pianist, and music was as natural a part of their lives as pancakes for weekend breakfasts. He wasn't talented enough to become a professional pianist like his mother, but bringing smiles to other people's faces was enough for him. Danae had loved him playing. Until the day that had changed his life. He faltered but found his way back. It was as if a dam holding all his regrets and guilt broke inside him and clean waters swept them away. Something broke free and, with every note, took him into a territory unknown and different from where he'd locked himself in. The ovation deafened him. He glanced around in a daze, surprised to see faces instead of deep waters. Tears glistened in Mrs. Paulson's eyes, and Lara's eyes sparkled. Lara walked to him and leaned close. Close enough for him to distinguish her lavender perfume. Close enough to see golden specks in her hazel eyes. But not close enough for them to have a future together. That was amazing, she said after the clapping quieted down. This time, he'd played for himself. Next time, he'd play for her. The thought struck. Would there be a next time? Well. Now that you're back in the game, you'll have to go caroling with me. Mrs. Paulson rubbed her hands gleefully. His stomach tightened, and his head jerked up. It was one thing to play again, but totally different to sing again. He scrambled for an excuse. Is it okay to go caroling in your condition? What condition? I'll be out of here in a few days. And let me tell you, I'm not planning on getting covered in dust in that retirement home. Jason could easily believe that. You can always stay with me. She hesitated as if considering it, then shook her head. Thank you, but no. She turned to Lara. You're going caroling with us, too. Lara opened her mouth, then closed it, then opened again. My singing is terrible. The older woman shrugged and waved a fragile hand. That's irrelevant. Lara blinked, looking to him for help. But he only spread his arms, glad to be spending more time together. You might as well surrender now. Just as he was going to surrender his heart to Lara, and there was nothing he could do about it either. Lara didn't lie about not being able to carry a tune. Anytime she'd had to sing Happy Birthday, she'd put the birthday girl or boy to tears. The neighboring dogs had howled when she sang. And Marlene had told her on more than one occasion that Lara's singing made her ears bleed. So Lara had learned early to avoid any situations that required singing and, if she couldn't get out of them, then to open her mouth at the correct times and mouth the words while hiding her embarrassment. Little wonder she'd never gone caroling before. She wouldn't have agreed to it now either, but Mrs. Paulson had steamrollered her into it. It was amazing how such a small and seemingly fragile woman could be such a force of nature. As Lara pulled on her white boots over dressy slacks, then fluffed her hair over her shoulders, the rest hidden under a hand-knit hat, her nerve endings prickled. It wasn't only because of the upcoming fish-out-of-water situation. She'd see Jason soon. His presence both created a comforting feeling around her heart and made it beat faster. He was like a safe, welcoming harbor for her ship battered by the sea. But ships never stayed in harbor for long. She slipped on her indigo-hued coat and walked outside. Wow, Christmas lights lit up his house. They weren't the brightest or the best in a neighborhood that seemed to take Christmas decorations seriously, based on the abundance of them. But it was the first evening he had them on. Just strings of multicolored lights flickering near the roof and around the tree trunks. But they lit something inside her. Hope, maybe? Hope that he could be healing and, eventually, she might heal, too. The starry velvety sky presented the perfect backdrop for the lights, and the new feeling, while slightly nippy air filled her lungs and whispered against her skin with the fresh promise of change. Distracted by the lights, she nearly walked into Jason, and he steadied her. So much for always being aware of her surroundings. At least, I didn't knock you down this time. She chuckled as his hand slipped over her forearm, lingering longer than necessary but still not long enough for her. His proximity had a strange effect on her, as if she felt fully alive. Then she noticed the light in his eyes, too. It wasn't as bright as the stars or the Christmas lights, but she looked close enough to see it there. And it reflected in her. He studied her. You didn't have to agree to this, but I'm glad you did. What did she agree to? She blinked fast. Oh right. Caroling. It started snowing, and a few snowflakes landed on his short dark hair, on his eyelashes. One melted on his lips, and she suddenly wanted to be that snowflake. Her eyes widened. She'd never waxed poetic before. They needed to start moving before she did something else completely out of character and kiss him. Even the magic of the evening shouldn't justify her crazy thoughts. There's not another place where I'd rather be right now than with you, but she didn't need to say it. Even if it involves pretend singing on my part. She'd said too much, so she hurried to add, "Should we go now? Mrs. Paulson will be waiting for us." "Right." He nodded, but the light in his eyes dimmed as if he'd wanted to linger alone with her. They walked to the vehicle. She'd always walked fast, but this time, she wanted to slow down. She wanted time to slow down, as well. He opened his truck door for her, and she slipped in. The familiar scent of pine needles coated her soul in balm as they took off. She hesitated, then touched his fingers on the steering wheel. "I'm glad you have Christmas lights on your house now." What she wanted to say was that she was glad he was healing from his heartache. Apparently, he understood her anyway. "Thank you." He glanced her way, his gaze more heated than she'd expected. She should remove her hand, but what was meant as a gesture of support became a symbol of their bond. So she didn't shift it, treasuring the moment and wishing the trip to the retirement home took longer. Soon they walked to the first home to sing to. Though Lara didn't know Mrs. Paulson well yet, it didn't surprise her that the woman had organized a motley crew of carolers from the retirement home residents, mostly women, but a few men, as well. One of the women had even brought her cat, who she assured them could sing very well, or at least meow the right notes. The chubby cat didn't look too pleased, and it gave Lara hope she might not be the worst singer in the group. But the moment the door opened and they'd started singing, it became clear who was the best singer in the group. A delicious and inappropriate shiver traveled down Lara's spine. Here they were, singing, or opening her mouth in her case, about God's glory. But her thoughts traveled from that road to how amazing Jason's baritone was. She'd been impressed by his skills with tools and his look with a tool belt, but it couldn't compare to what she'd felt now. This incredible, uplifting sensation filled her to her core, making her connect with something much bigger than herself. She'd thought she knew joy before. She hadn't. At least, it didn't come close to what swelled her heart now. The reaction from people in the homes they'd visited warmed her heart, as well as their gratitude and thanks, though she didn't deserve them. Maybe they could continue this tradition next year. Her heart slid into the snow. She wouldn't be here next year. She lifted her face to the snowflakes and swept that thought away for now. Jason leaned toward her. "Do you like it?" She smiled and caught a snowflake on her palm. It melted soon, as one day her memories about this evening would melt. "You have no idea." And he had no idea how much she liked him. When everyone besides her started singing again, she disappeared into the sensation. No, she was wrong. The memory of this evening would always stay with her. Why did he affect her so much? Was it his kindness that she didn't know she'd needed so badly? Their shared pain that she'd wanted to erase? His obvious affection for her, affection she'd been starved of? Or the promise of family and traditions, something she'd lost with Grandma? It wasn't just his looks, though there was that. She'd spent most of her life near attractive people. It had been her job to sculpt their bodies and make them even more attractive, from flat stomachs and toned legs in women to muscles and six-pack pecs in men. More than a few of those men had flirted with her, asked her out, and several seemed seriously interested. She'd always said no, and not only because it would be unethical to get involved with a client, even a former one. All those handsome men, dressed in skimpy workout attire or in tuxedos during opulent functions she'd sometimes gotten invited to, didn't make her heart shift like Jason did with only one gaze, with only one song. Frankly, with only one note. As the evening progressed and her spirits lifted, she looked at the joyful faces of people who forgot about their aches and pains for some time. The woman with the cat was wrong, though. The feline meowed in all the wrong places. But thankfully, he went to sleep soon, allowing the harmony to be restored. Lara smiled, and her heart skipped a beat when Jason's fingers tightened around hers. She was a disaster at singing. But she didn't have to be a disaster at love and faith, did she? Chapter 10. How do you feel about going to a skating rink tonight with me and Chelsea? At Jason's question the next day, Lara dropped the brush. She decided to paint the trim and the newly mounted office door white. Like the seafoam or the sand on the beach. And not like a wedding dress at all. She picked up the brush from the floor and cleaned the spot with a rag fast before it could dry there. If she wasn't careful, she'd be painting the floor white, too. Chelsea? Who was this Chelsea? His tenderness as he said the name hinted at someone close, someone important. A stab of jealousy didn't make sense. Lara was the one who'd insisted on only friendship between them. Or maybe it did make sense because she'd wanted more. No need to dwell on it. He finished installing a brand new brass handle on the door, which put him in close enough proximity for her to smell his pine needle scent. My niece, Christina's stepdaughter. My cousin adopted her when she married Chelsea's father.
Oh.
Your niece. Air whooshed out of Lara's lungs. She really shouldn't be feeling this way, but examining her feelings wouldn't lead to anything good. He braced against the wall, thankfully staying away from the freshly painted trim. I mean, if that's okay with you. Christina and her husband want to go Christmas shopping. Considering the gifts will include ones for Chelsea, they can't take her with them. Her brother and Aileen volunteered to babysit Jimena, Christina's toddler. I said I'd take care of Chelsea. That was nice of you, Lara said carefully. The image of her younger half-siblings appeared, then disappeared just as quickly. I did it more for me than for Chelsea. I missed so much in the lives of my family. Closing his eyes, he rubbed the pinched space between them. Then he leveled his baby blues on her. She loved the color of his eyes. With their magnetic pull on her, she had difficulty looking away. Did she choose the palette for this house based on the color of his eyes? She nearly snorted. No, that would be ridiculous. Shades of blue fit the beach house. That was all. Pondering, she put the brush aside so she wouldn't drip paint on the floor. She'd covered it with paper, but still. Let me think. Micah finally agreed to stay here and let me help him. I have a feeling Mrs. Paulson talked him into it. If so, please tell her thank you. So I'll be picking him up the day after tomorrow. We will be picking him up. Jason moved closer, and the scent of pine oil mingled with the scent of paint and caused an emotional torrent inside her. What? Right. Yes. We. She liked the sound of that. A little too much. It had been a while since she'd been a part of a we, if ever. She resisted the urge to rub her temples, or she'd leave paint streaks. She needed to concentrate on the subject instead of how fast Jason made her heart beat or how much she wanted to close the scarce distance between them. So today and tomorrow might be the only free days I have. Is Chelsea going to be okay with me joining you? If he wanted to build a bond with his niece, Lara might not be welcome. I already asked her, and she wanted to meet you. She's very sociable. A smile crinkled up his face, and those blue eyes twinkled in its folds. Oh. I don't know how to skate, she added as an afterthought. Well, she was rather athletic, so how difficult could it be to learn? His smile deepened before he winked. Neither do I. We'll learn together. Huh. That's going to be interesting. Everything with you is. He left to finish the repairs. Everything with you is. Had she heard him right? She had, hadn't she? She stood there with an open mouth. She'd met a few guys who'd pretended to be interested in her to get closer to her famous clients. But Jason wasn't pretending. She felt he was interested in her for real, that she mattered to him. She did a few brush strokes, then realized she was painting the wall instead of the wooden trim. Arg. She cleaned up her mistake. If only other mistakes were as easy to clean up. Her stomach twisted. With Micah coming here, she'd have more chances to learn about the mystery of her birth. But the same thought niggled as years ago. If her mother had been in love with that teen boy, why hadn't anyone searched for him? Why hadn't they let him know about the baby? Those were the questions she might not ever have answers for, and something inside her, intuition perhaps, told her she could be better off that way. Just as the trim, many layers covered her family secrets. She could cover that shameful secret in pristine white in her mind, let it stay that way. Or she could dig deeper, painstakingly scraping away layer after layer. Later, she took a break with a few fruit snacks and a granola bar, then did something that often calmed her nerves. Namely, accounting for her business. At school, she'd hated math and numbers, had cried sometimes doing homework, and having Marlene refuse to help her only added insult to injury. Marlene had said she'd hated math, and at least Lara could relate. For some time, it had even made her feel close to her mother, feel they had something in common, which Lara had desperately craved. Then one day the teacher scolded her lousy grade and compared her to her sister who'd been brilliant in math. A part of Lara had broken off that day and disappeared, and she'd vowed she wouldn't beg Marlene for help ever again. Wouldn't try to find something to connect them. Obviously, Lara had taken after her father. If only she'd known who her father was. Marlene's refusal to help had also hurt in a practical sense, considering Lara needed good grades to stay on the basketball team. And she'd needed to stay on the team to impress scouts and get an athletic scholarship. That was the only way she'd be able to attend college since clearly their family finances wouldn't be able to afford it. Eventually, her teammates had helped her get a passable math grade, and Lara had gone to college on the basketball scholarship she'd hoped for. There, her brilliant calculus professor agreed to tutor her. After several lessons, she'd stunned herself, she wasn't as bad at math as she'd thought. All it had taken was someone's knowledge, patience, and individual approach. Oh, and someone believing in Lara as the female professor had. Lara had learned much more than math then, and it had cemented her desire to help people get fit and healthy and feel better about themselves. She'd be their cheerleader and work out an individual approach for everyone. Every body was different, and everyone's level of confidence was different, too. She realized then that she'd often have to shape people's attitudes before she could shape their bodies. Thankfully for her, she'd found the process fascinating. She surprised everyone, including herself, by majoring in business administration. Grandma had wanted Lara to become a professional athlete, and having Grandma believe in her so much was sweet. But again, Lara saw the picture clearly. Her abilities were great, but not that great. She did, however, minor in kinesiology and continued giving private lessons. She'd searched for internships while still in college and started working for the local gym, both as a trainer and an administrator. She'd made such a good impression that she'd received a full-time paid job offer before she graduated. Then a promotion came along when an owner opened a new gym at a different location. Until another trainer, way less successful, told the management Lara had been taking extra payments from the clients. It wasn't true and didn't even make sense. Lara would have brushed it off had that trainer not been in a romantic relationship with one of the owners. Their attitude changed, and every day the manager started pointing out Lara's mistakes, real or imaginary ones. Grandma held a crying and exhausted Lara and told her to leave the gym, that they were going to make it somehow. That God was going to provide for them. Brimming with resentment, Lara submitted her resignation letter and left. All her clients left with her and recommended her to their friends and family. A year later, Lara was happier than ever and sent both her former manager and her colleague large flower baskets with thank you cards. Lara didn't mean it as a mockery. She was genuinely grateful. And fine, there was a sliver of satisfaction in the poetic justice. As for the gym, it went out of business. She had turned over that page in her life as easily as she tapped on the next tab of the spreadsheet now. Her nerves calmed as she updated the spreadsheets. Unlike some people, numbers didn't lie. 2 and 2 always equaled 4. Positive and negative numbers were identified, while in life she had difficulty figuring out who was a good person and who wasn't. In her adolescence, many of her questions were left unanswered, or the answers were blurry. But in math, there were definite answers, and she had a sense of accomplishment every time she got it right. She also found a calming certainty about spreadsheets. Great. She leaned back in her chair, smiling. Despite paying cash for the house, the profits and her bottom line looked extremely healthy. But, as soon as she returned to painting, all the questions without answers appeared again. Her father's family was an unknown in the equation, and she should have gotten more facts before coming to Chapel Cove. She'd researched Mike Lottie online and stalked him on social media. After all, nothing was private any longer. She found out he'd been in an accident after getting drunk, and there had been hints it had been because his wife had cheated on him. They didn't have children. His mother was alive, but his father died 5 years ago. And sadly, his father, the person she most needed to know about, didn't have an online presence at all. That was when Lara had stopped. She didn't dig deeper, and she should have. Jason was another unknown, but a pleasant one. Every time she thought about him, her heart fluttered like a little bird that wanted to take flight. Jason plus Lara equals love. She snorted. She'd never be a part of that equation, and sadness unraveled the things she'd tied up tightly inside herself. After a day of tumultuous thoughts, meeting Jason and his niece at the outdoor skating rink was a welcome distraction. She stepped from her car and strode along a cobbled walkway toward the beckoning cheer. Chilly evening air stung her cheeks and filled her lungs with something fresh and crisp, and soft puffs of it surrounded her as she exhaled. Children laughed, Christmas music played low from speakers around the rink, and magical twinkle lights strung along the latticework enclosing it. Jason and a little girl waved from the sidelines. Chelsea was adorable in a silver-colored sweater and skirt and little silver skates. A snowflake applique shimmered on her sweater, but really, she looked like a snowflake herself. Beautiful and one of a kind. While Lara laced up her rental skates, the girl's blonde pigtails danced as she boasted that she was a big sister now. She reminded Lara of being a big sister herself. Guilt wormed through her. She'd showered Marlene's children with gifts and already sent a mountain of them to share at Christmas. But something ugly prevented her from getting too close to those children. Jealousy. She could admit it now. As if it was the children's fault they'd received such love from their mother when Lara had received very little. She lifted her chin. That kind of attitude needed to change. For now, she smiled brightly at Chelsea, adjusted the girl's lopsided pigtail, and said how thrilled she was to meet her. On the contrary, Jason seemed to slip into his uncle role easily, which revealed he'd make a great father. She assumed he and Danae hadn't have children, because she couldn't imagine him abandoning them after his wife died. Chelsea didn't seem to need any assistance as she glided over the skating rink like the little snowflake she was, dancing and swirling as if pushed along by the crisp air above the ice. A few times Lara winced, afraid the girl might fall, but Chelsea skated with confident grace. However, Lara wobbled every time she released her grip on the side rail. Others skimmed the ice in an ever-flowing circle, their movement a fluid carousel in constant motion beneath the gleaming lights and cheery music, while Lara was the rusty cog about to grind the whole thing to a halt. Her legs usually obeyed her so well, not today. Today, they sent her on her behind more than once. Thankfully, she'd trained to fall without hurting herself, but that didn't help the other skaters having to break their flow to swerve around her. Thump. She nearly landed on her behind again but moved fast, her arms flailing like she was a windmill during a tornado. How was this possible? Physical exercise was her strong suit, her bread, butter, and sometimes caviar. Her cheeks flamed. Jason didn't do much better, but he laughed it off when they both ended up on the ice, him cushioning her fall. This is becoming a habit, she said as she scrambled to her feet before other skaters stumbled on them and fell. The last thing they needed was a human pileup. He chuckled. Or our tradition. It seemed, if he couldn't prevent her from getting hurt, he'd do everything to make it less painful. In a matter of days, he didn't just make her life less painful. He'd made it more beautiful, too. And that could be the best Christmas gift ever. The pink and golden-hued lanterns cast a soft glow on the ice beneath while spectacular stars, the kind she hadn't seen in years, unmuted by a city's glare, glittered in the blackness above. The stars in Jason's eyes as he held her close, purely to prevent her from falling, surely, fascinated her even more, but that was beside the point. Red ribbons decorated the lanterns and white lattice walls, and a gigantic Christmas tree dominated in the middle, shining merrily on the skaters like a benevolent sovereign. Lara didn't think the tree was such a great idea as she nearly skated into it a few times, but she kept it to herself. So far, she was just grateful she didn't get tangled in Christmas lights for the second time, and these were lit. A large Merry Christmas banner stretched over a wall. Thankfully, Jason caught her right before she could barrel into it, or she could be wearing the sign as well. Before meeting him, she'd wanted to skip Christmas this year. Just wake up one day, and have it be the new year already. As if skipping Christmas meant she could skip the pain. The holidays without Grandma just couldn't be the same. Wrapped up in her own hurt, she didn't think about the birth of Christ, the gift of salvation. How could she see the kindness of God when she'd lost the one person who'd always loved her unconditionally? Who'd always been there for her? While other people unwrapped their gifts, Lara would be unwrapping the tidy bow binding her loneliness. But now something shifted. She could see the kindness of God as she watched little girls dancing and skating like gorgeous snowflakes. She could see the kindness of God as she stared into Jason's eyes and he held her close. Maybe Christmas this year wouldn't be so heart-wrenching after all. She didn't want to fast forward time and wake up in the new year because she didn't want to skip even a moment she had left with Jason. She even allowed herself to be goofy and awkward because she didn't need to uphold her image as a no-nonsense capable trainer. After all, being goofy worked fantastically well for Rocco Choco. After a while, Jason could stand on his feet and even glide along on the skates, so she mostly just hung onto him like an ornament on a tree while he skated around. When they finished, he suggested going for hot cocoa at Eileen's Pastries, and Chelsea clapped her enthusiasm. Warmth gushed out when they opened the door to the cozy cafe, steamy windows and sweet scents promising the perfect place to relax on a chilly evening. Silver garlands frosted the large photos of scrumptious desserts, and a traditional Christmas tree stood proudly in the corner, this one decorated with cookies and pastries, much to Chelsea's delight. The place smelled of coffee and freshly baked bread, and Lara's tension dissipated like cream in a latte. A warm feeling spread through her, like it often did in Jason's presence. She could get used to it. No, she shouldn't. Once they got their cocoa and pumpkin rolls and bear claws, Chelsea said a simple and honest grace and even prayed for Lara. That touched a soft spot inside Lara. Jason wasn't kidding about his niece being sociable. By the end of the evening, Lara knew how great Chelsea's new mom was, that they had a cat and a dog, an unusual combination. Lara thought that the baby smiled at Chelsea before anyone else, and that Chelsea loved elephants. The girl's parents had even taken her to see elephants in India on their honeymoon. Another unusual thing to take a child on the honeymoon, Lara thought to herself. They are that big. The girl spread her arms. As if realizing her arms weren't large enough, she leaped from her chair and ran from one wall of the cafe to another. Thought big. Lara couldn't help laughing. Despite lingering pain and being a total fiasco as a skater, she didn't remember when she'd felt this. Hopeful? Jason shrugged, laughter in his eyes. They are the largest land animal, after all. Chelsea placed her elbows on the table and tucked her cute chin in her upraised hands, the rest of her cocoa forgotten. Uncle Jason, tell me more about elephants. His expression softened, making Lara wonder whether he also felt more hopeful this season. Well, let me see. Lara half expected him to start an internet search on his phone, but he rattled things off from his memory. Their tusks are actually their teeth. Wow. Chelsea fingered her own incisors but thankfully removed her hand fast. Good thing Lara had taken the girl to the restroom to wash their hands before they'd settled at the table. Imagine how much the tooth fairy has to pay when Thayet tooth falls out. Lara giggled just like his niece had earlier. Then she remembered something else. Would he mention that those valuable ivory tusks put elephants in danger from humans? The majority of the elephant population in Africa was wiped out in the past century. He didn't say it, and Lara didn't contribute that sad fact. Mud and dust baths help them keep from getting sunburned, he continued as his glance moved from his niece to Lara. Chelsea perked up and munched on a pumpkin roll. Oh, awesome. Can I take a sand bath in summer? So I don't get sunburn? Jason nearly choked on his cocoa. He probably wished he'd skipped that fact, too. Sweetie, I don't think it's a good idea. That girl needed a distraction, and quick. Lara searched her memory and leaned toward her. They can do a bunch of things with their trunks. Pick up food, drink, bathe, and so on. He sent Lara a grateful glance, and she basked in it.
Oh,
Like our hands, right? Chelsea reached for her cup and picked it up as if to demonstrate. Exactly. He grinned. They say, elephants never forget. While it's a generalization, elephants do have a hippocampus and cerebral cortex. The girl's eyes grew big. They have hippo what? Lara couldn't help laughing. He chuckled. The parts of the brain responsible for willpower and problem solving. Maybe that's why elephants have good memory capability. Which in turn helps them survive. Huh. He'd been a paramedic. Of course, he knew what parts of the brain were responsible for what functions. Did he miss that part of his life? Did he grieve the person he used to be before the tragedy? Then he reached to Lara and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and she forgot everything else as she stared in his baby blues. Just the brush of his fingertips against her neck sent her heartbeat into overdrive. What would happen if they actually kissed? Her breathing went shallow, and she hurried to take a sip of her drink to hide how much he affected her. Warmth spread inside her, and not only because of all the hot cocoa she'd consumed. It was such a simple, ordinary evening, yet at the same time, it was magical. The teenage boy who manned their counter with his girlfriend in Eileen's absence asked them whether everything was to their liking, and she nodded, then requested a refill on her cocoa. She'd learned the boy was Aileen and Roman's son, adopted on Roman's part, and it was sweet to see him throwing loving glances at his girl. Lara said a prayer that their young love would have a happy ending, unlike the love her parents lost. Then she looked at Jason again and smiled. She didn't want the evening to end. The day after tomorrow, she'd be dealing with Micah's grouchiness and whatever was behind the curtain of secrets. He clearly didn't want to be part of her life, just like her mother, and knowing that hurt more than she wanted to admit. She should have been used to rejection from the people who were supposed to love her, but it still put her heart through a wringer. Tomorrow, she'd mourn again her loss and grieve another day without Grandma. But today, in the presence of Jason's caring attention and this child's innocence and sweet curiosity, she didn't feel sad and alone. And for the first time, she felt God's presence. Chapter 11. 2 days later, Jason didn't want to let it show, but his stomach was in knots. He'd helped Lara bring Micah into her house and rolled his wheelchair up the ramp. The man had complained all the way there, and a few times, Jason had nearly snapped on Lara's behalf. What was the guy's problem? Lara had gone to great lengths to accommodate him. Her smile had wobbled at the edges, and a vein pulsed in her forehead, which Jason now knew was a clear sign of her being upset. At the moment, she'd disappeared with Micah inside the room Jason and Lara had prepared for him, one of the few rooms she'd furnished. Bile soured Jason's stomach as he waited in the living room in case she needed his help. This was not a good beginning. He could hear the man's grumbling even from here. Only her pleading gaze before she'd left had stopped him from going into the guest room and giving the guy a piece of his mind. He shifted from one foot to the other. Did she owe Micah something? Or worse, did the man blackmail her with something to make her go out of her way for him? Jason gritted his teeth as Lara dashed to the kitchen, gathered a tray of the tacos she'd bought on the way, Micah's reluctant suggestion, and pastries, and rushed back to the room. A racket made Jason move toward the bedroom. He suppressed a grunt as he entered it. Most of the tray's contents now smeared the freshly scrubbed hardwood floor. Lara's lower lip trembled. It's okay. I'll pick it up. We'll get something else. Jason suspected she hadn't dropped the tray, but Micah had knocked it off. I'm not hungry. Micah turned away to the wall on the remote-controlled hospital bed Lara had delivered specifically for this occasion. Heat surged through Jason's veins. Dude, what's your problem? Lara is only trying to help you. I didn't ask for her help. Micah grumbled without turning back. Looking up, Lara shook her head. Jason's heart tumbled to the floor, as well. He was only making it worse for her. They gathered the tacos and pastries, and he carried them to the kitchen, then threw them into the trash can. Lara sagged onto the upturned empty paint bucket in what he supposed was going to become a dining room. Her expression was so miserable and her posture was so rigid that he couldn't help himself. He walked over and hugged her. He held still until she relaxed against him and he felt the tension dissipate from her like a wave. "He's my DNA match," she whispered. With her voice muffled, maybe he hadn't heard her right. He stepped back to see her face. "What?" She gestured him to another upturned paint bucket before the makeshift table with the rest of the tacos. She'd made sure Micah had furniture, including a comfortable armchair and a big screen TV, while skipping on the rest of the house. Even her bed was an air mattress without a frame, and he resolved to get her some furniture. "Sit down. It's going to be a long story." "Do you have time?" she asked. He had all the time in the world for her, but he simply nodded and munched on tacos while he listened. Her voice emerged in a low whisper as she told him more about her sister who'd turned out to be her mother and their uneasy relationship. Compassion unraveled the knots inside him, but fearing she'd mistake it for pity, he kept quiet and just nodded. The thing that pained him the most was how she seemed to take personal responsibility for the way she'd been conceived, as if not being born in a legitimate marriage was somehow her fault. Once she finished, he leaned forward, eager to correct her mistaken belief, and almost reached for her hand before thrusting his onto his lap. "I'm sorry that happened to you. All the more credit to you that you've become the wonderful person you are." Her cheeks pinked, and she waved him off. "Oh please. I'm no one special. You are to me." Could friends say such things to each other? "To be safe," he added, "Mrs. Paulson adores you, and Rocco Chaco asks about you all the time. And they are both great character judges." She smiled. "Finally. The dog is asking for me? He has a specific whine when he wants to see you. Chelsea told me she wanted you to be her honorary aunt. And look, you're helping someone who isn't exactly nice to you. I don't care if you share the same blood or not." She looked away, then gathered paper plates. "I have a selfish reason to help Micah. He holds a key to the vault where the secret of me is hidden." Jason helped her clean the table. Good results with selfish motives matter much more than bad results with generous motives. "You're very patient with that guy." He took her hands in his, as much as to steady her frantic gaze as to feel a much-needed connection to her. "You're not alone here. I know, but Micah doesn't seem to appreciate me in the least." "I appreciate you. And I admire you, too. I'm here for you." He couldn't contain his emotions as he'd said the words. It was as impossible as emptying an ocean with a bucket. Her eyes lit up, then dimmed again. "I thought we had an agreement. All I'm saying is you don't have to be alone. Unless you choose to." He'd realized that after coming back to his hometown and his family, he'd been lost in a sea of grief and sadness for years, but he had a destination to come back to. If only she could have such a destination, if only he could be such a destination for her. Her lips curled up. "Thank you." Okay, and he couldn't deny his relief that Micah didn't blackmail her or that she didn't have romantic feelings for the jerk. A loud voice traveled from the older man's room. "Do I have to starve in here?" Lara groaned. "You're wrong about one thing. I don't think I have that much patience at all." A week later, Lara gnashed her teeth as she cleaned the bathroom floor. Her worn-thin patience must be like a layer of bright paint covering her brooding inside. She couldn't do anything right for Micah. Take, for example, helping him wash his hair. Thankfully, the home health nurse she'd hired came in to bathe him regularly, but he'd refused to let the nurse wash his hair. No, that task, like many others, was reserved for Lara. But it was her fault that the water was too hot, too cold, or too wet. Seriously? Then every shampoo she'd bought for him wasn't the right scent. What was the right scent? Something nice and manly, he'd said. Yep, that helped a lot. In her case, as long as it was lavender scented, she was a happy camper. At this point, she'd mentioned more and more often how handsome and manly Vin Diesel looked, hoping Micah would take the hint and shave his head. He didn't. Oh, and she didn't dry his thinning hair the right way either, because it should have more body than that. Okay, his bathroom was clean now. She dried her hands and marched outside, right in time to hear him yell, "Did you burn the food again?" Her heart sank. The air had a distinct burning smell, so he had a point this time. She dashed to the kitchen, snatched a mitten, opened the oven, and cringed. A black crust now covered the lasagna she'd slaved over all morning. She'd have paid more attention to it if Micah hadn't decided he needed his hair washed, again, and splattered lots of water on the floor like he was a 5-year-old. I only burned food once here, she muttered under her breath. Because I only cooked once. All other times were takeout. Takeout was another thing that didn't make Micah happy. He wanted home-cooked food and didn't like the flavors she'd bought. It was either too spicy, are you trying to burn my insides? Or too bland. Nothing was in between. Then he'd been complaining she was starving him to death. She'd be worried if she didn't see lots of food from the fridge disappear by each morning and him gaining weight. Oh, and don't get her started on the physical therapists she'd found. There wasn't much choice in a small town to start with, and it didn't help that he'd yelled at the therapists for trying to kill him. Only Jason's daily visits saved her sanity, for more reasons than one. Although she passionately missed alone time with him, gratitude filled her over him taking Micah for a stroll. Micah had refused to go with her before, or to the store where he could get the shampoo he'd wanted, which ended up being a twin of one of the shampoos she'd already bought for him. When Jason treated Lara and Micah to dinners or took them to the movies and the park, Micah behaved in a much better way than he did with her. Compared to Micah's open hostility, Jason's kindness floored her, and a longing grew inside her to spend the days she had left in this small town with him alone. She'd never asked Jason for anything, but here he was, all the time. Someone to rely on. Someone to share burdens with. Someone to love. Her very own Christmas present that sadly she'd have to return after Christmas. Lara put on the stove's overhead fan, tossed the ruined lasagna, and took a deep breath of charred air, trying to get into the generous Christmas spirit. After all, Christmas was only 2 days away. She plastered on a smile before she could say something not too nice to Micah, but she suspected it resembled a scowl. The doorbell was a welcome distraction. Her heart skipped a beat, hoping it was Jason, and her heart was right. When she opened the door, her smile turned genuine as Jason held up a bunch of takeout bags. A ready-made meal. She could have kissed him. Warmth shimmered through her. Not that she should kiss him. But he wasn't alone. Look who I brought. He waved at Chelsea and Mrs. Paulson. Lara's heart shifted, then perked up. She missed both females, so different in age, appearance, and personality, but both awesome in their own way. She loved seeing Mrs. Paulson's eyes shining brighter and the cold air painting a blush on her cheeks. Being outside of rehab did wonders for her. But would it be sad for her to see inside the house she no longer owned? Lara's heart squeezed a little. Come on in. Lara stepped aside to let them in. Please don't pay attention to the smell. The house isn't on fire. I just burned lunch. She recalled Micah's words. Again. It's okay, Jason whispered to her as he carried the bags to the kitchen. I've brought more than enough for everybody. What a man. She received a joyful jolt as she caught a whiff of his pine oil scent and wished she could hug him. A hug of gratitude, that was. Mostly. Hi. Chelsea marched inside self-importantly. The girl looked as cute as a button or, in this case, as the elephant-shaped buttons on her pink parka which Lara helped her remove, then put on a hanger in the hall, another thing Jason helped her hang. The girl's hair smelled of a mango-scented shampoo, and the sweet scent suited her. My parents want to do last-minute Christmas shopping and don't want me to know what they buy. Jason coughed a little as he placed the bags on the counter he'd covered in sparkling beige tile over a week ago, then started unpacking them with Lara's help. Yummy scents spread through the kitchen. You know? Of course. Chelsea sighed. Adults can be so clueless. Mrs. Paulson looked from Jason to Lara and back and nodded. Yes, we can be. Lara helped the older woman remove her coat and wondered whether Mrs. Paulson was still talking about buying Christmas presents. Mrs. Paulson wore a bright crimson Christmas sweater that she'd probably knitted herself, and her smile was brighter now, too. A small barrette with a bear held back a swoop of her short silver hair, and Lara's rib cage constricted as it reminded her of Grandma. She suspected both women would get along great. Oh, she might be insensitive. She tried to gauge the woman's reaction to the house that must be still dear to her. Would you like me to give you a tour? Arg. A tour of the place Mrs. Paulson had once owned and probably knew like her own palm. That offer must have been insensitive, too. Lara nearly slapped her forehead. I meant to show you the changes. Not that I'm bragging about it. Mrs. Paulson patted her on the hand, her touch featherlight, then walked into the hall and peeked around. She still walked with a cane, but her step was more confident now. I already see you've done miracles with it. This place needed some TLC. Okay, lots of TLC. I'm glad my house chose you. Lara was about to say people chose houses and not the other way around, but something stopped her. Lara and Jason started setting the oak table, an early Christmas present from Jason, with a small porcelain set Lara had to buy because Micah refused to eat on paper plates, and Chelsea helped by bringing silverware. After all, Micah had also refused to eat with plastic forks. Micah helped by staring out the window and not complaining. So far. Done with the silverware, Chelsea ran into a few rooms and then announced it all looked awesome, but it needed some elephants on the wall. The girl had no clue Lara couldn't customize the house because she'd need to resell it. Lara's ribcage constricted, and she nearly dropped the plate she was carrying. Proof paper plates were more convenient, but Micah wouldn't get it. A strange thought naggled her. Did she want to sell it? Mrs. Paulson smiled as she arranged the pine tree branches she'd brought in a vase she'd also wisely brought since Lara didn't have any. Chelsea is right. She settled the vase as a centerpiece. Everything looks lovely. Lara shouldn't claim all the credit. Actually, Jason did most of the repairs. He shrugged as he unloaded Tex-Mex food containers on the table. It's not a big deal. It is to me, she said quietly. During lunch, Mrs. Paulson looked at the small company. The weather is beautiful. How about you youngsters play ball on the beach while Mr. Micah and I cheer from here? And then Micah and I will play a board game while you go to the Christmas bazaar. There are a few things I'd like you to buy for me.
Yay!
Chelsea clapped. Rocco Choco can play volleyball with us, right, Uncle Jason? Jason smiled in return. His smile could always light up a room, but there was an even more amazing quality to it when he smiled at a child. I'm sure Rocco Choco would be delighted. However, one person at the table wasn't delighted at all. Bingo again? Micah grimaced as if he'd eaten something sour. Or maybe it was his regular expression. Mrs. Paulson shook her head. No, we don't have enough people for that. He perked up a little until she continued, I brought table games, so we'll have enough to keep us entertained. Micah rolled his eyes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Lara, pass me the salt, will you? Lara looked around the table, and then it hit her. Except for Micah's grouchiness, and even he cracked a smile when Chelsea talked about the elephants she'd seen in India, their small group looked like a family? Something blossomed inside her. Then the early blooms shriveled in reality's frost as she remembered Chelsea wasn't her daughter. Mrs. Paulson wasn't her grandmother. Micah didn't want to be around her. And Jason was never going to be her husband. Chapter 12. The day was getting better and better for Jason. Beach volleyball was fun even in the cold, but even more, he liked strolling through the Christmas bazaar where shoppers hurried to pick up last-minute gifts. He didn't like crowds, but the way Lara's face lit up when he bought her a few souvenirs was priceless. He didn't even have to search much. He could just take Mrs. Paulson's list and buy 2 of everything. A Christmas ornament with a bear painted on it. A teddy bear in a red and white hat holding a plush heart. And a mug with snowflakes and, what else, a grinning bear. When Lara explained how her grandmother loved bears, he understood the significance behind the gifts. His heart went out to her over her loss, but at the same time, it warmed as she stood taller with less sadness shadowing her eyes than when they'd met. He could probably say the same about himself. It was as if she'd breathed new life into him the same way she'd breathed air into the lungs of the driver they'd performed CPR on. If only she could stay. Lord, why are you giving me something so precious only to take it away again? Best not to think about it now, but to enjoy her company as long as he had her. Chelsea was more difficult to shop for because elephant figurines weren't a regular Christmas item, but he found one. A purple elephant, no less. She squealed with delight. He already had gifts for his cousins and their families, but he found a few things they might like, and Chelsea swore to keep things secret with big, serious eyes. After he loaded the gift boxes and gift bags into his truck, he turned to his girls, not that they were his girls. How do you feel about a treat at the pancake house? He already knew it was one of Chelsea's favorite places to eat, which another delighted squeal confirmed, but maybe it wasn't a good suggestion, considering Lara was a fitness trainer. But pancakes were the weekend breakfast his mother loved to make, and he wanted to share some part of that experience with Lara. She'd become that significant to him. She seemed to read his thoughts. I'd love to. I'll compensate the extra calories with exercise. Besides, nobody sees me here cheating on my diet. And I'll be honest, I've missed pancakes. And he'd miss her with all his heart when she left. Like other places at this time of year, Christmas decorations glistened in the pancake restaurant. Her hand on Chelsea's shoulder, Lara glanced around as they entered. A mandatory fir tree with gleaming silver and white ornaments and glittery bows. A village of gingerbread houses on the tables pushed together near the back. Silver garlands sashing the windows and French doors. And over it all, a sweet aroma glazed the air, leaving the place welcoming and cozy as well as festive. Oh.
Yeah.
Lara liked the vibe. A plump woman with brown hair and a generous smile rushed to meet them. Welcome to our pancake house. Hello, Paula. Jason smiled at her, then turned to Lara. This is Paula, the former owner of this fabulous place. This is Lara, my new neighbor and friend. Paula snatched Lara's hand with both of hers and shook it vigorously. Happy to meet you. Lara smiled back and did her best not to dwell on his use of the word friend. She'd insisted on friendship herself, hadn't she? Then Paula bent to Chelsea and tugged at one long pigtail. Well, look at you. You look prettier and prettier every time I see you. Chelsea beamed. Thank you. Where is Alia? Can we play later? A trace of shadow fleeted over the woman's face before overwhelming tenderness chased it away. I can take you to Alia after you eat. We're so grateful for every day we have with her. She pushed to her feet and turned her back. Please follow me to your table. Hopefully, that wasn't an evasive answer. Something shivered through Lara's blood. On the way to the restaurant, Jason told her about Paula's granddaughter's illness. Lara couldn't imagine dealing with something like that. Though they were much older than little Alia or Chelsea, images of her laughing younger siblings appeared in her mind, followed by the profound gentleness she'd lacked toward them before. It wasn't the children's fault, of course. But sometimes Lara looked at all the love Marlene lavished on them and thought to herself, why couldn't you do that with me? Marlene had been patiently doing high school math homework with her children, which underscored how she'd flatly refused to help Lara with math when Lara had struggled. Oh, how she hated the ugly feeling that had added to her tenderness toward the children then. She should be grateful Marlene had turned out a loving mom the second time around, but Lara had wished she'd received some crumbs of that love when she needed it the most, too. Now, looking at Jason's adorable niece and thinking about Alia, she questioned her attitude. Her half-siblings were a precious gift not only for Marlene but also for Lara. Did she take them for granted? Or worse, did she allow her resentment toward Marlene to transfer to the innocent children? I want chocolate pancakes, Chelsea announced while scrambling into the delicate wooden chair before anyone had a chance to read her the menu. Jason chuckled. Sure. Instalove filled cracked crevices of Lara's heart. But then loving Chelsea was so easy. Loving the people close to Lara was much more difficult. But she could try. Time was truly precious, and Alia's story illustrated that. Micah hadn't given her the answers she'd been seeking yet. Still, the trip to Chapel Cove became a journey of self-discovery, and that mattered even more. Paula gave them menus, and her gaze stopped at Lara. "I hope you'll like it here." "I already do." And she didn't mean just the pancake restaurant. She'd rarely gone out to eat unless she was meeting with a client or catching up with friends after a long absence. As a rule, it had to be to somewhere they served low-calorie dishes to maintain her reputation. Her dirty little secret was that often after such lunches or dinners she'd don a disguise and drive to get a takeout of chicken wings, generously slathered in honey barbecue sauce. Why not? Food was one of the greatest pleasures in life, and she'd work it off later. Not to mention she was blessed with a fast metabolism. Fine, she had to be more careful at her age as metabolism slowed down. Still. But something was relaxing and liberating about enjoying great food in a great restaurant with great company, instead of poking at her salad and counting time until she could have a date with chicken wings and an action movie. She looked through the menu and ordered raspberry pancakes, and their orders appeared surprisingly quickly. As soon as Chelsea devoured her chocolate pancakes, Paula took her to the upstairs apartment to play with her granddaughter. For some time, Jason and Lara lounged in the festive atmosphere and talked about their families, her time in college, her first job at the gym, and many other things. Talking to him was so easy, as if everything she had to say mattered to him. She'd never thought she could be such a chatterbox. The busy restaurant hummed with Christmas carols and cheery voices, and Lara understood the reason for Paula's presence in the dining room. Paula seemed to love helping out in a busy time of the year. Well, besides obviously enjoying talking to people. Paula lit up this place as much as the Christmas lights strung near the ceiling. Maybe it had something to do with the ring on her finger. Paula had the special glow of a person who'd found her true love. Jason had mentioned Paula's romance. If Paula could find love at her age, there should be hope for Lara, too. Lara swallowed hard and twirled another piece of a pancake in a dollop of syrup, soaking the fluffy concoction in the right amount of sweetness. Loving someone often meant being rejected by that person, and she'd already had enough rejection to last a lifetime. Easier to rely on a job that had never let her down. "You work a lot." Lara voiced her admiration as Paula stopped near their table to check whether everything was okay. Paula grimaced. "Well, I can use some exercise. Or a lot of exercise." She patted her round stomach. "Wish we had a fitness studio in our little town." She moved to greet another customer. Paula's words lingered like the tempting pancake scent. Lara's thoughts returned to the large room overlooking the ocean. Could it possibly be made into? Jason leaned forward, his eyes sparkling. "I don't want you to think I'm saying this because I want you to stay in Chapel Cove, which I do. But you'd be the perfect person to open a fitness studio here. And I'd be happy to install the right lighting fixtures, hang the mirrors, replace the floor if needed. Things like that." Her mind was already drawing a picture. "I'd need to make sure it has enough ventilation. I'd need an all-purpose wood athletic floor, too. I'd want a peaceful atmosphere to revitalize and energize at the same time. Small groups of people. An adjacent room could be used as a storage room for medicine balls, hand weights, and such. Oh, and another room nearby could be a gathering space." She winced. "I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? I don't even know if I'd have enough clients." "Let me see." He gestured to Paula. "If someone opened a fitness studio here, could you find more people willing to attend?" Paula laughed, crinkling up her nose and eyes. "In a heartbeat. I can think of about 30 from the top of my head." Once she left, Jason spread his arms. "Here we go." Then Lara's practical side woke up and shook its head. Why would she trade a lucrative business for something that might or might not work out, no pun intended? She'd be working way more for much less pay and an unknown outcome. I'll think about it," she said non-committally. She'd write the numbers, as well. But she already knew her answer. She wasn't a dreamer, after all. Or so she told herself. Her gut twisted, but she raised her head. For these moments, she could be different. She could believe in quiet mornings in a place like this with a man who loved her because, let's face it, miracles happened. A man who could cook because, let's face that too, she wouldn't master cooking anytime soon. Another thing that had made her so different from her mother and grandmother who loved cooking and baking. Here, she wasn't an abandoned daughter and a jilted fiancé, she could become whoever she wanted to be. She could believe happiness was possible and within her reach, like Jason's hand. She could believe God loved her. He'd given her the gift of salvation and eternal life, and maybe if she tried hard enough, she could have a personal relationship with God like Jason had. But she still didn't believe she could stay. She was someone who traveled from location to location to accommodate her clients. Sometimes she'd spend a month or two in a luxurious mansion, but she'd often follow them on a tour from city to city or to an exotic island where a new blockbuster was filmed. If packing things was a sport, she'd be a gold medalist. In fact, she could pack her suitcase in her sleep by now. It was better that way. She wouldn't get attached to a person or place. Her tiny apartment had scarce furniture and zero decorations. She'd spent so little time there it qualified more as a storage space for her things than a home for her heart. No matter. She took a sip of her cocoa and laced her fingers through Jason's, anchoring herself to this moment. And maybe, just a little bit, to him. He looked at her, and so much affection shone in his blue eyes that she felt like she was floating on an ocean of love. Then he paid their bill. But Chelsea seemed to be enjoying her playdate, and Lara enjoyed her date a lot, too. So they lingered at the table. He reached toward her. "Lara, I wanted to tell you." Her phone rang in her pocket, and she sighed. "Sorry. I have to take this. Might be about Micah." She fished out her phone, and one glance on the screen confirmed she could be right. The call was from Mrs. Paulson. Jason nodded. "Of course." She swiped the screen to answer. "Hello, Mrs. Paulson. Sorry to interrupt your outing, but I need your help." The woman didn't waste any time. "Mr. Micah fell." Lara gasped. "Is he okay?" She leaped to her feet and gestured to Jason that they had to leave. Pushing back his chair, he mouthed, "I'll go get Chelsea." Mrs. Paulson came back on the line. "I believe he's fine. But I can't lift him into the wheelchair by myself. And well, he might be rather cranky when you get here." Then she added in a lower tone, "But that's his regular condition, isn't it?" Chapter 13. The next day, Lara woke up in a better mood than all the days since Micah moved in. Thankfully, yesterday's fall from the wheelchair hadn't affected him at all. It had affected Lara very much, though, because by the time she and Jason had made it to her place, they'd found Micah walking. Slowly and leaning on Mrs. Paulson's cane, but walking. Lara barely resisted the urge to jump up and down and squeal like Chelsea had when Jason had invited them to the pancake house. Lara'd been genuinely happy for Micah, who'd made remarkable progress. She'd taken him to the doctor that evening, and the doctor confirmed it. That also meant he didn't need her help anymore, and she could dance just at the thought of it. She brushed her teeth, enjoying the minty toothpaste, and found herself humming while brushing her long hair, glad that soon Micah wouldn't be in it any longer. She said a heartfelt prayer of gratitude. She'd fulfilled her promise to Grandma. As for the secrets of Lara's birth, she could find a different, and much less painful and annoying, way to uncover them than being at Micah's beck and call and getting grunts in return. Based on the snoring behind the bedroom door, he was still asleep, so she made a quick trip to Eileen's pastries. She smiled as she drove back and the aroma of coffee and pastries teased her. Fine, the reason for her good mood was that Jason was going to bring lunch, which already made him a hero in her eyes. A pleasant wave of anticipation swept her up. As she tiptoed to Micah's room, she was glad to hear snoring again. Awesome. Her smile widened. She should have time to bring Jason breakfast before her house guest, woke up. She walked to the office and looked out the window. Jason was returning home after walking Rocco Chaco, so they both were up already. She found her prettiest sweater of a lavender hue and dressy white slacks. Her minimal makeup would have to do. She sprinkled her flowery perfume on her wrists and left Micah a note. Her heart drumming, she picked up yummy goodies from the counter. It was only fair for her to bring him breakfast, considering he'd fed her and even Micah so many meals. She pulled on her white boots and a white scarf and rushed down the porch. Wow. She had a skip in her step as she hurried to his house, just like Chelsea had, too. But Lara had never had a skip in her step. Not even when she was a child. Nobody answered the doorbell, so she tried the door handle. When it gave in, she let herself in. Her blood rushed faster in her veins as she thought of seeing him soon, and finally, alone. She craved to touch him, to stare in his blue eyes, maybe even finally kiss him. Then her blood rushed faster for a different reason. Lara stared at a woman in a pink bathrobe and with a white towel wrapped around her head. Lara blinked. It didn't make sense. But she couldn't still be sleeping and seeing a weird dream. Obviously seeing that Lara was in a stupor, the woman smiled and said fast, "You must be the new neighbor. I'm Miranda, Jason's girlfriend."
What?
This couldn't be happening. All the air left Lara's lungs. The tray with coffee and the paper bag with pastries slipped from her hands. She didn't even try to stop their fall. Coffee splattered her white slacks on the way to the floor, hitting her legs where the boots didn't cover. Yet she didn't move, didn't scream. She stood like a statue, wishing she could have a lack of feelings like one, as well. Because, right now, it hurt too much inside. The only saving grace was that Miranda stood far enough away that the coffee didn't tarnish her. Miranda frowned. "Are you okay? Don't worry about the mess. I'll clean it." Still unable to say a word, Lara whirled around and ran back to her house. Micah met her in the hall with a customary scowl. "Where were you?" "I'm hungry, and I can't find anything suitable for breakfast." Lara slipped out of her boots and coat and opened her mouth, but couldn't push any words past the giant lump in her throat. He took a better look at her, and worry replaced his scowl. "Are you okay? What happened?" She did something she didn't expect. She dashed to him and sobbed into his Christmas sweater, an obvious gift from Mrs. Paulson. "Jason, he has a girlfriend." She finally managed to say between sobs and hiccups. He lied to me." He wouldn't be the first one, but it didn't hurt any less. She half expected Micah to push her away. At first, he stiffened, then wrapped stiff arms around her. There. Did he just pat her head? The surprise was enough for her to stop sobbing and look up. "I know how it feels to be betrayed by a loved one." Emotion gleamed in his eyes. "Tell me about it." Not that she loved Jason, did she? Then why was losing him so unbearable? Micah gestured toward the kitchen. "How about you sit down and I make you a cup of hot tea? Check your legs for coffee burns, too." Her mouth gaped. She couldn't believe this role reversal. But how can you carry a cup while walking with a cane? She had a selfish reason to ask, besides a concern for him. She was already wearing coffee. She didn't want to be wearing hot tea, as well. He gave her a rueful smile. "You'd be surprised." Her thoughts in turmoil, she did the easiest thing for now. She stumbled into the dining room and slumped onto the nearest table chair. Jason's gift. Bile roiled in her tummy. She nearly slid to the tile but forced herself to stay. Her gaze swept over the beige tiled counters he'd replaced in the nearby kitchen, the shiny oak cabinets he'd repaired, the brand new stove he'd hooked up. Everything in this place reminded her of him and his betrayal. What attracted her to him was his kind heart and caring attitude of fine, those muscles, that beautiful voice, and his large, strong hands that could easily operate a saw and fly over the piano keys didn't hurt either. How could she have misjudged him so? Good thing she didn't have breakfast yet, or she'd have returned it. And all this happened on Christmas Eve when they were preparing to celebrate Jesus' birthday and the greatest gift from God. Lord, why? All the Christmas memories she'd shared with Jason were mocking her now. Her legs hurt, so she pulled the fabric up. It wasn't as bad as she'd suspected. Micah was taking a long time, and she thought he'd changed his mind when he finally showed up. He made makeshift cold compresses from kitchen towels soaked with cold water. She knew better than to use ice, and he seemed to know the same. The doorbell rang while Micah steeped tea. Lara groaned. That must be Jason. AKA the last person on earth she wanted to see right now. I'll open the door. Micah walked to the hall, leaning on the cane much less than she'd expected him to. A miracle happened with him, and she should be grateful. And she was, but working up much gratitude at the moment was a challenge. Her jaw slackened when Miranda strode into the kitchen, fully clothed this time. Okay, correction. Jason was the second to last person on earth Lara wanted to see right now. Lara's expression probably matched Micah's former scowl, but she didn't have enough strength to care. If Miranda thought they'd gained a friendly new neighbor, she was wrong. Besides, Lara wasn't going to be their neighbor much longer. Micah shifted from one foot to the other, then said, I'll give you two privacy. He wobbled from the room, and the cane clattered against the hardwood floor in his bedroom's direction. Miranda ducked her head, then lifted it and offered a sheepish smile as she tucked her loose hair behind her ears. I think there was some misunderstanding. Really? Did they have to have this conversation? Lara's lips pursed. I heard you clearly. Listen, I don't want to be rude, but I have a lot of things to do this morning. Like crying her eyes out, and she didn't remember the last time she'd cried. She didn't offer her guest a drink. It wasn't the woman's fault Lara's heart was broken, but even looking at Miranda made a knife turn in Lara's chest. Miranda took a seat without being asked. That's the thing. I don't think you heard me clearly. Probably my fault for saying it too fast. I'm Jason's ex-girlfriend. Good thing Lara was sitting down already because her legs went weak. On one hand, a huge wave of relief swallowed her whole. On the other hand, her ever-present practicality swam to the surface. Things didn't add up. Hold on. That can't be. Jason is a widower. His wife, Danae, drowned. He loved her very much. He was crushed for a long time after she died. Unless it was a lie to get her sympathy? Or maybe he'd gotten over it better than Lara thought. Her gut twisted. She'd grown up surrounded by secrets. Then her fiancé and her best friend had lied to her. Little wonder she didn't do well with lies and half-truths. Jason's voice in the hall startled her as he walked into the kitchen. Micah must have forgotten to lock the door. In this small town, they had no sense of security, or unwanted visitors. Danae was our daughter. And yes, I loved her very much. Lara's eyes bulged, and she was picking her jaw up from the floor for the third time. She'd been spending her morning feeling like a fish out of water and most likely looking the part, too. But, you said Danae. His eyes dimmed as he shortened the distance in a few long strides. I'm sorry for this misunderstanding and the pain it caused you. But I never said Danae was my wife. Speechless, Lara gestured for him to take a seat, and he did. Ready to prove him wrong, she searched her memory and came up blank. He was right. He'd never said Danae was his wife. But she didn't remember him saying she was his daughter either. As if reading her thoughts, he continued, I see now I didn't mention she was my daughter. I should have. Lara breathed in deeply, focusing on the mint scent of the tea that was cold by now. Just like her heart. Another deep breath. In and out. In and out. Then she looked from Jason to Miranda and back. Lara didn't want to ask the question, but she needed to know. Does this mean you're trying to reconcile? The affirmative answer would mean she'd have to step away. Immediately. That thought required a few more deep breaths. She also wanted to bang her head on the wall, but she couldn't do that in front of people. After her initial shock when all she saw was a woman in a bathrobe and a towel, she took a closer look at Miranda. The woman was pretty in an understated way, with waves of still damp champagne blonde hair flowing over her shoulders and expressive emerald green eyes. Without a smudge of makeup on her face, her lips were pale. A knit dress hugged her slightly plump body, its olive hue accentuating her vibrant eyes. An array of tiny wrinkles around them betrayed her age, but she had the rare soft glow of a person who found inner peace after a long struggle. Losing her daughter must have affected Miranda very much, but unlike Jason, she'd managed to recover somehow. Miranda's lips curved up a little. We're not trying to reconcile. I recently bought a house and discovered a plumbing issue. I can't get a plumber to make a house call this close to Christmas. Therefore, I asked Jason's permission to use his bathroom. Jason leaned toward Lara. I went to buy a few things when you came in. But why haven't you ever mentioned Miranda? Lara narrowed her eyes. Miranda grimaced. Okay, I might have an answer to this. Many years ago, we let passion carry us too far. We were still so young, though it's no excuse. When I found out I was pregnant, Jason offered to marry me, even insisted. But we soon realized we had nothing in common. Marriage would be a mistake. Jason was a great father to our daughter, amazing even. Lara hung on every word. She was right about him being an amazing father. Still, the thought of him and Lara raising a daughter without being married bothered her. But who was she to judge? Her own father had disappeared altogether. Miranda continued, we tried to make things work, and for some time, Danae was the glue that kept us together. Then I met someone and got married. Marriage was rough, and so was the divorce. Jason supported me through my divorce when I was falling apart. Turned out, we were better off as friends than boyfriend and girlfriend. She stopped as if it was difficult to talk about what happened next. A muscle moved in his jaw. Then after Danae died at 16, I went off the deep end. Instead of helping each other grieve, I just took off. Left Miranda, and I'll regret it forever. Miranda took care of the house in my absence. He looked Lara in the eyes. I should have mentioned Miranda. I'm sorry I didn't. Lara didn't say anything, still trying to process it all. Miranda patted Jason's arm. Would you mind giving us a few minutes for girl talk? He hesitated, then nodded, and left. As the front door clicked closed, Lara felt strangely bereft. She didn't just learn of a part of Jason's life. She learned he'd become a much bigger part of hers, and how much losing him was going to hurt. She'd surrounded her heart by an ice wall for years, but not any longer. Maybe a few pieces remained, but not enough to protect her heart. Once he'd shut the door, Miranda shifted toward Lara as much as her chair allowed. The scent of her shampoo ou peach, maybe, drifted to Lara. Please don't hold this against Jason. He told me how much you mean to him. Lara's eyebrows shot up. He told you about me? Of course. Miranda nodded. You have no idea how much you matter to him. I've known him nearly all my life, and I've never seen this light in his eyes. I believe you put it there. Not to sound cliché, but it's like you've turned on the Christmas lights and lit up a tree. And just like that, the last pieces of the ice wall around Lara's heart chipped off and melted away. She spread her hands helplessly. I can't stay. Miranda dismissed Lara's words with a wave of her hand. I'm sure you can figure out something. It's not that simple. But what if it was? Folding both her hands on the table, Miranda studied her. If you do stay, I hope we can become friends. Lara blinked. This was rather unconventional. But the idea had a surprising appeal. After her best friend betrayed her with Lara's fiancé, Lara kept her friends at arm's length. Being far away from them nearly all the time had helped. But a sudden longing told her she didn't want to keep people far away from her any longer. Miranda swept a hand toward her rounded hips. Jason told me you might open a fitness studio if you stay. I'd love to be your first and very eager client. Then Lara said another thing she didn't expect from herself. Would you like to join us for Christmas? Well, perhaps Jason had told Miranda about Lara's cooking, too, and it could scare Miranda off. She hurried to add, I promise I won't cook. Laughter shook Miranda's damp hair. I'd love to. And I do cook, but I'm grateful for any excuse not to. Great. Lara removed the cold compresses from her legs and got up from her chair. Now, let me get my tools and see if I can repair whatever is wrong in your bathroom. She had a selfish reason for it. Even if Jason and Lara's relationship was exclusively on friendship terms, Lara didn't want Miranda showing up to use his shower again. After all, Lara was always a practical person. As she touched Lara's hand, Miranda's smile widened. Awesome. Thank you so much. Lara smiled in return, but a sliver of doubt remained. Her initial reaction might have been more because she'd learned to reject people before they rejected her. And it wasn't like she'd told Jason about all her exes, so she couldn't hold it against him. But if he didn't tell her about Miranda, what else might he have hidden from her? Chapter 14. On Christmas Day, Lara woke to the clatter of pots and pans in the kitchen. No, she must have misheard. She stretched with her eyes still closed. Jason, Lara, Mrs. Paulson, Miranda, and even Micah had gone to the church service yesterday. The first one Lara had attended in years. The awe she'd experienced was amazing, and she still held it in her heart. She said a prayer. Starting a day with a prayer was another first for her. She winced. Now she definitely heard pots and pans clattering in the kitchen, which didn't make sense. She leaped from the bed, put on slippers, and rushed to the kitchen. Since she started traveling and spent most of her time as a house guest, she trained herself to sleep in slacks and t-shirts, which made a more presentable look than pajamas. She was grateful for it now because she found Jason and Micah in the kitchen, cooking together. Jason was standing near the stove doing something to the turkey she didn't want to know details of, and Micah was sitting at the table chopping vegetables. Was she dreaming? She resisted the urge to rub her eyes. Nope, she couldn't be dreaming. Micah would never invade her dreams, though Jason had the audacity to do that way too often. She raked her fingers through her hair, wishing she'd stopped at the bathroom and brushed her teeth on the way. Morning breath was no joke. And her hair probably looked like the kelp tossed up on the beach. Huh. Well, Jason had seen her at her worst during the flu, and he didn't disappear running. But then, she was usually the one who did the running. What's going on? She asked. He grinned at her. Good morning, sunshine. She snorted. Good morning. I think I'm usually more of a cloud than sunshine. You're always sunshine to me. He moved toward her, but then seemed to remember they had an audience and stopped. But just his words and tender gaze put a song in her heart. A song she wasn't singing herself, or that would sound bad. Her pulse quickening from his presence, she walked to him as if drawn by a magnet. Then did her best to remember her hostess duties. Anything I can do to help? She paused, then added hopefully, like not burning down the house? Jason laughed, and the sound reverberated through her, traveling all the way to her heart. She'd love to wake up to this sound every day. What was she thinking? He dried his hands and tucked a strand of stray hair behind her ear. It caused her a sharp breath intake. It also caused her to hope she had a lot of stray strands of hair for him to tuck in. Merry Christmas, he whispered. With his words and presence wrapping her up in the cheer of the season, she couldn't help smiling. Then, sadly, he moved back to the stove. She almost volunteered to take his place so he'd have his hands free to work his magic on her. Only Micah's presence stopped her. Jason added eggs to what she assumed was going to become cornbread batter. I'll cook the turkey and stuffing. Micah is making salads. Mrs. Paulson is bringing pies. Miranda will drag in ham. Christina told me she'd bring mashed potatoes and a green bean casserole. Her grown-up daughters from her first marriage will probably bring something, too. And Roman and his wife, Aileen, will bring tons of pastries. We've got it covered. Wow. She forgot about his cousins and their families. Besides Christina, who she'd met when Christina untangled those unruly Christmas lights while Lara pinned Jason to the ground, and circumstances left a lot to be desired, and Chelsea at the skating rink and the teen boy at the pastry shop. Lara would be meeting them for the first time. What would they think of her? An outsider? Would they be as accepting as Miranda was? And what if Miranda wasn't accepting but had her own agenda? Lara's knees buckled, and she braced against the wall. Are you okay? Jason's voice softened. You paled. I'm fine. Just, that many people. He ducked his head, cringing a bit as he mixed cornbread batter. Right. I'd hosted at my place, but Rocco Choco has a habit of jumping at guests and stealing their food. And I don't have the heart to put him in a crate. Don't worry. I volunteered to host it here. And she wasn't going to use a high fever and cough syrup as an excuse for temporary madness and back out now. It was too late, anyway. Now the long dining table he'd gifted her made more and more sense. It offered ample space for everyone to sit. The house wasn't a hazard any longer, mainly thanks to him. Since Mrs. Paulson brought a bunch of Christmas decorations for the table, plus colorful throw pillows Grandma would have been proud of, the place looked like a home. Lara sniffed the scents of onions and tomatoes. Smelled like one, too. Okay, I'll help by not staying underfoot and clean the house. Still. She'd never hosted a Christmas dinner and didn't expect to this year. Nerves got to her for a moment. It's going to be great, Jason whispered in her direction. The truth was, it already was. Cleaning up and getting dressed for the day didn't take much before she joined the guys in the kitchen. Jason showed her how to make stuffing, and it wasn't so bad to learn. Actually, it was so much better than not bad. She'd thought seeing him in a tool belt had made her swoon, and his beautiful baritone during caroling had added to her attraction for him. But a certain magic in watching a man cook made her heart swell. They said the way to a man's heart could be through his stomach, but to her, the same could be said about a woman's heart. And it wasn't about the food, though she'd love to eat, not that she'd admit it to her clients, but about the fact that the guy cared enough to cook for the woman and/or the family. While she'd usually been hired to sculpt men's muscles and Jason didn't need any help in this department, deep inside she'd always paid more attention to men's hands than muscles. She'd been drawn to Jason's hands when they'd held a saw while he'd made a wheelchair ramp. She'd been drawn to them even more when he'd played piano and they'd flown over the keys, creating out-of-this-world music. But she was drawn to his hands so much more when he moved them over the large bowl with stuffing now. Maybe because it reminded her how he brushed his fingers against her face, making her tremble. Or how he wrapped his arm around her shoulder when they'd watched a Christmas movie. His hands spoke in a language all their own, and she thought she could understand it. And there was no doubt about the things his eyes were telling her when he looked at her. Tension seeped out of her as an incredible feeling replaced it. She even took pleasure in mixing cornbread with celery, eggs, chopped onions, and a multitude of amazing spices. However, she didn't volunteer to pay attention to the timer after they placed the turkey in the oven because she knew how that could end. By lunchtime, the place filled with more yummy scents and, as the doorbell couldn't stop ringing, with smiles and laughter. Her stomach was in knots when people started filing in, but those knots untied soon at how warm everyone was toward her. Mrs. Paulson treated her like her own granddaughter, and it made Lara miss her grandmother a little less. The youngest member of the family, an 18-month-old toddler, was beyond cute in her pink outfit. And while Jason tried to introduce Lara to Roman's family, his adorable niece took over that duty fast. This is Lara, my uncle's girlfriend. Everyone chuckled, and Jason looked surprisingly pleased. Lara's cheeks flamed. I'm his neighbor and a friend, not his girlfriend. Chelsea placed her hands on her hips. Well, you should be. My uncle likes you a lot. She spread her arms. This much. Then she seemed to decide that wasn't enough and ran from one wall to the opposite wall, like when she'd shown how big elephants were. No, thigh-eyes much. Laughter erupted, and giggles bubbled inside Lara. I want to ask you to be my girlfriend, Jason said, his voice thick. With her heartbeat in overdrive, she didn't know what to answer. Thankfully, he didn't expect an answer. Her cheeks pinked again when everyone praised her house, and she said again and again that it was mainly due to Jason, who didn't want to take the credit either. Later, they all stood in a circle in the large dining room and sang, "Happy Birthday" to Jesus, though Lara just opened her mouth and mouthed the words not to ruin it. Jason's voice, however, rang out loud and clear. Then he said grace, and everyone echoed with amen. Lara's chest tightened. She didn't think she'd have much to be grateful for during these holidays, but as Jason squeezed her fingers, she knew she did. Lunch was a success, and once again, nobody listened to her when she tried to make it clear it wasn't due to her. She stole glances at his relatives. The family jokes and laughter the cousins shared. The affection between all Christina's daughters, obvious in how Rihanna and Leanna were with Chelsea and Jimena. There was so much love between everyone here that she found herself longing to be a part of this truly close-knit family. The tenderness between the married couples intensified that longing. There was a special kindness in the way they all treated each other and her, and she could see now where Jason's best qualities came from. After lunch, they played charades, then table games Mrs. Paulson had brought, then exchanged gifts. Jason was attentive to her and held her hand, making warmth rise up her neck. It was more than she could wish for. But she caught herself on the thought that to have a future with him she needed to know her past, her origin. Micah held a key to that, but so far, he didn't want to open the locks. When everyone said, "Merry Christmas," she did that, too. As she leaned to Jason and whispered, "Merry Christmas," she barely stopped herself before adding, "My love." The next day, Lara had a breakfast of pumpkin rolls left over from yesterday, sharing them with Micah. As yummy as they were, she found herself chewing fast because she wanted to see Jason soon. She didn't know yet what they were going to do and didn't care as long as it was with him. Yes, she was a goner, and she knew it. But before Micah left, she needed to ask the question that had been burning the tip of her tongue for a long time. The one she'd asked before, but he'd left without answers. Micah seemed to move well on his own, so she probably didn't have much time left. Since he'd comforted her during her cry on his shoulder and had even cooked for Christmas, maybe he'd have a change of heart about this, too. "Since you're my partial match, I understand that you're my half-brother or cousin. Could you tell me about my father? Please?" A familiar scowl twisted up his face, and he placed the pumpkin roll back on the plate as if he'd lost his appetite. "Maybe I didn't tell you what you wanted to hear because you weren't going to like it." Her jaw dropped. You were trying to spare me? Is that so difficult to believe?" A vein twitched on his forehead as he took a long drink of coffee as if stalling. Clean-shaven and sitting straight now, he looked much younger than when she'd met him. She pushed her plate away and stared at him, her thoughts in turmoil. But one thought stood out, thundered in her brain. This was a mistake. This was a mistake. This was a mistake. It transformed into the familiar "I'm a mistake." She raised her chin. She wouldn't think that way. Not anymore. And she needed to know the truth. She'd come this far. She'd waited this long. She couldn't stop now. I needed your help after rehab, though I refused it at first." He ran his fingers through his hair in a need of a haircut. Hair the same shade as hers. "And I might not be the best person in the world. But since both my parents were only children, I do think we're half-siblings, not cousins, and I didn't want my only sister to get hurt. Right after we found each other. That's why I didn't want to tell you what I knew. I have to know." Her voice came out low, unfamiliar. Too calm to think about it, but it was a calm before the storm. "Considering that our father is dead, it's not like I can ask him. You're the only one I can ask." All this time, she'd wanted to know so badly who she was, where she'd come from. But now she shivered. Maybe it was best not to know. Before that DNA match, she could have a dream of a father figure, someone great in her mind, whose mistake was falling in love so very young and getting carried away by passion. If her father didn't know she existed, it couldn't be his fault he'd abandoned her, right? "First I wanted to spare you hurt. Then I started feeling furious. I was already angry at the world for my wife cheating, but I only had you to take it out on. And you shattered the memory of the man I loved the most in the world. That was my main reason for resenting you." He slapped the table, making her and the pumpkin rolls jump. "Do you realize how that felt? Also, because I had to put up with your charity toward me? Tears burned behind her eyes, and only with gigantic effort did she keep them from spilling. This was too much. Her half-brother was just another person in a long line of people who'd rejected her, and he'd rejected her from the beginning, so why did it hurt so much now? I'm sorry, she whispered. I'll leave soon. You can move on your own now. You don't need me any longer. I just wanted to know the story of my family. He kept quiet, then finally said, some things don't add up. You mentioned your father was only 16 when he fathered you, but that doesn't make sense. Your math doesn't add up. Lara blinked. She'd guessed something to that effect already, but she hadn't wanted to let it rise to the surface. What do you mean? He pushed his plate aside and braced his forearms on the table, leaning on them. Unless the DNA match is wrong or indicates we are only cousins, not half-siblings. You see, I'm older than you, quite a bit, and Dad didn't have me young. My father would have been twice older than your mother when she gave birth to you. Breathing became difficult. How is that possible? I think I can help you with that. The familiar voice in the hall made Lara spin. Mom? Chapter 15. Lara stared at the person standing in the doorway. Why? How? How did you get here? I can drive, you know. And you gave me the address of your new place, remember? It's only an hour away. The kids are with their father's parents for the day, so they won't miss me for a while. I felt guilty you gave me and my children all those Christmas gifts and I didn't give you any in return. Lara waved it off, her mind still on the conversation with Micah. It's no biggie. I like spoiling them. And she did. Then her mind latched onto Marlene's words, and her pulse quickened. Was her mother finally ready to talk about the secret of Lara's birth? Anyway, I knocked, but you probably didn't hear me. The door was open, so I let myself in. In a brown faux fur coat and suede boots, with a stylish haircut showcasing her high cheekbones, Marlene looked younger than her years. As for the why part. I tried to protect you all these years. But you came dangerously close to the truth on your own. How very kind of all of them. Her mother sparing her, then her half-brother, or was it cousin? Only Lara couldn't work up much gratitude. On legs like cooked noodles, she forced herself to walk to her mom, help her out of her coat, and gesture to the table. Take a seat please. She made quick introductions, then did her best to sound hospitable while her world was crashing around her. Would you like something to drink? Her mother smiled sadly as she sat down. We both know it's not a social visit. Nothing to drink, thank you. I brought you Christmas gifts, but that's not why I'm here. Micah got up. I'll give you 2 privacy. Lara made a quick decision as she slumped into the nearest chair, Jason's gift. She needed Jason here, his quiet support, the strength she'd received simply from his presence. But without him, it wouldn't hurt to have Micah present. If you want to, you're welcome to stay. This concerns you, too. She faced her mother. If you're okay with it. Her mom's lips, covered in a soft pink lipstick that went well with her blonde hair, pursed before she nodded. Might as well. Then her face crumbled, making her instantly look older. Maybe Lara was wrong in her original assumption. Time, or maybe carrying hidden secrets, had taken a toll on Marlene. The DNA match wasn't wrong. Micah is your half-brother. I'm very sorry. It just seemed easier to blame my pregnancy on a boy who'd moved abroad, than beg my parents to forget the whole thing. I was in a shock. But I didn't want to harm anyone. Tears rolled down her mom's cheeks. Lara wanted to reach out to her mother. But something in her became heavy and solid like cement, and she couldn't move. Something was very wrong here. Did my father take advantage of you? Micah grunted the question. Lara winced. She wanted to ask the same, but she couldn't form words. Marlene shook her head furiously, sending her blonde tresses flying. I was in love with him. I knew it was wrong, but I gave my consent. Anger whirled inside Lara in a circle, first small then overwhelming and powerful as building a hurricane. It was so strong that words tumbled down her tongue. But you were 14. This time it was Micah who winced. Marlene met Lara's gaze. Exactly. If I had spoken up, he could go to jail. Lara hid her face in her hands for a few heartbeats, then looked up. So you decided to protect him and make up a story about falling in love with a teenage boy who moved away. I loved him. Such sadness weighed down those 3 words. Such brokenness curved her shoulders. And he told me that, once I was of age, he'd find a way for us to be together. A huge lump in her throat, Lara closed her eyes. For a long time, she'd pitted herself for growing up without a father. Now the enormity of her mother's pain hit her. Marlene had made it look like she didn't care when she'd cared too much. All that time she'd been heartbroken. Then what happened? Lara's words came out in a whisper. He moved to a different school, in a different town. I heard he was married, with a son. He'd been married all along. Marlene stared into space. Micah spread his hands. Obviously. I'm older than Lara. He never contacted me. Like I never even existed. Like he didn't care at all. Her mother's voice broke. Lara got up and wrapped her arms around her mom. No wonder Marlene didn't show much love to her in the beginning. She'd been traumatized, and when she'd looked at Lara, she must have seen the man who'd betrayed her. How did you two meet? The question escaped Lara's mouth before she could stop it. He was my teacher. He taught math. Lara did her best to process this, but her mind refused to cooperate. But you hate math. Like that was the important thing here. I did, after that, Marlene said quietly. You might not want to know it, but he got a lot of awards. Micah volunteered as if he needed to keep that good picture of his father in his mind. Students loved him. Some of them too much. Lara didn't say the words. The person you're talking about and the father I know, he spread his hands, shaking his head while scowling at the floor. They are like 2 different people. Lara needed to offer him some kindness. Everyone makes mistakes. She knew it well. After all, she was one. What was she going to do now? Where to go from this? She'd learned the real story, but she paid a high price for it. Her mother's voice shook. I'm so sorry, my darling. Lara forced herself to pull the shattered pieces into some semblance of sanity. If this had affected her this much, what could be said by her mother, her half-brother? She tightened the hug, then let her mom go. I'm the one who is sorry. I should have never come here. I should have never done the DNA test. I should have let it all rest. I only caused everyone pain. Micah pulled himself upright. It's not your fault. You deserve to know. I'll survive. An unexpected smile broke on his face. I survived the last days, mainly thanks to you. He opened his arms for a hug. Well, this was something she didn't expect to happen. She embraced her half-brother, hoping someday she could embrace her past, too. As she moved free, she still tried to make sense of it all. She'd been right before. Through emotional pain, people formed the deepest bonds. She'd never felt this close to her mother, and she just formed a fragile relationship with her half-sibling. Who knew all this hurt could have an upside? Thank you, she told Micah. But I had a selfish reason for helping you. He shrugged and, for the first time, reached for her hand. The result is all the same. Frankly, it's better to have a bad motivation and a good outcome than vice versa, my sister. She stared at the tangible connection between them, remembering Jason saying nearly the same words. Her heart longed for the comfort she'd found in Jason's arms even more. I like the sound of that. Micah's smile widened a tad. What, the good outcome? The sister part. But that sounds nice, too. Only she didn't feel nice right now. She needed to regain her bearings. Figure out what to do. Where to go. The urge to run from it all was strong, but she anchored herself to the moment. To the scent of Marlene's perfume, familiar since childhood. To the murmur of the ocean outside, telling her most things could be washed away. To the thump of her own heartbeat. She wished for Jason's strong presence to anchor her, as well. But it would be selfish. He needed someone constant, reliable, who'd always be there for him. Not a woman who was falling apart. Well, she'd allow herself the luxury of falling apart later. Now she slid her hand free and looked at two of the people closest to her who'd been like strangers for so long. I wish you'd told me. I understand you tried to protect me, but maybe I could be more understanding. Maybe I could have helped you then. Marlene smiled through tears. Is it too late to start now? Lara's insides softened. No. Not too late. Then she turned to Micah. I wish I met you earlier. Which probably contradicts my regret that I brought you heartache. But the same goes. I hope it's not too late to have a sibling relationship now. He nodded, his eyes softening, as well. I'd like that. I intend to go back to my place tomorrow. Thank you for all you've done, but it's time for me to put my life back together. Whatever is left of it. Well, if you need help, you know. He nodded again. Yes, I know. Her gaze returned to her mother, who sat straighter now, as if a great weight had fallen from her shoulders, and maybe it had. If I can do something. Her mom's eyes sparkled again. You already did. It took me a while to realize it, but you're one of the biggest blessings of my life. I don't know how you turned out to be the amazing woman you are, but I'm grateful to God for you. Only God could take something so wrong and create something so beautiful. How could Lara stop herself from crying after this? She blinked furiously because she knew, once the floodgates of tears opened, there'd be no stopping the onslaught after it. That means a lot to me. But your children need you, I mean, your other children. This would always be a little awkward, but Lara could get used to it. As her sloped shoulders slid into a more natural, stronger place, Marlene's voice betrayed her relief. Are you sure? At other times, the previous Lara would feel jealous. But not any longer. She couldn't blame Marlene for getting it right the second time around and adoring her children. A pang told Lara she wished to experience the same kind of love a mother had for a child. The doorbell gave her a necessary respite. She scuttled from the table and flung the door open. The sight of Jason was so welcome she had to stop herself from embracing him, hiding her sadness in his broad chest. But she couldn't use him like a crutch, like one of the islands to rest on. She needed to figure out so many things for herself, and accepting a lucrative assignment made perfect sense. She waved for him to come in. After a quick introduction, Mom excused herself to the bathroom, and Micah went to pack his suitcase. Despite her quickened heartbeat in Jason's presence, Lara felt spent, gutted like a fish. She couldn't sort out her feelings in front of him. She needed a clean slate, a fresh start. She had to be honest. On the living room sofa, she told him everything, and he listened with compassionate attention. Then he held her, and she needed it. Oh, how much she needed it. I'm sorry all this happened to you, he whispered into her hair. Was she going to break his heart? Would he understand? For a few minutes, neither of them said a word. Then came the words she dreaded. What now? He asked. She didn't look up. If she looked into his eyes while saying this, that ocean of blue would wash away her resolve. I'll put the house on the market. Micah feels much better and doesn't need my help any longer. What if I need you? You need a different person than I am. Saying this to his chest wouldn't be fair, so she looked up. Keeping her eyes dry took a gigantic effort. She'd decided young that she wasn't the weepy one in the family. Haven't you realized yet that I love you? Lara stilled. Euphoria rushed through her, but strangely, the urge to run increased. She was still afraid to let people close to her. I need some time. For me. She couldn't find the right words, like she couldn't find a path in the water. The dreaded speeches, it's not you, it's me, and I need space, pressed on her chest as if a rope around her neck anchored a boulder to it. He took her face into his hands. "I'll wait for you. I'll always wait for you." Did he have to be this kind? I'm so sorry. Don't be. You brought sense into my life. You brought me back to myself. I love everything about you. The way you risked getting sick while looking for a dog you just met. The way you insisted on helping your half-brother who only kept insulting you. The way your eyes light up when you see me. Even the way you stole my breath away when we met. How could she walk away from this man? Yet she had to do it. I stole your breath away because I knocked you down. He brushed his lips against her cheeks, then looked into her eyes. As for the way your family started, we shouldn't be stuck in stereotypes about two parents and children. It's okay to have a different kind of family. For some time, I considered myself and Rocco Choco a family. Close groups of friends can be a family. She soaked in his words. But she needed time to process them fully. And it's okay to search your own path besides taking care of others. It's your time to live your life now, the way God meant for it to be. He studied her. "How do I know what God meant for me?" she whispered. "You ask him and wait patiently for the answer. And when something feels right, like it's meant to be, you'll have your answer." She said a prayer in her mind, asking God for guidance. True love means you'll sacrifice everything for it. Even the pain of your past. I'm ready to do that for you now. I hope one day you might be able to do the same. He brushed his fingertips over her face, tipping her chin up so he could meet her gaze. Is this
Goodbye.
The intensity of longing in his eyes shattered her heart all over again. No. We'll see each other again. Someday. His eyes became hooded. Do you really believe it? I don't know. How else could she respond? I don't know what to believe now. A lot of things I held true turned out anything but. I mean, I trust you. But I need some quiet time. Some me time. Possibly to put my life into some semblance of order. I understand. But he still sounded hurt. And a distant note flattened his voice. He was still close, but an ocean might as well be between them already. For what it's worth, I don't regret coming here, meeting you. Falling for you. She kept those 3 words to herself. They would give him hope, a chance to talk her into staying, and she couldn't give him that yet. Me either. You're one of the best things that happened to me. His generosity when she'd broken his heart caused a hot wave of shame. But then it subsided, and she decided to accept it as the gift it was. Same here. A tear escaped her eye. Not only elephants never forget. I'll never forget you. She couldn't say a word any longer. Instead, she found his lips, and the kiss was salty like the ocean. She wished it could be endless like the ocean, too. Chapter 16. 3 days later, Lara walked on the beach while seagulls greeted her, and wished she could understand their language. It was a different beach, different ocean, a much warmer one, and different seagulls. No traces of ice lurked in the shadows in this place, and her heart wasn't frozen any longer. But the alive heart was a hurting one, and a longing the size of the ocean flooded her. Her new assignment was great, and the payment astronomical. Her living quarters in the mansion had more buttons in the marble shower than she could figure out what to do with. A basket with fresh fruit and an assortment of gourmet, sugar-free chocolates were brought to her every morning. Anything she needed, she only had to ask. But happiness slipped like water through her fingers. This was a private part of the beach, so no people were in sight, and she could wrap in her loneliness like in the large scarf Mrs. Paulson had knitted for her. Lara found a long stick and wrote in the sand. I love you, Jason. A wave came after a wave and erased the words. No matter. They were already imprinted on her heart. She stared at the horizon, where the azure waters met the sky. Without realizing it, she'd searched for the missing parts of herself that could be found in her father. Grandma must have guessed it when she'd made Lara promise she'd try to find her father through a DNA match. Did Grandma know the truth? Probably not. The family had seemed to believe Marlene's story. After feeling lacking as a child, Lara needed validation, and she'd found it in becoming a highly sought-out, elite fitness instructor. But meeting Jason, Chelsea, Mrs. Paulson, and Rocco Chaco and experiencing their instant affection for her made Lara realize her self-worth wasn't measured by how high a price she could demand for her services. Her self-worth was always inside her, never, ever diminished by the origins of her birth. God loved her, too. She could believe that now. She picked up a round pebble and threw it into the water. How many such pebbles, no, boulders, of doubts and regrets had she carried throughout the years? One of those boulders shattered into many sharp shards inside her. For most of her life, she'd had the illusion that she'd been born out of teenage love, that her father was a young clueless boy who'd never known about her existence. The truth hurt, and one of those shards turned painfully inside her, making her bleed. But she'd gained a half-brother. And she was better off knowing the truth. Better off realizing the cruelty and betrayal surrounding her birth had nothing to do with her. Better off being herself, the way God created her. Why do we assign our own value based on external characteristics, often outside our control, and then spend the rest of our life disproving it? Why does the packaging seem to mean so much more than what's inside? Once when Lara had been helping Marlene wrap Christmas gifts and got tired, Lara had said, "Why do we have to put in so much effort? It's the gift that matters." Marlene had looked at her strictly. "If you don't wrap it right, no one will want to look at it." Lara saw it firsthand in the industry where she worked. She was surprised, but still infuriated, that her size 2 female clients had been told to slim down for a role. Lara felt it was so unfair. She wanted to promote a healthy image, and what she helped people achieve wasn't that. Maybe she should be grateful that a body size could be considered a status symbol of sorts, or the way to get that status. There was job security for her in that. But what she really wanted was to help people feel good in their own skin, become happier and healthier. It wasn't to see them work out until they vomited and starve themselves so they could please someone else. Jason said that we could hear the whisper of people we loved in the murmur of the ocean if we listened carefully enough. Maybe one day, she'd hear Grandma's whisper. But now, she hoped to hear God's whisper. "Guide me, Lord, please." Jason's image appeared in front of her eyes. He didn't need to know all the parts of her soul to love her. He simply did, and that was the biggest mystery of her life and the biggest miracle. Leaving him was probably her biggest mistake, and something scratched inside like Rocco Chaco scratching on the front door to be let out. The shameful secrets of her birth didn't define her any longer. Only now she understood why her sister had called Lara her shame. It was because of what Lara's father had done, and none of it was Lara's fault or really Marlene's either. She'd been a minor who legally couldn't have given consent. The man she'd loved deceived her and left her in a difficult situation. Betrayed and lost, Marlene had suffered more than she'd ever let on. Lara wrote a new word in the sand. Blessing. Then she watched it disappear. Grown up and mature now, Marlene had come to terms with what had happened to her in her teen years. She didn't call Lara a mistake any longer, but a blessing. What a difference one word could make. In the end, the journey was what mattered, not its humiliating start. But Lara's heart ached that the person she wanted to share her life journey with was no longer near her, and it was all her fault. Tears burned behind her eyes, and she let them slip, allowing herself to be weak for the first time in her life. Grandma had never expected Lara to become the pillar of the family. Jason would probably say right now that, in admitting our weakness, we could truly rely on God's strength. Lara didn't need to be the strong one any longer, mentally or physically. In a place where she'd least expected it, in a time when she'd least expected it, she'd found love, a home, and an unlikely family. She'd left it all behind, and what did she have now? A whole lot of loneliness. She'd tried to protect herself by rejecting people before they could reject her. But she didn't want to do it any longer. What if she could go back to Chapel Cove? Her heart perked up as a bird when the cage opened. She'd put the house on the market, but it couldn't have sold this fast. Her phone beeped with an incoming message. She fished it out of her pocket, then opened the text message. Her brows shot up. There was an offer on the house. A great one. Apparently, it could happen this fast. Instead of filling her chest with joy, the news made her heart sink into the sand. Through a sheen of tears, she saw Jason and Rocco Choco walking toward her. Her heart jumped into her throat, but she was scared to believe her vision. She blinked fast. Could it be a figment of her imagination? Cheerful barking reached her ears. Well, she couldn't have audible hallucinations, as well, could she? She took off running toward Jason without overthinking it. He caught her in his arms, and she knew she found a home in them. What are you doing here? She cringed the moment she said it. Not the best choice of words. Did she have a talent for ruining romantic moments? Thankfully, his bright smile didn't waver. Rocco Choco and I wanted to see you. We missed you too much. Is that all right? How could he even ask? She slipped her arms around his neck and kissed his dear face again and again and again. A slight stubble met her lips, but she didn't care. He flew from coast to coast just to see her. Even brought his dog, despite the crazy logistics that must have needed. Was it real? Was it possible? As if to answer her question, he lifted her off the sand and whirled her around. A smile stretched her lips, warmed her inside. I don't deserve a man like you. Oh, but you do. She thought a moment, remembering all her thoughts about self-worth. Yes, I do. When I said I was going to wait for you, I lied. Her eyes widened. You did? I didn't have enough patience. I couldn't be without you. I could barely even breathe if you weren't near. I decided to follow you instead. He looked at her expectantly as if afraid she'd push him away again. What a fool she'd been to walk away from this man. Laughter bubbled through her. I'm glad you did. How long are you going to stay? The exact amount you're going to stay here if you're okay with it. I can do my job anywhere there's internet. You'd do that for me? Something inside her shifted, became more free. I'd travel to Antarctica for you. He paused, his brow scrunching, his sheepish gaze seeking hers. Though I hope you wouldn't travel to Antarctica? She laughed again. Unless penguins hire me to lose some weight. But isn't it unusual for a man to follow a woman? Uh-oh. Maybe she shouldn't have said that. He only smiled. Life isn't something neatly packed and wrapped with a bow like a Christmas present. Remember, it doesn't have to be a stereotypical family in a house with a picket fence, 1.7 children, and a dog. She knew all too well about growing up in a different type of family. But thanks to God and Jason's tender prodding, she'd come to terms with it. And as much as love and care from parents, both of them, mattered, true love and validation wouldn't come from other people or accomplishments, wrapped with a bow, like he'd said. It had to come from within. She knew that now. She looked at Rocco Choco lovingly. We already have a dog. And I'm very open to children, if possible, if it's not too late, and if you are. She wanted to add that nobody could replace Danae, of course, but he seemed to understand her without words. I am. His face lit up. She hugged him tight again, whispered into his broad chest, thank you. I can't be without you either. It felt so empty. So wrong. The moment she looked up, the depth of emotion in his eyes stole her breath away. Saying the words would make her vulnerable, but she didn't have to be strong any longer. A lump clogged her throat, and no words came. So she picked up a driftwood branch and wrote the same phrase as before. I love you, Jason. He stared at her. Do you mean it? Yes. I love you so much. He lifted her again, then put her down, and covered her face in kisses, and every one of them was a drop of balm on her soul. Euphoria erupted in every cell in her body as their lips met. She felt as light as sea foam, like she could float away on the waves of happiness. The moment they came up for air, she made a decision right then and there. I want to go back to Chapel Cove. Open a fitness studio. Only, there was an offer on the house already. He kissed her cheek. I know. It took a moment to register. You know? Then why did he look so happy about it? Yes. I made the offer. He grinned at her, the sky reflecting in his blue eyes. You loved that house, didn't you? She did her best to wrap her mind around his generosity. Yes, but... He dropped on one knee, and she gasped. He looked around, and she was afraid to breathe. Why was he silent? Was she misinterpreting the moment? Rocco Chaco, sit. The dog did as asked. Jason untied a small velvet box from the bow on Rocco Chaco's collar and opened it. A diamond ring sparkled in the sun. Then he took the same branch she'd used and wrote in the sand. Will you marry me? She didn't take the time to write, just squealed and screamed, yes. And then, just in case he had any doubts, she pulled him up none too gently and kissed him again. Epilogue. Not many women have a wedding as the present for their 40th birthday, Mrs. Paulson said as Lara whirled in front of the mirror in the church's dressing room. I'm very blessed. Thank you for agreeing to be my honorary grandmother and giving me away. Lara smiled. After a lot of asking, begging, and prodding, Mrs. Paulson had agreed to move from the retirement home into Jason's house while Jason would move in with Lara after the wedding. This way, Jason and Lara could help Mrs. Paulson with anything she needed as neighbors, and she was welcome to move in with them in the future if she wanted to. Strangely enough, Micah had volunteered to give Lara away, too, and was waiting for her outside the room in a dashing tuxedo. Their sibling relationship had been off to a rocky start, but it had improved tremendously. Rocco Chaco had helped. It was impossible to stay grouchy in that goofy dog's presence. Or maybe his change of demeanor was due to the fact that he'd been spending more and more time with Miranda, who'd laughed and smiled in his presence, and the age difference didn't seem to matter to her at all. Marlene had volunteered to walk Lara down the aisle, too, but then decided the role of matron of honor suited her better, and Lara agreed. The older woman's eyes became misty. I'm the one who should be grateful. It's like you breathed life into my empty existence, like you breathed life into my empty house. Lara's lips trembled. You'll make me cry. Marlene poked her head into the room, then the rest of her body moved in. Don't even think of crying. You'll ruin your mascara. Are you ready? You're about to go down the aisle. Since Marlene had her children, well, besides Lara, she'd become more and more like Lara. No more of that head in the clouds stuff. After discovering Marlene's secret, Lara had felt closer to her mother than ever. After many tears and hugs, it was as if the tall wall between them had never existed in the first place. Having both suffered from men's betrayal united them more than shared blood. They could finally learn to understand each other, relate to each other, and love each other. Lara had even learned to tolerate shopping so they could do that together. She'd drawn the line on cooking together, though. 3 burned dinners should be enough. Lara smoothed her white dress and picked up the lavender bouquet. She went with dried flowers because lavender didn't bloom in winter, which was unfair, but she could still distinguish the vital lavender scent. In her heart, Grandma was with her now. Miranda and Christina were bridesmaids, who already waited outside, dressed in lavender-hued dresses with white belts, plus white jackets and boots because of the weather. Lara smiled as a pleasant feeling spread inside her. Unconventional or not, Lara had become fast friends with her about-to-be husband's sex, just like Miranda had predicted and wanted. And while Christina was busy with a new child, her husband was super helpful in letting Christina have breaks and lunches with friends. Christina had absorbed Lara into her circle before Lara even had time to notice and put up her usual guard. But then, wonderfulness was a family trait. Then the memory of Lara's previous wedding made her stomach knot. Jason, he's there, right? Marlene rolled her eyes. Seriously? Of course, he's there. Don't worry. History isn't going to repeat itself. Unless you decide to flee, and I wouldn't advise it. Mrs. Paulson's lips pursed. Don't give Lara ideas. Lara smiled. I don't have any desire to flee. Except toward my future husband. Good. Mrs. Paulson heaved a sigh. Because if you did, I'd have to run after you, and these shoes aren't meant for running. Lara chuckled, then stilled. She still wished her grandparents were at her wedding. Marlene seemed to read her thoughts as she hugged her. They would have been so happy for you. Then she drew back. It's time. I've got to get there. Hopefully, my son did a good job as junior groomsman. Lara smiled warmly. I'm sure he did. Lara's half-sister and Jason's niece had become her junior bridesmaid and flower girl. Chelsea looked adorable in her pink outfit. Her teen half-sister, a tomboy who lived in jeans, had been more reluctant to don a flouncy dress, but she looked adorable, too. Lara looked forward to spending more time with her half-brother and sister. Tenderness filled her. She'd enjoy every minute of it and probably get a good athletic workout out of it, too. And as much as Marlene loved being a mom the second time around, any single mom of two active and athletic teens could use a break. Minutes later, as Lara walked down the aisle slowly as not to strain Mrs. Paulson on one side or Micah on her other side, joy swelled Lara's heart. Jason beamed at her from his place at the altar, and with so much love in his eyes, she could bask in its glow. The end. Thank you for listening to Don't Leave Me. A Chapel Cove Romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2021 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2023 by Alexa Verde.